Chapter 2019. Of the 13,000 true gods, 10,000 stayed, and more than 3,000 chose to leave. Lin Chen fulfilled his promise and sent them all away safely. The next day, when the 10,000 true gods gathered on Hidden Abyss Island saw the 5 crimson booklets in front of them, they were dumbfounded. They were completely dumbfounded. Lin Chen said loudly, "Next, I'll teach you the crimson mental cultivation technique, Tai Futian mantra. You can use it after cultivating the first 3 volumes. When you cultivate the complete 5th volume, you'll be able to use the crimson mental cultivation technique. Also, you won't lose your cultivation when you convert any mental cultivation technique. You'll even retain some of the characteristics of your predecessor's mental cultivation technique. Crimson mental cultivation technique? Tai Futian mantra. Could it be the Futian the Arch, How Futian's 5 volumes Futian mantra? Is this for us? Oh my god, am I dreaming? There's actually a cultivation technique 1 level higher than the orange grade in this world. A crimson mental cultivation technique is actually recorded in pen and ink. Are we going to cultivate in seclusion? While everyone was confused, Lin Chen said, "No, there's no time for you to cultivate in seclusion. You have to learn it as you go." Lin Chen flipped his palm, and tens of thousands of crimson books floated in front of everyone. It wasn't that Lin Chen's attribute transfer function couldn't be used, but Lin Chen's cultivation techniques were all recorded with his spiritual power. The Tai Futian mantra was originally recorded in pen and ink, so it couldn't be incorporated into the system and directly instilled into others' cultivation memories. Rumble tilde. With a loud noise, divine light shone on the island, and dazzling divine light descended upon everyone. A dazzling array of divine weapons piled up like mountains were placed in front of everyone as if they were free. Everyone was shocked again. There were actually tens of thousands of divine weapons. Most of them were low-grade and mid-grade divine weapons, and a few were high-grade divine weapons. There were sabers, spears, swords, halberds, staffs, axes, hammers, hooks, whips, fans, shields, gourds, and so on. It could be said that there were all kinds of divine weapons. Lin Chen said in a deep voice, "Speed is crucial in war. Choose the weapons that you're good at. Keep the mental cultivation technique well. We'll set off immediately." Recently, there were much fewer disputes in the First Realm Sea. Lin Chen had a premonition that a storm was coming. He had to rush towards the 3-layered Realm Sea first. After the initial shock, no one dared to be careless and chose the weapons they were most comfortable with. A year and a half, Shen Lingshuang and Yi Qingwu's actions, as well as the battle in the Realm Sea, had instead laid the most solid foundation for Lin Chen. Apart from a few youngsters, most of the true gods had chosen the most suitable divine weapon for themselves. It was not that the highest grade was the best, but that the most suitable divine weapon could be used to its fullest potential. A person at the first tier of the divine realm holding a high-grade divine artifact was unable to unleash much of its power. Of course, Lin Xingchen was an exception. Of the remaining 10,000 true gods, the highest was at the 6th stage of the divine realm while the lowest was at the 1st stage of the divine realm. However, once they joined, Lin Chen treated them equally and showed no favoritism. Once everything was ready, with Lin Chen as the leader, the team split into 3 groups and set off. Team 1 was led by Lin Chen for the time being. The second team was temporarily led by Zhao Anran. The third team was temporarily led by Xue Jianming and Shangguan Yun. Every team would be accompanied by 2 of Lin Chen's doppelgangers. Shangguan Qi parted ways with her sister and returned to the Shangguan residence. She was powerless to change her sister's decision. As for the little demoness Yi Qingwu, she was too noisy. Lin Chen was afraid that she would lead the team astray, so he arranged for her to be in the first team. Using the 2 supreme-grade spatial divine artifact shuttles of flying Apsara that Yi Qingwu had obtained from the Yi family, the 2 huge black warships carried everyone through the dark passage and retreated from the secret sea area of the first layer of the Realm Sea. As soon as Lin Chen and the others left the Hidden Abyss Island, the auras of the distant reefs slowly disappeared. Lin Chen, who had the 6 maps of the Realm Sea, had the advantage of time and place. He actually flew across the first layer of the Realm Sea and arrived at the center of the second layer of the Realm Sea in 7 days. The two shuttles of flying Apsara traveled at an extremely fast speed. As long as everyone injected enough godly power, they could advance at the full speed of a true god who had comprehended the law of wind. Even Lin Chen didn't know that the little demoness had hidden such a good treasure. A supreme-grade divine artifact was basically called a law divine artifact. Such a treasure was hard to come by even in the 9th layer of the divine realm. There were no divine kings in Lin Chen's team, so they couldn't tear through the void of the first 2 layers of the realm sea to advance. The process of advancing was divided into 2 shifts. Everyone took turns to switch, hurrying along while cultivating their mental cultivation techniques. Why didn't Lin Chen put everyone into the plant bag of fate or the spatial divine artifact first and move on his own? Because it was impossible. This was also the reason why the 9 heavenly ghosts brought the 10,000 gods with them. A supreme-grade plant bag of fate could only store a limited number of creatures. Under the premise that there were spiritual plants of fate inside, creatures at the divine realm were almost unable to enter. Forcefully entering would risk bursting the plant bag of fate. After reaching the peak of the 4th layer of the divine realm, all of them were true gods who had comprehended the law. In order to contain the strongest power in the world, the law, spacetime had to be more stable. As for the rarer supreme-grade plant bag of fate, under the premise of cultivating spiritual plants of fate, it could only contain one true god who controlled the law at most. Zhao Anran, who was injured earlier, hid in Lin Chen's supreme-grade plant bag of fate. Crimson lava churned as volcanoes erupted one after another. Fiery red islands stood in front of everyone's eyes. Lin Chen stood on the bow of the ship, his eyes narrowed. After crossing this area and moving forward for a while, there will be a secret entrance to the 3rd layer of the realm sea. Little demoness. Why are you calling me? You, Luo Yu, and Anran, follow me into the 3rd layer of the realm sea and open the way for the team. According to the map, the coordinates of the 3rd layer of the realm sea that this route led to would be a secret island with rich divine jade veins. It was the most suitable place to set up a stronghold. Lin Chen didn't say anything. He pulled a small team, put in 3 supreme-grade plant bags of fate, and left the team first. Then, the extreme wind god set unfolded. With a boom, endless sound waves were stirred up, sweeping across the horizon. His speed was instantly revealed, stunning everyone in the shuttle of flying Apsara. 1.5 years ago, Lin Chen displayed a speed that even those in the 8th layer of the divine realm were shocked by with the 4-piece wind god set. Now that he was moving at full speed with the 5-piece wind god set, even those in the 9th layer of the divine realm might not be able to keep up with his speed. Another 5 days later. In the 3rd layer of the realm sea, the dusky sky seemed to be without light. If the 2nd layer of the realm sea was a world that made people terrified, then the 3rd layer of the realm sea was filled with despair and suffocating pressure everywhere. Here, even divine kings couldn't tear the space apart, nor could they travel through space for a short period of time. Without enough strength to set foot here, even self-preservation would be a problem. On an island, in the Moondragon mountain range, Lin Chen and the rest released their divine soul power one after another, stepping on the situation in the nearby sea area and observing the surroundings. How's the situation, Luo Yu? There's no problem, there's no hidden aura nearby. A young man in black nodded with a smile. Luo Yu, one of the real gods rescued by Lin Chen in the Sea Moon Island, his realm was at the beginning of the 5th layer. He was once born in an ancient family in the Divine Continent and was one of the top geniuses. Later on, his whole family was exterminated and he was sold to the 1st layer of the realm sea. In the end, he chose to follow Lin Chen. The reason why Lin Chen brought him along was that he had mastered a special law of origin. The law of origin could sense the origin of a large amount of energy in heaven and earth. Many secret methods couldn't be hidden under the law of origin. Zhao Anran put away a divine mirror and said seriously, "My divine mirror of Tao didn't find any living creatures nearby. At most, there are a few scattered dragons." Whoosh! There was a sound of wind breaking, and Yi Qingwu suddenly appeared. Her eyes were shining with a charming smile. "Lin Chen, I found a big guy." Seeing her like this, the corner of Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Yi Qingwu said excitedly, "There are 3 secret islands in the sea area ahead, and there are a large number of real gods on them. Also, I heard that the person in charge is the successor of Hao Futian. Yi Qingwu's words stirred up 1,000 waves, and Lin Chen's expression instantly became particularly solemn. The successor of Hao Futian? He didn't expect to get such important news as soon as he entered the third layer of the realm sea. Zhao Anran said happily, "We found our compatriot." Lin Chen's eyes were deep, and he said, "Let's go and take a look." In the west of the third layer of the realm sea, under the foggy sea area, 3 islands were spread out in different positions in a triangle. Lin Chen and the other 3 sneaked into one of the islands together. With Yi Qingwu's support, the 4 of them disguised as an old man and a middle-aged man. Even their voices and temperaments changed to be very similar. What was different from the third layer of the realm sea was that this place was thriving, and there was a prosperous atmosphere everywhere. There wasn't the cold and austere atmosphere of the realm sea. Many real gods were especially busy. Some had just returned from the demon's den in the distance, and their bodies reeked of blood, but they were unusually excited to hand over their spoils of war to the people of the palace on the island. Some islands built towering divine pagodas, and hundreds of real gods entered the pagodas, transferring their own divine power to the divine pagodas. Lin Chen had seen this kind of divine pagodas in the Shangguan manner before. Transferring divine power into the pagodas, condensing the divine power and transferring it to a certain place, and then transferring it to a certain target to be absorbed. It was equivalent to gathering everyone's cultivation and transferring it to a designated target. In some islands, there were indestructible mountain ranges, and the real gods needed to personally break open the solid mineral veins and dig out the divine jades in the mineral veins. The most dangerous was the third island, and they needed to enter the demon's den on the other side of the island to fight with the demon race. The demon god cores obtained from the battle would be handed over to the palace in exchange for rewards. Lin Chen and the others hid here for several days, and they even found signs of the Azura clan's activities. However, the strange thing was that the people here seemed to be used to this. They were even overflowing with enthusiasm, and everyone was united. Even when they were working hard, they were brimming with smiles. The person who led this area was called Xiu Changqing, and he recruited more human gods. He even had the title of Fu Tian Emperor's successor. In the pavilion, a team of more than 10 people mining the mineral veins was resting. 2 middle-aged men came over and chatted with 2 women. "Ladies, how's your harvest today?" These 2 people were Lin Chen and Zhao Anran in disguise. The 2 women smiled innocently. "Not bad. We've dug out the 65th mineral vein, and we can hand over 10,000 divine jades to the higher-up." Lin Chen said calmly, "But I heard that those who enter the demon's den for a long time will have their lifespan reduced by half if they don't get enough divine jades to nourish their divine bodies. I also heard that the demon god cores obtained from the demon's den are clearly sold to the Azura clan for more than 1,000 divine jades, but only 10 divine jades are given to the hunters. Isn't this too little?" The 2 women looked at Lin Chen with surprise. One of them smiled and said, "Fellow countrymen, it seems that you're new here." Lin Chen nodded. "I just came a few days ago." A long-haired woman smiled and said, "Lord Changqing said that this is a transitional matter at the current stage. Resources are limited, and we have to gather cultivation resources and let some people become stronger first. Then, we can expand the territory. After we gain a firm foothold, we can lead everyone to become stronger together." Yes, Lord Changqing also said that we have to gather resources to nurture 48th stage God realm experts first. Only then will we have the strength to gain a firm foothold in the third realm sea. Speaking of this, the true gods beside them also smiled and said, "Yes, Lord Changqing is much better than those young geniuses with divine arts and great achievement. He's that great Fu Tian Emperor's successor. His great achievements will last for thousands of years. We all firmly believe that he will definitely lead us to a bright future." Lin Chen smiled and said, "I see, I'm courting death." Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and brilliant divine light descended from the mountain range. A team stepped on the air and landed in a pavilion in the mountain range. The white-clothed man in the lead was handsome and elegant. There was a gentle and refined temperament between his brows, and he was approachable. He looked like he was about 30 years old. "Lord Changqing, Everyone in the pavilion immediately cheered. Lin Chen looked at this man who was called Hao Futian's successor. His temperament was outstanding and could be said to be superb. As soon as he appeared, he mingled with everyone and had lunch together. He even personally bandaged the wounds of those who were injured after going deep into the divine jade mine, making everyone feel flattered and very loved. After lunch, Xiao Changqing gathered everyone in the divine jade mine. He said with a solemn expression, "Everyone, we're weak now, so we can't make it public. We have to keep a low profile and bide our time. Right now, there are still 15 8th level divine realm experts left from the goal. In less than 200 years, we can complete the goal. At that time, we can charge out of the nearby sea region and expand more territory. Everyone's losses can be doubled. But everyone must pay attention to one thing: don't tire your body out. You should complete the mission effectively in batches or in groups. Everyone has to work together, no one can fall behind and walk out of this hopeless situation." The thousands of true gods present immediately welcomed thunderous applause. Zhao Anran said in pleasant surprise, "That's great, we just entered the realm sea and already met such a compatriot." Lin Chen smiled slightly and didn't say anything, only quietly watching Xiao Changqing, who was standing on the high platform. At night, Xiao Changqing was cultivating cross-legged in the secret chamber when he suddenly received a sound transmission. He opened his eyes and said in surprise, "Oh!" The Chamber of Commerce's president, Chen Lin. His figure flashed, entering the temple. Inside the temple, 4 figures had been waiting for a long time. Xiao Changqing was neither servile nor overbearing, cupping his fists and saying, "Xiao Changqing greets everyone." The youth Chen Lin cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Fu Tiandi's successor, I have long heard of your name. Meeting you today, you live up to your reputation." With a flick of his finger, a storage ring shot towards Xiao Changqing. Director Chen said with a smile, "I hope you will accept this." Xiao Changqing took the storage ring, and a hint of helplessness appeared on his handsome face. He said, "Then I am indebted to everyone." The 5 of them sat down. Xiao Changqing said, "Director Chen, why are you looking for me at night?" Chen Lin said with a smile, "It's just that there is one thing I don't understand. Since you are Fu Tiandi's successor, why didn't you impart the cultivation technique to everyone on the island? It is said that Hao Futian's cultivation technique has no cultivation threshold." Xiao Changqing said in surprise, "Director Chen is very knowledgeable, you even know this." He changed the topic. "Could it be that Director Chen suspects that I am not Fu Tiandi's successor?" For this, he opened his palm, and a vast and deep crimson divine power appeared on his palm. It was the cultivation of the 7th level of the divine realm, and far beyond the ordinary 7th level of the divine realm. Chen Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. This was the real deal, the Tai Futian technique, and it was cultivated to the complete 5th volume level. Xiao Changqing said very seriously, "As for why I did not impart it to my subordinates, it is because I feel that I have not completely comprehended this cultivation technique. If I rashly impart it, I am afraid that it will bring trouble to everyone. Indeed, we are of the same race." Zhao Anran and Luo Yu removed their disguises and recovered their original appearances, saying happily, "Having just set foot in the 3rd realm sea, to be able to find like-minded allies who were familiar with this place, it was simply a divine fate that descended from the heaven." Xiao Changqing looked at everyone in surprise. The moment Yi Qingwu removed her disguise, she looked at Lin Chen. "How is it?" Lin Chen removed his disguise and recovered his true appearance. Xiao Changqing said in surprise, "You are?" Lin Chen nodded and said, "Lin Chen." Xiao Changqing was stunned, and his expression was excited. He cupped his hands and said, "Brother Lin Chen, I have long heard of you." Suddenly, the laws roared, and the wind and clouds change. Host activated God Guide Times Shard of Divinity. Lin Chen, who was in the temple, instantly exploded with monstrous killing intent, and a palm shot out. A divine power enchantment as dark as the abyss suddenly spread out and enveloped Xiao Changqing. Extreme wind god braces activated. All attributes of the host are increased by 50 times, 100 times. The next moment, the fist flickering with divine wind was like a meteor aurora, mixed with the fire laws that could burn the world, and suddenly blasted toward the opposite side at lightning speed. Boom tilde. Bang. This punch, the wind from the fist swept across all directions, overturned the roof of the temple, and the wind whistled like a fierce song, alarming everyone in the Three Island. The wind from the fist rolled and whistled, but the fist stopped in front of Xiao Changqing. His 5 fingers clenched the fist wearing the wind god bracers, and he single-handedly received Lin Chen's punch. Xiao Changqing said in shock, "Brother Lin Chen, why did you attack me?" It happened so suddenly. Zhao Anran and Luo Yu were instantly pulled aside by the little demon. Zhao Anran was even more dumbfounded, and he said in shock, "Lin Chen, why did you attack him?" Before he finished speaking, Zhao Anran stopped abruptly. It was as if the temple had fallen into absolute zero. Lin Chen's terrifying killing intent was like a sea of knives and swords, enveloping the entire temple. Zhao Anran had never seen Lin Chen with such a terrifying killing intent. She recalled the words that Yi Qingwu had said. Did he let go of the geniuses of the 5 continents because he had become gentler? No. It was the opposite. He knew better than any other time who his enemy was. Lin Chen's back was facing everyone, and his expression was so cold that it was frightening. He suddenly shouted, "Remember, I will only teach you once the real way to distinguish the enemy. Don't listen to what the other party says, watch what the other party does first." Chapter 2020. Zhao Anran was stunned. She looked at Yi Qingwu. "You already knew." Yi Qingwu whistled. "Who asked me to be a troublemaker?" "Sister Anran, you're still too inexperienced after staying in the God Nation for a long time. The other party is just a backup and wants to be a backup. Unfortunately, we have Lin Chen here." Bang! Flames soared into the sky and shattered the temple. Lin Chen stepped on the law of fire, wearing the wings of wind. He raised his leg and used flame flash to attack the other party. Xiao Changqing spun his palms in the air and eliminated Lin Chen's law of fire. He hurriedly said, "Brother Lin Chen, is there any misunderstanding between us?" Buzz. Ripples appeared on the divine soul. A brilliant and domineering divine soul phantom rose above Lin Chen's head and suddenly burst out with a dragon roar. Bang! 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 There was a big explosion in the sky. The power of the divine soul was not inferior to the law, not to mention Lin Chen's divine soul that was 10 times stronger. Lin Chen was as fast as light. He swept his leg down like a guillotine. He didn't give Xiao Changqing a chance to explain at all. He attacked crazily. Lin Chen's killing intent was like a violent sea of swords that wanted to burst out in an instant. Sealing Azura heaven palm. Green light condensed in Xiao Changqing's palm. 2 completely different power of law intersected. He faced the sky and hit Lin Chen. Boom! The sky changed color, and the space shook. The 2 retreated. This time, they were evenly matched. Swoosh! 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 Streaks of divine light came from the sky. 25 8th level God realm experts descended. The vast power of the law reverberated in the sky. This was the main force that Xiao Changqing focused on cultivating. This force was definitely a powerful force in the first 3 realm seas. In an instant, Lin Chen was surrounded. What happened? It's the direction of the temple. They're fighting. Who dares to behave atrociously in our territory? One by one, the furious true gods rushed out of the 3 islands. When Xiao Changqing saw that everyone had surrounded Lin Chen, he raised his hand. He cupped his fists and said sincerely, "Brother Lin Chen, although I don't know what grudges and misunderstandings there are between us, we still haven't talked about it properly, right? There are some things." Enough. Lin Chen interrupted him with a cold look in his eyes. Using the name of Emperor Fu Tian to do the dirty work of the 3 divine races. If the old man in the underworld knows about this, the first person he'll kill will be you. Qing Wu. Vanguard team, the little demon empress is ready. When Yi Qingwu gave the order, the surface of Realm Sea rumbled, 2 giant black ships rushed out from the dusky cloud. Shuttle of flying Apsara. 10,000 true gods. Xiao Changqing was startled. His eyes narrowed and became even more serious. Most of these people had already cultivated an incomplete version of the Tai Futian mantra, enemy attack. Protect Lord Changqing. We will face the enemy together. Figures jumped down from the shuttle of flying Apsara. Their auras were like rainbows, and their divine power was boundless. They rushed into the 3 islands. Everyone, this is our first battle since forming a team. Let's fight with our momentum. When everyone landed on the island, their fighting spirit was high. Lin Chen's doppelgangers transmitted to everyone at the same time. Everyone, our goal this time is to delay everyone on the island while preserving our lives. Anran, Luo Yu, help everyone. Don't harm the lives of the people on the island. Lin Chen's cold shout woke the 2 of them up. Zhao Anran looked deeply at Lin Chen, then turned and entered the battle. The 4 teams immediately started fighting from the island. Their only goal was to stop them from affecting Lin Chen's battle. In the void, the 4 doppelgangers stood beside Lin Chen. Yi Qingwu flew over. When she took a step forward, she released 9-colored divine power. The long silk danced like a goddess from the 9 heavens, dancing with colorful divine radiance. Her divine power filled the sky, and the 25 level 8 divine realm experts felt an indescribable pressure. This woman actually made so many of them at the 8th level of the divine realm feel threatened. Their instincts told them that if they didn't treat her seriously, they might lose their lives here. Leave these 25 guys to me. Don't worry and fight with him. Yi Qingwu waved her slender hand, and the 5-colored long silk instantly shot out. Airwaves rolled out, and the colorful long silk had a sharpness that could tear through divine iron. The 25 level 8 divine realm experts circulated their divine power, and when they mobilized their precepts, they activated their cultivation techniques and fought head-on. Rumble tilde, bang, bang, bang. The 5-colored divine light shuttled among the deities and fought with the precepts and divine power. However, Yi Qingwu was at ease and easily trapped the 25 of them. She was almost surrounding them and attacking them. Her combat power was almost on par with level 9 divine realm expert. On the other side, the 2 of them faced each other. Xiao Changqing's seemingly calm eyes had a slight change in his expression. Hehe, I didn't expect you to be serious. Xiao Changqing finally revealed his true face. His face was no longer filled with approachable gentleness, but was filled with coldness and arrogance. Lin Chen sneered and said, "Stop pretending. Don't you like acting? After acting for so long, you've fooled everyone on my side. Do you want me to give you an award?" Xiao Changqing turned his neck and said indifferently, "It took me so much effort to build up the people's hearts. Forget it, I'll kill you and detain your people. It'll be considered as redeeming." Boom, boom, boom. Divine light rushed to the sky, and the precepts were in chaos. Beams of divine light mixed with majestic divine power shot up from the ground of the 3 islands or flew out from the divine towers like flowers falling from the sky. Then, 30 figures landed beside Xiao Changqing. Lord Xiao Changqing actually asked us to come out of seclusion. Looks like things are very tricky. The 30 true gods who had just appeared filled the sky with divine power, filling every corner of the 3 island. What's that, 8th stage divine realm? There are actually 55 8th stage divine realm experts beside Lord Changqing. But, didn't we agree to gather resources to nurture 48th stage divine realm experts first, then we can expand the territory? We've already exceeded that. Why didn't Lord Changqing tell us? On the 3 islands, the true gods who were fighting with all their might were stunned, and the momentum of the battle decreased by half. The situation was developing in a direction that they didn't expect at all. Stepping on clouds and riding on heavenly light, the 4 illusionary clones flew toward the 38th stage divine realm expert. With the strength of the illusionary clones, other than being unable to use the set effect, they could perfectly possess the combat power of the host. Lin Chen's Tai Heaven Sky Concealing Art made his tenfold divine power and tenfold precepts so powerful that the fire precepts at the 8th stage divine realm could match the divine body integration Dao. However, it was different from the battle between the geniuses of the 5 continents. Unlike the gap between the 6th and 7th stage, the gap between the 8th and 7th stage divine realm experts was a qualitative leap. Not to mention, these 38th stage divine realm experts were in a state where they were completely working together. They were like an iron wall that couldn't be broken through easily. The moment the 2 sides clashed, the The sky above the three islands was instantly filled with endless flames of war. The heavenly might of precepts shook the sky, and the clouds split open. Only Lin Chen and Xiao Changqing were left. Xiao Changqing suddenly said, "Lin Chen, are you interested in joining me? With your potential, if you join hands with me, you'll definitely achieve great things. I used to respect Fu Tiandi, admired his truth, and subdued his magnanimity, but now, I've already seen through it. Why should I care about those ignorant mortals?" Xiao Changqing's eyes flashed with a fierce light. They're looking forward to Fu Tiandi because the god race is coming again. When they have a bit of glory, they'll enjoy it and forget about the truth. History is just a reincarnation cycle. Why don't those ignorant mortals follow me to achieve hegemony and see a higher world? Divine wings flapped furiously, and monstrous winds raged. Lin Chen's expression was calm. "You're wrong. It's the ignorant mortals you speak of. He never gave up on us. That's why I have to remember his teachings at all times." Lin Chen's Tai Heaven sky-concealing art suddenly circulated, and the brilliant precepts in the sky turned into a sea of fire. The two of them were ready to fight, and their battle intent soared to the heavens. The two divine powers that belonged to the Tai Heaven sky-concealing art clashed head-on. History belongs to the people of the human race. Chapter 2021. Xiao Changqing put his palms together, and his divine body emitted a 1,000-foot golden light, illuminating an 8-armed Buddha. Half of his face was Buddha, and the other half was devil. Fiery heaven palm. With a palm strike, the devil and Buddha merged, and destruction and creation were mutually reinforcing. The laws of yin and yang were like a vortex that opened the sky. The power that swept through the sky shocked many experts at the 8th stage of the divine realm. With his cultivation at the 7th stage of the divine realm, he could unleash such a powerful attack, which was equivalent to the 9th stage of the divine realm. 2 stages in one go. Even someone as strong as Little Fairy was surprised. As expected of someone who has completely mastered the Tai Sky technique. The terrifying gap between the 8th stage and the 9th stage of the divine realm was easily crossed by him. From the moment Lin Chen attacked him with that punch, Xiao Changqing knew that this silver-robed youth in front of him was definitely not to be underestimated. He used a real killing move right from the start. Host is wearing the Extreme Wind God 5-piece set. All attributes increased by 150 times, 180 times, 230 times. Lin Chen used the Extreme Wind God 5-piece set for the first time. The gift of the divine wind swept up a torrential gale. The pitch-black divine power in his left hand was like a bottomless abyss, suppressing eternity. The vast snow-white divine power in his right hand was overwhelming, and the divine elephant roared. Lin Chen pushed with both hands. Buzz! The pitch-black divine power instantly spread out, and the God-summoning barrier sealed the 9 heavens and 10 lands. This time, the God-summoning barrier was twice as strong as before. The moment the God-summoning barrier froze, the devil Buddha boom, boom, boom. The sky shook, the clouds cracked, and the snow-white elephant tusks swept up. The towering divine elephant trampled on the ground and charged toward the sky. The divine elephant charged toward the sky. Kai! A divine wind flashed, and Lin Chen's body flashed behind Xiao Changqing like an aurora. Then, he cast a flame flash spell on his wind god's greaves and cast split shadow. Burning with the great Tao of fire, he attacked Xiao Changqing head-on. He can still be faster. While Xiao Changqing was shocked, Lin Chen attacked from the front and the back. The divine elephant shook the Buddha in front, and the god summoning the devil above. Behind, Lin Chen destroyed the world with a kick. Bang! The demonic Buddha was smashed into pieces, and then countless fragments of laws and divine power were crushed by God's guidance. The moment the demonic Buddha shattered, a figure was repelled. It was Xiao Changqing. Blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth as he quickly retreated. At this moment, his hands were placed in front of his chest. The rapidly revolving yin and yang laws in his palm formed an acupoint that neutralized the wind god greaves in front of him. Lin Chen turned around in the air, pulled back his leg, and kicked out again. Divine flames surged wildly as he swept his leg out. Even with his perception at the 8th stage of the divine realm, he couldn't even see Lin Chen's movements clearly. It was ridiculously fast. Bang! Lin Chen's second attack was blocked. A divine arm formed by interweaving golden light and black demonic chi blocked Lin Chen's leg armor. The golden radiant demonic Buddha reappeared, and Xiao Changqing laughed sinisterly. "I've lured you into my attack range." Boom tilde. The demonic Buddha illusions that filled the sky suddenly appeared. Dozens of 8-armed demonic Buddhas opened their eyes. Demonic chi filled the sky as they chanted like death. They waved their demonic arms and attacked Lin Chen. The demonic Buddhas used finger techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques, and many other techniques to condense the 4 different laws of yin, yang, wind, and thunder to attack Lin Chen. They were all peak orange grade techniques. There were dozens of techniques, and 2.5 of them were even crimson grade techniques. Such an attack was simply heaven-defying. Even someone as strong as the Tao integration stage couldn't unleash such a terrifying nomological attack in a short period of time. Lin Chen punched Xiao Changqing with lightning speed. When he pulled away, red divine flames ignited on Lin Chen's leg armor and swept across the sky. Divine flames fill the sky. The divine flames that covered the sky bloomed like a meteor shower. In an instant, they exploded with unprecedented speed. From afar, it looked like a meteor aurora that covered the sky. Bang! 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 Lin Chen's divine flames fill the sky was shattered. After the attack power was reduced by 40%, the demonic Buddhas attacked Lin Chen again. Boom tilde. The demonic Buddhas used dozens of techniques and the 4 laws of nature to attack Lin Chen. The temple was completely smashed into dust, and the sky above the 3 islands exploded with a dazzling demonic light. Just as Xiao Changqing was thinking of the next move to end the battle, his pupils suddenly shrank. The area where the demonic Buddhas were attacking was enshrouded with an eternal black light. The 5 parts of the god of wind set on Lin Chen disappeared. In their place was a heavy armor that was as black as ink. The aura around him was like a black enchantment. It wasn't a law, but it was even stronger than a law. It was this black light aura that protected Lin Chen. 6,520 God-grade heavens path points have been consumed. Activating the immortal divine personality to heal the host's injuries, the host has used the Atlas armor part, Atlas divine armor. Set characteristic obtained, absolute defense, incomplete. Although Lin Chen was slightly injured, there weren't many law characteristics left. The immortal divine personality could also be healed, and it was all because of this new set of equipment. It could even defend against the attack that was comparable to a mid-stage 9th stage divine realm expert's attack. Xiao Changqing's eyes were solemn. His Fu Tian technique is extremely monstrous, but because his cultivation is not enough, he can't fully unleash it. Compared to his mental cultivation technique, his strange armor is even more terrifying. The divine wind rose again, and Lin Chen instantly switched to the extreme wind god set. He took a step in the air and attacked Xiao Changqing. Xiao Changqing's divine soul was powerful, and his reaction was extremely fast. He once again displayed the huge demonic Buddha's law illusion, and the demonic Buddha punched toward Lin Chen's direction. Kai! Bang! The 2 of them fought again. The demonic Buddha continuously attacked, and the divine wind collided. The 2 of them fought from the sky to the sea, and from the sea to the center of the island. Their battle prowess was as if heaven and earth were collapsing. The 2 divine powers of the Tai Fu Tian technique were displayed in completely different ways and forms. Lin Chen's recovery ability was extremely strong, but Xiao Changqing's recovery ability was equally terrifying. The Buddhist light that circulated around his body was like an inextinguishable divine light of life, quickly nourishing every injury on his body. Xiao Changqing's Tai spacetime cultivated a demonic Buddha. He could become a demon and swallow heaven and earth, and he could become a Buddha and save all living beings. When he activated the demonic Buddha, the power of his laws and the use of cultivation techniques and battle skills would increase by many times, and the number would increase exponentially, erupting with a completely different level of battle prowess. The complete Fu Tian technique would have different effects depending on the person who cultivated it. This was a battle that truly belonged to red-tier mental cultivation techniques. The 2 of them fought with speed, causing the earth to sink and the wind to surge. Even if the mental cultivation technique was powerful and had 10 times the divine power of laws, Lin Chen's realm was still at the second tier of the divine realm, and his actual battle prowess was only a hair's breadth away from the 9th tier of the divine realm. However, after using the 5-piece set of the extreme wind god, relying on the increase in speed of all attributes, Lin Chen's battle prowess was comparable to the 9th tier of the divine realm. He was on par with Xiao Changqing, and they were evenly matched. The gods watched the battle between the two of them in shock, and their hearts were in turmoil. Was this really a battle between two young people, especially the many teams that followed Lin Chen? Everyone had only heard of Lin Chen's name before, but other than the people from Sea Moon Island, they had never seen his abilities. In this battle, the heaven-defying battle prowess of the second tier of the divine realm shocked everyone, and it also inspired everyone to yearn for the Tai Fu Tian technique. While the two of them were fighting, there were 3 pairs of eyes on the 3 islands watching this battle. The 2 successors of Hao Futian, only the second tier of the divine realm has some of the spirit of the Futian emperor back then. Chapter 2022. As Lin Chen and Xiao Changqing fought countless rounds, Xiao Changqing saw that he couldn't exhaust Lin Chen in a prolonged battle. He suddenly changed his movement technique, stepping on a 1,000-foot-long golden light and surging demonic aura as he quickly retreated. When he realized that it was difficult for him to completely take down Lin Chen, Xiao Changqing shouted sternly, "After watching for so long, it's time to make a move." At that moment, the sky suddenly split open, and a blood-red rainbow streaked across the sky. Billowing murderous aura fell like a heavenly river and crushed toward Lin Chen. The attack came extremely quickly. Lin Chen was about to take it head-on when a new power emerged in his divine body. This is the power of the Azura divine core. Kai tilde. Boom tilde. The blood-red rainbow tore through the clouds, and when the atmosphere split open, the clouds swept away, but it didn't hit Lin Chen and was perfectly avoided by him. His speed can actually increase by another level. A surprised and hoarse voice echoed in the sky. Then, a majestic body like a demon god stepped out of the clouds. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, with different faces. It had a green face and fangs, and its 3 ferocious faces were like that of a demon god. It looked down at the human gods under its feet with disdain. It said indifferently, "It's very expensive to make me attack, Xiao Changqing." Xiao Changqing said coldly, "Cut the crap. Kill him, and I'll give you half of the 10,000 true gods." An Azura has appeared. The divine core fragment of Azura's nemesis is automatically activated. It is temporarily increasing the host's realm, cultivation, and pure power. Divine wind swirled around him as Lin Chen floated in the air. When he looked directly at Xiao Changqing, he didn't seem surprised. He sneered mockingly. "You've been hiding for so long, Azura." As they talked, a new power flowed in Lin Chen's divine body. The 2 divine core fragments spun rapidly, overflowing with powerful divine power, and poured into his divine body. His pure strength and cultivation realm began to rush to an even higher realm. The Azura that appeared this time was one of the active Azura kings. He was much stronger than the old Azura king that Lin Chen encountered in the Alchemist Guild's plane. Its oppressive aura was even stronger than that of the strongest of the 9 great heavenly ghosts. At the very least, it was at the late 9th level. Xiao Changqing and the Azura king surrounded Lin Chen. In this kind of situation, even if Lin Chen had the Shura's natural predator godhead fragment, it wouldn't be easy to deal with. When experts worked together, the effect of 1 + 1 was far greater than 2. Not to mention, one was the 3-headed and 6-armed Azura king, and the other was the 8-armed demonic Buddha, Xiao Changqing. In a 1v2 situation, the ultimate wind god won't be able to kill this guy. Since that's the case, I'll just have to go harder. Lin Chen suddenly asked, "Azura king, just you?" The Azura king raised his brows and sneered. "Human, I don't need to bring my subordinates to deal with trash like you." Lin Chen said with a playful smile, "Is that so? Just you alone is too little. I don't have any special skills, but I'm especially good at fighting Asuras, especially Azura kings like you. The stronger you are, the more exciting it is. Xiao Changqing, your reinforcements are really timely. I was just worried that I didn't have a way to kill you." Arrogant. The Azura tribe was worshipped as the god of battle, the strongest tribe in history. Other than Fu Tiandi and his team, the Azura tribe had never been afraid of anyone. This kid actually dared to spout such arrogant words. Beat him until his mouth is crooked. Xiao Changqing's mouth twitched slightly. You can't even take down one of me, and you think you can defeat me with an even stronger enemy? What kind of logic is this? Almost at the moment when the Azura king was enraged, a divine elephant appeared out of nowhere. Consume host's blood chi to activate the mutated divine elephant godhead. The consumed blood chi was quickly replenished. Borrowing the power of the Azura godhead, Lin Chen summoned a divine elephant that was even stronger than before. Lin Chen took a step forward, and the wings of wind flapped as he charged toward the Azura king together with the divine elephant. A move that only has brute force and no laws of nature. Die. The Azura king raised his 6 arms, and 100 Azura statues descended. A deafening roar that could shatter the universe suddenly erupted. A terrifying storm of murderous aura suddenly swept out, stopping the divine elephant that was charging toward him. However, just as Xiao Changqing was about to make a move, his heart suddenly jolted, and an instinctive sense of danger rushed into his mind. Lin Chen's aura didn't appear in the Azura king's direction. Instead, it approached right above his head. A diversion. Xiao Changqing wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The demon Buddha's divine body pushed 8 palms forward, and the 4 laws of nature burst out majestically like thunderbolt. However, at that moment, he saw an invincible golden god of war smashing down with a divine spear in his hand. Host activates golden god of war set charge, 41%. Increases the maximum power that the host can control at this stage. Lin Chen suddenly swung down with the war god spear in his hand. The dazzling golden light of the war god drew an aurora, burning with rolling red flames, and shattered the demon Buddha's divine arm. Kai tilde. Bang. 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 The divine spear shattered the demon Buddha, shattered the divine power of the 4 laws of nature, and directly tore Xiao Changqing's shoulder bone, all the way to the divine heart, completely crushing his divine body. The Azura's nemesis divine spark fragment temporarily increased Lin Chen's pure power, and when it was added to the current golden god of war set, Lin Chen almost instantly used his strongest attack, instantly catching Xiao Changqing off guard. When the war god spear tore Xiao Changqing's flesh and blood, the fire laws of nature were like violent fire dragons descending into the world, burning away all of his vitality and even his Tai space-time. His pure power, actually, soared to a completely different level. As Xiao Changqing screamed in horror and panic, his divine body was torn apart by Lin Chen's spear. An unprecedented amount of attribute light balls instantly filled the sky, and 2 dazzling attribute treasure chests bloomed in the sky. The moment his Tai spacetime shattered, a large number of divine spirit fragments flew rapidly toward the horizon like flying flowers and feathers. Lin Chen almost didn't hesitate. He turned around with the spear and violently swung it toward the Azura king. The war god spear was like an aurora, instantly shooting toward the Azura king, shocking it into defending with all its might. Bang! The moment the Azura king was repelled by the war god spear and its defenses were penetrated, Lin Chen clapped his hands in the air, and the god summoning barrier was activated again, suppressing the divine spirit fragments that were trying to escape. You want to run after showing off? You're dreaming. The ultimate wings of wind unfolded again, and Lin Chen stepped on the divine wind and flashed into the god-summoning barrier. Divine flames surrounded the wind god's greaves. Lin Chen raised his leg and used divine flame sky to burn the sky, and the fire laws of nature ignited every divine spirit fragment. No, no. Lin Chen, you can't kill me, you can't kill me. Many of Xiao Changqing's divine spirit fragments cried out. We should have understood each other. You and I have both inherited the will of Fu Tiandi. We shouldn't have killed each other. Please forgive me for my mistakes and start over again. This time, I'll let you be my master. Lin Chen's expression was cold. Whether he forgives you or not, that's his problem. I'm only responsible for sending you to see him. Lin Chen's divine soul let out a thunderous roar, shattering all the fragments of his divine soul. Xiao Changqing's divine spirit fragments roared with unwillingness. When he turned into ashes, the Azura king saw that something was wrong and thought, damn it, why are there so many ruthless people in the human race recently? The Azura king left behind a few harsh words, then left with its injuries. Lin Chen heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. If it wasn't for the appearance of this Azura king, Lin Chen's Azura godhead's explosive power and caught Xiao Changqing off guard, it wouldn't be easy to kill him. Chapter 2023. When Lin Chen didn't use his 3 talents and used the war god set, he could at most severely injure Xiao Changqing. Xiao Changqing's combat strength was monstrous. The difference between stage 7 and stage 8 was like the difference between 10 and 50. The difference between stage 8 and stage 9 was like the difference between 50 and 200. Geniuses with divine arts could at most fight 2 or 3 small realms higher, but he was fighting 2 large realms higher. After Azura king left, the effect of the Azura divinity was removed. Lin Chen immediately joined the battle of the doppelgangers and completely dispersed the group of stage 8 divine realm experts. The 25 stage 8 divine realm experts that were fighting with Yi Qingwu fled at an extremely fast speed. Yi Qingwu didn't stop them and joined Lin Chen's battle circle to encircle and annihilate them. With her and Lin Chen's combat strength, it was impossible for them to kill all 55 stage 8 divine realm experts. They could only choose one of the 2 groups. The battle lasted for a day and a night. In the end, Lin Chen killed 17 stage 8 divine realm experts at the cost of 3 doppelgangers. 8 escaped with serious injuries, 5 self-destructed, and the remaining 25 escape. With Lin Chen's current cultivation, he would need to consume a large amount of rune energy to create another doppelganger. After all, doppelgangers with laws were on a completely different level from the previous doppelgangers. Stage 8 divine realm experts aren't small fries after all. They are still very strong when fighting in a group. Lin Chen ended the battle and couldn't help but sigh as he floated in the air. He had used up more than half of his god power and chi blood. If he could use God Slayer or God Rebel, he might be able to wipe out all the enemies. However, Lin Chen could only use these 2 trump cards at the most crucial moment. These stage 8 divine realm experts were Xiao Changqing's direct subordinates and couldn't be subdued. Lin Chen could only try his best to eliminate them. Host has obtained a set treasure chest. Open it and obtain Extreme Wind God Set Part, Wind God Armor. Host has obtained a Divine Attribute Special Treasure Chest. Open it and obtain Divine Odd Crystal, No Beginning Sky Lightning. The 2 attribute treasure chests that Xiao Changqing dropped actually contained divine odd crystals. Host has received 12, 3 million divine essence, 20 million divine essence. While his clone was cleaning up the battlefield, what surprised Lin Chen was that the attribute points Xiao Changqing had dropped were actually more than all the other 8th stage divine realm experts who had died. However, when Lin Chen circulated his mental cultivation method and absorbed the divine jades to replenish his divine power, Tai Yikong trembled slightly. Lin Chen looked down at the collapsed temple and narrowed his eyes. Ouch! While the remaining phantom doppelgangers were refining the attribute light balls for Lin Chen, Zhao Anran flew over. The situation on the 3 islands is temporarily under control. Lin Chen nodded and said, keep an eye on the surroundings first. Don't touch them for now. They are different from Xiao Changqing's direct subordinates. They are people who might become our friends. Also, make an inventory of the things on the 3 islands. Remember, they must not be touched. Only make an inventory. Gather everyone together and conceal their auras. Although Zhao Anran didn't understand Lin Chen's intention, he still took action. Then, Lin Chen stepped into the air and went to the bottom of the temple. Yi Qingwu followed curiously. Lin Chen went straight to the bottom of the collapsed temple. Yi Qingwu asked curiously, what are you doing? Is there something good here? Lin Chen smiled faintly. Just watch. There was a hidden underground world under the deity palace. When Lin Chen and Yi Qingwu entered, they concealed their auras and hid on a piece of green rock. Yi Qingwu transmitted her voice excitedly. Is there a big guy? There isn't a big guy. But there is a dead person. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The 3 islands fell into a dead silence. There was no aura at all, as if there was no one left. In the underground world, a dilapidated ancient mirror suddenly glowed with divine light. A divine soul phantom enshrouded in divine light slowly emerged and finally turned into a human form, floating in the air. The appearance of that figure was actually Xiao Changqing. But at this time, he was far from his peak state. He was only left with an incomplete divine soul. Xiao Changqing's expression was vicious, and the killing intent in his eyes was violent. Lin Chen destroyed my divine body. Sooner or later, when I reconstruct my cultivation, I will personally take revenge. It's not that easy to kill me. A real master often has a backup plan. Oh? How many backup plans do you have? Lin Chen's voice sounded, and Xiao Changqing, who was only left with a divine soul, stopped abruptly. Lin Chen and Yi Qingwu stood one in front and one behind, looking at Xiao Changqing with a smile. Xiao Changqing's divine soul trembled violently, and his face was full of horror. You, Lin Chen smiled like a child. Hello, friend. Today's set meal, do you want to eat first or die first? Boom tilde. The ancient mirror shone with divine light, and Xiao Changqing wanted to escape. Lin Chen slapped him with a backhand and smashed him into nothingness. Xiao Changqing died. Yi Qingwu clicked her tongue in wonder. A centipede dies but doesn't fall down. It's a bit like the divine blood of a true god in the three-dimensional universe. After cultivating the 5th volume of the Taiyi Time and Space to perfection, if you have time and energy to condense a divine soul, you can separate a new divine soul and leave it in the world as a backup plan. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. If he didn't put his mind on this aspect and focused on cultivation, I'm afraid that if I wanted to kill him today, I might have used all my trump cards. In the end, I still walked the path of fear of death. When a person challenges adversity for his beliefs, he is fearless. When a person pursues the necessities of cultivation, he is diligent and brave. And when a person only cares about luxury and survival, he is weak and passive. If Xiao Changqing didn't choose this path, the Taiyi heaven concealing technique would definitely shine brighter in his hands. Little Minx clicked her tongue in wonder. You can see through his tricks. Is it over? Lin Chen smiled playfully. Who knows? Another 10 days passed. During this period, the atmosphere in the 3 islands was dead silent. In the underground of the mineral vein in the 3 islands, there was a specially opened dark secret room. Creak tilde. The door of the dark secret room slowly opened. Another remnant soul appeared. It was actually Xiao Changqing. Walking out from the bottom of the mineral vein, Xiao Changqing looked resentful and hysterical. A real powerhouse often prepares a third hand. You'll never know how many tricks I've prepared. Xiao Changqing's remnant soul quietly returned to the ground. He just poked his head out. He saw Yi Qingwu, who was wearing light clothes and carrying a 40-meter-long broadsword, looking at him with a smile. Xiao Changqing, Lin Chen on the side. Mr. Xiao, I have received strict training. No matter how funny it is, I won't laugh. Little Minx smiled sweetly. I'll allow you to run 39 meters first. You, bang. Xiao Changqing, nothing. It was another warm spring day. At the entrance of the demon's den on the 3rd island, a hexagonal soul stone was flashing with intense god soul light. The soul transformed and separated from the soul stone. It was actually Xiao Changqing. He looked ferocious and growled. If I don't seize a body, my soul won't be able to hold on. Damn Lin Chen. Humph. Those who are truly wise and farsighted would usually be able to predict the 5th level in order to survive until the end. Like a gust of ghostly wind, he quietly blew onto the island. Finally, there was no one this time. Just as he was relieved, suddenly there was a fragrance in the sky. Xiao Changqing looked up and saw that in the atmosphere above, Lin Chen and thousands of true gods were barbecuing while staring at Xiao Changqing below. Yi Qingwu muttered, "Damn it, I can't get rid of it. It's so annoying." Xiao Changqing was completely dumbfounded. Damn it. He actually squatted on me 3 times. Bang. Xiao Changqing, finished. Chapter 2024. After eating the roasted wing, the little demoness licked her fingertips flirtatiously and said with a casual smile, "He won't be able to come back to life, right?" Lin Chen nodded and said, "No, 3 remnant souls is probably his limit, unless he steps into the 8th level of the divine realm." Lin Chen and the rest had already stayed in the 3 islands for a month. During these 30 days, Lin Chen, and the rest landed on the 3 islands to develop as a temporary stronghold. The next day, on a peak, rumble tilde, law-like divine power erupted from Lin Chen's divine body, surging into the sky, shocking everyone until their faces were full of surprise. On the cliff, Lin Chen clicked his tongue in surprise and said, "I didn't expect to be able to break through another realm." Breaking through 2 realms consecutively, after Lin Chen killed Xiao Changqing and many 8th-level divine realm experts, he broke through from early-stage 2nd level to late-stage 2nd level. The attribute points obtained from killing 8th-level divine realm experts were still much stronger than ordinary 7th-level divine realm experts in the end. At 7th-level divine realm, divine power merged with laws, transforming into law divine power. At 8th-level divine realm, the divine body merged with the Tao, fusing laws with the divine body. Using the power of laws could be said to be done with a wave of the hand. The difference between the two was too great. Even someone as strong as the current Lin Chen had to pay the price of 3 phantom clones to encircle and annihilate dozens of 8th-level divine realm experts. He was still unable to wipe them all out. On the first divine island, the true gods who previously followed Xiao Changqing gathered. "What's the situation like? Xiao Changqing lied to us. But what's the matter with these guys? They only trapped us and didn't take our lives. Could it be that he wants to sell us all? If that's the case, how can we surrender without a fight? Why don't we kill our way out?" While the true gods were restless, a silver-robed person walked into their center. It was Lin Chen. In the face of this culprit, everyone instantly became serious and prepared for battle. Everyone, the moment he opened his mouth, everyone's hearts leaped to their throats. "Everyone, we've checked the property situation on the 3 islands. We will distribute it equally according to the number of people. We will also provide you with a map of part of the sea. Everyone, bring your weapons and take what belongs to you." Lin Chen's words caused all the true gods present to drop their jaws. After saying that, he actually ordered his men to pile up the large amount of divine jades that had been counted from the mine in front of everyone. The snow-white divine jade was sparkling and dazzling, emitting dazzling divine light. It was gorgeous and beautiful. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. What kind of game was this? Could it be that he's trying to play a trick, deliberately letting us escape so that he can kill us? That's not right. With his team, he doesn't need to resort to such tricks to kill us. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Why are you doing this? What is your goal?" However, Lin Chen said, "There's no reason. Our original purpose was to come here and look for a stronghold. This belongs to you all. I'm returning what belongs to you. Is there a problem?" At this moment, thousands of true gods were stunned. His appearance was faintly engraved in their eyes. After distributing all the divine jades, treasures of heaven and earth, divine ores, and rare metals to everyone on the 3 islands, he sent them off. At this point, Lin Chen's team could be considered to have barely gained a foothold in the 3rd realm sea. The stronghold was established and the cordon was set up. The 3 islands were Cloud Scale, Demon Moon, and Grey Cloud. They stood in a triangle and had a natural defense line. The 3 islands corresponded with each other and were easy to defend but hard to attack. At night, Lin Chen stood on the peak of the mountain. Yi Qingwu looked at his frowning appearance and was stunned for a moment. Then, Yi Qingwu pretended to be sly and asked with a smile, "What are you thinking? Are you going to do something next?" Lin Chen pondered and said, "We don't know how many Xiao Changqing in the realm of gods are using Hao Futian's name to do the dirty deeds of the 3 god clans. There are 3 god clans above and Xiao Changqing below. Internally, there are people who yearn for divine achievements. Externally, there are asuras of the demon clan. Where is the way out for us young people?" Lin Chen looked at Yi Qingwu and said, "When we left the 1st realm sea, we were being watched, right?" Yi Qingwu was surprised. "You noticed it too?" Lin Chen said in a low voice, "The enemy is on the move. Maybe we don't have much time. In my dictionary, there is no waiting for death, only taking the initiative to attack. Now that the enemy hasn't reacted, I have to go to the Divine Continent and participate in the 5 Continents Divine Conference." Yi Qingwu's snow-white dimples appeared dignified and said seriously, "Are you sure? The Five Continents Divine Conference is one of the 5 great continents alchemy banquets. Giants and divine kings will gather, and even peak divine kings will attend. You are taking the initiative to send yourself to them. No, now is a good time. The opportunity is fleeting. If they come back to their senses, they will have a different choice. Lin Chen's eyes seemed to be surging with sharpness. He said in a low voice, "Before they react, I need a signal. A signal to the divine world and the entire four-dimensional universe to express my position and will." Yi Qingwu shook her head. "As expected, I can't see through you. You are really a madman. Who would purposely go to the most dangerous place?" Lin Chen smiled and said, "Moreover, before going to the 5 Continents Divine Conference, I can still make a trip to the Lin family." Yi Qingwu's delicate body trembled and her expression changed. Have you decided to go?" Lin Chen looked at the sky full of stars outside the realm sea. "I have to go and settle this. The Lin family, the family that once stood tall in the divine world." Lin Chen smiled casually. "Don't care about the past, don't care about the future. Whether I am Lin Chen or not, I am now Lin Chen. There is only one thing I want to do." On the cloud scale island, the mountain range rose and fell like a dragon. Tonight, everyone gathered. Lin Chen and everyone discussed their next move. The forces in the second realm sea are mostly occupied by the human race. If the 3 god clans want to mobilize and gather, they can only mobilize a large number of forces in the realm sea. The third realm sea has various clans fighting for hegemony. The god clans can't easily mobilize other clans. Moreover, the divine kings can't tear the space of the third realm sea apart and can't achieve space travel. We will get some time to rest here. Our move should be minimized to reveal the human forces in the third realm sea. Before we confirm whether they are friends or foes, we can't reveal ourselves. Moreover, we can't just fight and not develop. We have to dare to fight and develop. Hua, hua, hua. Suddenly, a flame lit up in the cloud scale island. The 3 teams were on alert, but they realized that the newcomers were the true gods from the 3 island. Xue Jianming was stunned. "Didn't we send you off?" Luo Yu said seriously, "Didn't we return the things in the 3 islands to you? Are you still unhappy?" "That's not it, everyone." The dozen level 7 God Realm experts in the lead walked out of the crowd and shouted, "We came back to join you." As soon as he said that, everyone was in an uproar. Zhao Anran pondered. On the other hand, Shang Guanyun glanced at the calm Lin Chen. "You guessed it again." Lin Chen smiled and said, "Everyone's eyes are sharp. The true gods who came back this time were actually more than the ones who left. They even went to the third realm sea and pulled their friends over." A green-robed man with a divine blade on his back walked towards Lin Chen and cupped his fists. "Your Excellency Lin Chen, please allow us to join your team." Lin Chen smiled and said, "Join? Very simple. You just have to do 3 things first." Everyone held their breaths. 3 things? Which 3 things? Could it be that they were difficult? Lin Chen stood up, his figure standing upright in front of everyone's eyes. "The first thing, give up your fantasy and prepare for battle. The second thing, give up your fantasy and prepare for battle. The third thing, give up your fantasy and prepare for battle." Chapter 2025. In a faraway place in the star continent. Inside the great astrolabe formation where starlight revolved, a rainbow pierced through the sun. A nebula hung in the sky, condensing a terrifying energy. This was one of the Lin family's headquarters that had migrated to the faraway star continent. Today was the once-in-a-century God's Blood Test Day. At least 2/3 of the Lin family's geniuses would gather here. Whoever's talent or potential stood out would be heavily nurtured by the main family and be chosen as one of the figures to revive the Lin family. On the stone platform, many experts stood. The laws and divine power were faintly causing the space to ripple. A group of elders was looking at the young generation on the stone platform. A few extremely old elders looked at each other and nodded slightly. The quality and potential of this generation is much higher than the previous generations. Yes, I predict that after another 1,000 years, the Lin family will have a few more young god kings. Haha, I also see a few seedlings. What a gathering of talents. However, no matter how good the seedlings are, they can't compare to the light of the bright moon. The more young people here, the better the foundation for his return. That Lord promised us that he would let us return to the God realm. It's still early. Let's not talk about it for now. The elders looked at each other and smiled. They didn't see the decline and negativity of a declining family in their eyes. On the contrary, their fighting spirit was very strong. Lin Mingxiao and Lin Wanchuan were also sitting at the side, but they seemed to be absent-minded. Their focus was not on the young generation at all. The Lin family's ancestor had a god-emperor. The strength of their god's blood far surpassed that of the 5 continents' families. The growth period of God's blood was divided into several stages. After becoming a god, it would usher in a high-speed growth period. After comprehending the laws, it would usher in a peak period. Thus, today was the final test of the Lin family's genius's potential. However, how far they could go in the future depended on their own luck. Buzz tilde. On the stone platform, a ray of divine light shot into the sky. Lin Fei, bloodline grade, low-grade stage 6, born with a wind elemental law true body. Lin Aoshue, bloodline grade, high-grade stage 6, born with a lightning elemental law true body. The geniuses present were in an uproar. A stage 6 bloodline had a 50% chance of becoming a god king in the future. The 2 young talents of the Lin family stood with their hands behind their backs, in high spirit. Subsequently, another petite and exquisite young girl leaped onto the stone platform. Her skin was whiter than snow, and she wore an azure blue palace dress. Her black brows were like the falling snow of March, and she was beautiful as snow. Her glistening eyes were suffused with a charming young girl's craftiness, and her bearing and figure were absolutely stunning. When she placed her jade-like hand on the stone platform's divine pillar, divine light flourished, and her might actually surpassed that of the previous 2. Lin Xueqing, bloodline grade, low level 7, natural sword Dao true form. The geniuses of the Lin family couldn't help but be moved. Lin Xueqing's talent was above everyone else. However, Lin Xueqing didn't think so. She hopped off the stone platform and casually threw a flirtatious glance at the young talents. The geniuses of the Lin clan trembled as if their hearts had been shot by arrows. They shouted her name in unison. Tempage, a bunch of stupid men. Lin Xueqing looked innocent on the surface, but there was contempt and disdain in the depths of her beautiful eyes. She returned to her seat and swung her snow-white legs, admiring them in her heart. These people are on a completely different level from Brother Xingchen. She was one of the few people in the Lin clan who was lucky enough to have seen the real Lin Xingchen. He was dressed in white, had golden eyes, and with a sword in his hand, he could go up to the 9 heavens and block the sun and moon. He could break all spells in the world. He used the might of a sage king to kill true gods, as if he was a god-emperor. How could the heroes of the world be a match for his sword? Marriage was allowed within the Lin clan to maintain the purity of the bloodline and the purity of the god's blood. Lin Xueqing was the most outstanding. Today, everyone's attention was naturally focused on her, but she didn't care at all. I heard that when Brother Xingchen was born, he had the Lin clan's bloodline that was hard to find. He even surpassed level 9 and shattered the Lin clan's bloodline divine pillar. When Brother Xingchen returns to the Lin clan with glory, I will welcome him in my best state and appearance. Just as Lin Xueqing made up her mind, the great star formation suddenly shifted a star. Everyone from the Lin clan immediately looked over, filled with curiosity and doubt. Someone entered the Lin clan? The array was directly activated. It seems like it's someone from the Lin clan. But who would come at such a critical time? A part of the star array was activated, which meant that someone from the Lin clan had entered. But who else would come at such a critical time? The elders and the younger generation were all here. The sea of stars moved, and everyone looked over. Under the star wheel array, the stars were shining brightly. A silver-robed man slowly walked over from the forest, accompanied by a beautiful woman. The silver-robed young man's eyes were deep, and his eyebrows were high. His calm demeanor was like a sheathed sword, and his sharpness was restrained. He stepped into the Lin clan's headquarters with steady steps. Finally, he stepped into the headquarters and looked around at everyone from the Lin clan. Jojo Lin Chen is here to visit the Lin clan. At this moment, Lin Mingxiao and Lin Wanchuan stood up in shock, wild with joy. The elders narrowed their eyes. Level 2 of the divine realm? Is there such a person in the Lin clan? Why didn't I see any signs of him? Hundreds of talents from the Lin clan discussed. Jojo Lin Chen? I've never heard of him. Damn it. Other than being handsome, this man has nothing else. How can he have such a beautiful woman? The woman beside him is too good. Compared to Lin Chen, the little demon empress Yi Qingwu was even more eye-catching. A one-eyed elder slowly stood up and questioned, Lin Chen, are you from the branch family? There is no seat for you on the day of the bloodline test. Leave. At this moment, Lin Wanchuan was crying tears of joy. She stood up and said to the elders on the high platform, Elders, he is Xingchen. He is the only son of my big brother Lin Xiaoyao, Lin Xingchen. The moment she said this, the entire place fell silent. Lin Xingchen? The young talents of the Lin clan went from puzzled to confused, and their expressions gradually became exaggerated. Many elders even thought that they had misheard. Lin Xueqing looked as if she was struck by lightning. Everyone sized up Lin Chen for 10 breaths of time, as if they wanted to see through everything about him. Impossible. The young girl's cold shout broke the silence. It was Lin Xueqing. Lin Xueqing pointed at Lin Chen. How can my big brother Xingchen be this kind of trash? Even if you want to spout nonsense, you should know your limits. Lin Wanchuan glared. Are you saying that I misjudged my big brother's son? Xueqing, don't be too presumptuous. Lin Xueqing shouted as if she had gone crazy. You didn't just misjudge, your brain is also wrong. Lin Wanchuan wiped away her tears, and a trace of coldness appeared in her eyes. He just tested his bloodline to be rank 7, and he already has no respect for his elders. The moment Lin Xueqing spoke, the hundreds of Lin clan geniuses began to discuss and send voice transmissions. Lin Xingchen? Here's our lost cousin Xingchen. What kind of joke is this? Lin Xingchen is known as the #1 genius of the god realm. How can he be this kind of trash? He looks as weak as a salted fish. How can he be called the #1 of the god realm? Even a chicken is stronger than me. I didn't think that someone would lie to our Lin clan. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, the 3 elders on the high platform finally made their stand. Wanchuan, stand down. Our clan's #1 genius, Lin Xingchen, has already secretly contacted the elders several decades ago. He is not this child. This person is not our Lin clan's Lin Xingchen. Yi Qingwu, these old fellows have walked a narrow path. The 3 elders' stand made Lin Wanchuan's face lose all color. They had been waiting for Lin Xingchen's return for many years. Now that Lin Xingchen had finally returned, they actually refused to acknowledge him. Lin Mingxiao's brows furrowed. As expected, these old fellows came into contact with Lin Xingchen earlier than us. Lin Xueqing was furious, and she suddenly stood up. He is indeed a fake. Let me personally wash away brother Xingchen's stain. The tense atmosphere had just begun when Lin Chen smiled faintly. His smile was gentle and refined, like a spring breeze. Everyone, don't be mistaken. Don't think that just because I am Lin clan, you think that I am here to acknowledge my ancestors. And don't think that just because I came to visit you today, you think that I am family with you. I am only family with the people who scolded me, because I am their father. The scene suddenly became silent. Most of the Lin clan members present looked as if they had eaten tea, and their faces were especially ugly. Yi Qingwu, who was trembling with laughter at the side, was about to cry. Yi Qingwu, I like your way of talking, remember to wear your suit. Chapter 2026. Arrogant. Arrogant brat, who do you think you are? You're already so arrogant at the 2nd level of the divine realm? If you were at the 7th level of the divine realm, wouldn't you even look down on the divine king? You're courting death for insulting my Lin family. You have a foul mouth. Even if my Lin family is in decline, you can't insult us. Rumble tilde. The brilliant divine power swept through everything in its path, overturning many tables and chairs. The divine power was like the stars and sand. When the hundreds of Lin family members were furious, the power seemed to be able to tear the sky down. Lin Chen's silver robe fluttered without any wind as he smiled innocently. So everyone wants to acknowledge me as your father so much. It's quite embarrassing. A bolt of violet lightning that carried the laws of lightning that surged violently into the sky transformed into a wisp of sword light that swept out like a crescent moon, and it slashed down swiftly. It was Lin Xueqing. She was enraged and took advantage of everyone's anger to make the first move. His palm was covered with black lightning as Lin Chen raised his hand and slapped. Break. When the palm touched the lightning, the black lightning hit the purple lightning. It was like the collision of the sea of clouds, instantly surging. Boom. Lightning bloomed, and the lightning was like a dancing silver snake. It rolled and spread, tearing the earth veins, and smoke rolled up. Everyone's expression changed. While everyone was surprised, even Lin Xueqing was stunned for a moment. My law of lightning was actually resolved by him with the same level of mastery of the law of lightning. Although it was a casual attack, with her cultivation, even an ordinary 8th level of the divine realm couldn't take it so easily. Was this guy really at the 2nd level of the divine realm? As the smoke rose, Lin Chen stood tall and proud. His gaze was calm as he observed the entire scene. Black lightning surged around his body, as if a thunder god had descended. Yi Qingwu sighed in amazement. What a monster. It's only been a few days and he actually managed to control a divine grade odd crystal like the infinite heavenly thunder and even comprehended the thunder law, divine grade odd crystal infinite heavenly thunder. Lin Chen actually refined the divine grade odd crystal that he got from killing Xiao Changqing on the way. This was equivalent to Lin Chen having 2 laws. The energy of the divine grade odd crystal allowed his realm to break through a new height. Now, Lin Chen was no longer at the late stage of the 2nd rank, but at the perfect stage of the 2nd rank. He was only 1 step away from the 3rd level of the divine realm. The power of a divine quality odd crystal. Divine odd crystals can only be found by chance, but didn't they say that the minimum requirement to refine a divine grade odd crystal is to be at the 7th level of the divine realm? Without the divine power of laws, how did he withstand the enormous energy of the divine grade odd crystal? The young talents of the Lin family were shocked. The purple-robed old man on the high platform finally stood up. Enough. You're just a rascal who insulted my Lin clan. Wait a minute. Finally, Lin Mingxiao stood up and stood in front of the elders. Elders, please allow him to test his bloodline. If he is a member of the Lin clan, you have no right to take his life. Lin Mingxiao smiled coldly. Or should we ask Big Brother to come out? When the word Big Brother came out, the expressions of all the elders changed slightly. A trace of curiosity appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. Big Brother? Didn't they say that Lin Mingxiao's big brother was? Yi Qingwu quietly transmitted a message to him. In that generation of the Lin clan, there are twin brothers. One is your father, Lin Xiaoyao, and the other is Lin Qing, your uncle. It is said that Uncle Xiaoyao didn't want to compete for the rankings, and Uncle Lin Qing emphasized fairness, so everyone in the same generation called them Big Brother. Lin Chen was enlightened, and a trace of gratitude appeared in his eyes. Forget it. The purple-robed elder flicked his sleeves and said hoarsely, if he is a member of the Lin clan, it's fine. If he isn't, I'll kill him myself. The purple-robed elder transmitted a message to Lin Xueqing, telling her not to act rashly. The latter glared fiercely at Lin Chen and stood aside, ready to fight at any time. Lin Mingxiao was too lazy to argue with these old things. He looked at Lin Chen with a sincere gaze. Child, come here. Use your divine power and place it on the pillar. That will prove that you are Big Brother's son. Lin Chen nodded. Thank you. Second uncle. Lin Chen stepped onto the ancient altar. The young talents of the Lin clan were stunned. Good heavens, was this Lin Chen the same Lin Xingchen from that year? If that was the case, then how terrifying would his bloodline be? Everyone was looking forward to it, and for a moment, the criticism lessened. Lin Chen placed his palm on the god pillar and used his divine power. An electric numbness flowed into his body from the god pillar, as if it was probing Lin Chen's bloodline. The birthmark on Lin Chen's chest glowed faintly, but the light was very dim, like the light of a star that had died many years ago. The grade 9 runes on the god pillar flickered with light, and there was a reaction. He was a member of the Lin clan. Everyone held their breath. The god pillar reacted, which meant that he was indeed a member of the Lin clan. Then, what was the grade of his bloodline? Even the elders held their breath, holding their breaths with rapt attention. The moment the god pillar lit up, the first line of light at the bottom of the god pillar only appeared for a moment before it froze there. Even the first grade did not light up. Phut, ha 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 ha. Sorry, I couldn't help it. The number one genius, just like this, just like this. He is indeed a member of the Lin clan, but you're telling me that this is our number one genius? Maybe he's a bastard child of some unknown person? He hasn't even reached the first grade of bloodline, too pitiful. I'm afraid that the second grade of the divine realm is his limit. The Lin clan talents on both sides laughed loudly. What did a first grade bloodline mean? It was the lowest level of the Lin clan, and he did not even have a low first grade bloodline. This was no different from the lowest level servant of the Lin clan. The elders heaved a sigh of relief. As expected, that person was Lin Xingchen. Lin Mingxiao's expression was complicated, as if he had expected something, and he let out a long sigh. He thought that Lin Chen would be even more depressed, but Lin Chen was calm and did not take it seriously at all. Lin Chen calmly retracted his hand and smiled casually. Second uncle, I want to go to father's old home. Lin Mingxiao was stunned, and he smiled happily. I'm relieved that you have such intentions. According to the rules, since Lin Chen was a member of the Lin clan, they could not touch Lin Chen easily. Lin Mingxiao transmitted his voice to Lin Chen. I hope you won't hold a grudge against the Lin clan. Lin Chen smiled. Hold a grudge? Not really. I knew from the start that they did not need Lin Xingchen, but Lin Xingchen's godblood and talent. Whoever has Lin Xingchen's bloodline is Lin Xingchen. Looking at everyone present, Lin Chen smiled calmly. As for who Lin Xingchen is, it doesn't matter at all, right? Lin Wanchuan flew over and grabbed Lin Chen's hand. Don't worry, with Aunt here, no one in the Lin clan can bully you. Lin Mingxiao laughed. Ha ha ha. A man's ambition is the world. Let's go, I'll bring you to Big Brother's old home. The two of them left with Lin Chen. Lin Xueqing's eyes were cold, and she said disdainfully, a piece of trash without a god-blood talent dares to step into the Lin clan without permission. If I have the chance, I'll cripple you immediately. Suddenly, a young genius from the Lin clan exclaimed. What is that? K. A golden light appeared on the god pillar. At the same time, cracks appeared on the surface of the god pillar. The god pillar seems to have cracked. The Lin clan geniuses stared at the god pillar in disbelief. Bang! The god pillar suddenly exploded, and shards of divine power shot out in all directions. Everyone was shocked, and they used their divine power to defend themselves. The bloodline god pillar actually exploded. One had to know that when the number one genius Lin Xingchen was born, the Lin clan strengthened the god pillar after he shattered it during the bloodline test. This time, the strengthened god pillar was still blasted apart. Only half of the god pillar was left, and there was only a large golden word, God of War. War. God of War, this Lin Chen, just what kind of background does he have? The Lin clan geniuses looked in the direction Lin Chen left, and their eyes were filled with fear. Lin Xueqing's face was filled with disbelief. The pupils of the Lin clan elders shrank. That's right, Lin Chen's bloodline was not even a god blood talent, but there was an even more terrifying power hidden in his bloodline. A power that far exceeded the Lin clan's rank 9 bloodline talent. Chapter 2027. Inside the Lin family, white fog lingered, and there were rows upon rows of high peaks. There was a stone tablet with the words Lin Xiaoyao's tomb written on it. There was only a memorial tablet and a broken piece of green jade engraved inside the tablet. Lin Chen stood in front of the tombstone with his eyebrows down. No one knew what he was thinking. Even Lin Chen himself didn't feel that when he approached the tombstone forest of the Lin family, one of the 3 red soul fires behind him was ready to move. The soul fire flickered several times and finally calmed down. Lin Wanchuan wiped her tears and sobbed. That year, when the Lin family was besieged, Hongmeng and Xiaoyao took you away. We used the power of the whole family to fight back, but there were too many enemies. When Hongmeng and Xiaoyao escaped to the mortal world, we couldn't find their location. Finally, when Hongmeng was rescued by the Yi family's ancestor, Xiaoyao's divine soul jade tablet was completely broken in less than a day. When the divine soul jade was broken, it meant that Lin Xiaoyao's soul was scattered. Lin Chen's expression was so calm that it was frightening. He slowly said, "Who was the one who besieged the Lin family? And what exactly did that divine fortune-teller calculate?" Lin Wanchuan and Lin Mingxiao looked at each other. The 9 great families of the 3 great divine clans of the God realm are close to the strongest 9 forces. We weren't there at the time when the divine fortune-teller calculated the results. Only the great elders of the Lin family and Xiaoyaro Hongmeng know. Speaking of this, Yi Qingwu suddenly jumped out. The pillously charming Jiao Ting seemed to have recalled something as she excitedly said, "That's right, Lin Chen. I remember that for this 5 continents divine assembly, the Yi family of the God realm sent out an extremely accomplished divine rank alchemist as the final judge. That alchemist might be your mother. In the Yi family, it is said that her alchemy skills have reached the top 3 of the Yi family. She is a real alchemist. Not to mention the 5 continents, even in the God realm, there are few people who can compare with her." Lin Chen asked in surprise, "The final judge?" Yi Qingwu said excitedly, "Yes, Auntie has been under house arrest in the Yi family for a long time. Even I can't meet her. Only Sister Qianqi can meet her occasionally. If you attend the 5 continents sacred assembly this time and get a high ranking, you will have a chance to meet her." Lin Wanchuan seemed to have woken up from a dream and hurriedly said, "I heard that the top 3 in the 5 continents divine assembly can receive pointers from the final judge." Lin Mingxiao muttered seriously, "If that's the case, Xingchen, if you participate in the election and pass, you should be able to find out the truth about the divine level fortune-teller's deduction back then." Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. "It seems that there is one more target for the 5 continents sacred assembly." Lin Chen suddenly looked at Yi Qingwu. "If I take action, will the Yi clan be in danger? After all, I don't know when that divine fortune-teller will make his move." Yi Qingwu was startled. She naturally understood what Lin Chen meant by action. She pondered for a while and said seriously, "No, the Yi family's reputation and prestige are at the top of the 3 god clans in the God realm. Even if other god clans want to touch the Yi family, they have to think twice. After all, when the Yi clan was besieged by so many experts from the 3 god clans in the God realm, the Yi clan still protected your mother. If that was the case, Lin Chen would be able to go all out." Lin Wanchuan was curious. "Action? What action?" Lin Chen smiled casually, "A small action of a single person." Lin Mingxiao's eyelids twitched. His intuition told him that things were not so simple. After all, this big nephew was Lin Chen, the one who provoked tens of thousands of gods when he was only a holy king. Lin Wanchuan was even more confused. "What small action? Don't hide it from me." Yi Qingwu patted Lin Wanchuan's shoulder. "Auntie Wanchuan, don't make wild guesses. You will know when the time comes. This person, no matter how ridiculous he is, he will do whatever he wants." Lin Wanchuan. An hour later. In the Lin clan's ancestral hall, Lin Chen met with the Lin clan's elders for the first time in private. The first elder in purple said indifferently, "Lin Chen, after a family meeting, we have decided to give you the status of returning to the Lin clan." Lin Wanchuan and Lin Mingxiao looked at each other, slightly surprised. This group of old fogies, they were enlightened. It seemed that they valued Lin Chen's potential and saw him as a part of the Lin clan. Following that, another white-haired elder said in a low voice, "However, you can only return to the Lin clan as Lin Chen and not as Lin Xingchen. In terms of status, we will treat you as Xiaoyao's illegitimate son." "Lin Chen, you guys are still the most coquettish." Lin Mingxiao raised his brows, his face full of anger, and suddenly slammed the table. "F***ck, you old fogies, don't go too far." At this point, almost everyone could see that Lin Chen was the Lin Xingchen who had lost his god's blood. Lin Xingchen, who was once a member of the Lin family, had returned. Yet, she couldn't even use her original status. This kind of naked discrimination and rejection was extremely blatant. Yi Qingwu witnessed this scene and could not help but click her tongue in wonder. "I thought that your path was narrow, but I did not expect you to tear it down." The black-robed elder said indifferently, "I have already said that the real Lin Xingchen has been in contact with the Lin clan for decades." Lin Chen smiled and said, "Elder, I don't know how much water you have, but from your words, I can tell that your brain is as big as the sea. Following that, Lin Chen raised 3 fingers. Firstly, I came back to pay my respects to my father, and to see my true family. Secondly, I don't care about the bullshit Lin Xingchen's status. I am not a member of the Lin clan. I will draw a clear line between the Lin clan and me. Other than the family that I acknowledge, the rest of the Lin clan are not worthy of my attention. Even a person made of clay would have some anger, not to mention Lin Chen. He had already given the Lin clan enough, but this group of people was now pushing their luck. Thirdly, call me father. Boom tilde. You. The elders were instantly enraged. At this time, outside the Lin clan's astrolabe array, at the entrance of the mountain range, there were layers of maize. 2 elders appeared like ghosts and stood on the left and right sides of the young man. The young man in the lead was dressed in black and had a saber at his waist. A blood-red saber aura was above his head. The arrogance between his brows made him seem like he was born to be superior, and he was full of contempt and arrogance. Damn it, the Lin clan is now a rotten aristocratic family. How dare they ask me to personally inform them to attend the 5 continents spiritual assembly? He spat, his mouth full of disdain. The 2 old men beside him snickered. Young master, don't worry. It's just a task from the higher-ups. Moreover, according to the rules of the Divine Dominion, the older generation is not allowed to interfere in the battles between the younger generation. Young master is here, and no one can stop you. The 2 elders were hinting at something very obvious. The young man in the black shirt looked at the astrolabe array above his head and pulled out his blood moon-like saber. Let's use them to have some fun. Just as the young man in the black shirt was about to slash at the array, starlight floated in front of the array, and a few words appeared. There are risks in visiting. The young man in the black shirt replied. I insist on visiting. After that, he pulled out his saber and slashed. Chapter 2028. Rumble tilde. Bang. The earth shook, and the clouds scattered. A huge explosion came from the entrance of the mountain to the north of the Lin family. What happened? I was so scared that I snapped it halfway. Which big shot dares to barge into the Lin family? Big shot, go take a look. Timid ones, I'll leave first. The Lin family's headquarters was shaken. In the Lin family's ancestral hall, Lin Chen and the elders immediately felt a strong divine power descend upon the Lin family. Lin Chen suddenly turned around and narrowed his eyes. Through the window, he saw a black attribute light pillar moving toward the direction of the explosion. An expert had entered the Lin family. Interesting. Lin Chen stepped on the cloud shadow, his body riding the heavenly light, and disappeared in an instant. The elders in the ancestral hall immediately stood up with serious expressions. They had a bad feeling. Lin family's main hall, bang, bang, bang. The Lin family's geniuses were sent flying like raindrops and fell into the Lin family's main hall. When the Lin family's deacons rushed over, they were furious. How dare you? How dare you hurt the Lin family's people? Where did this big shot with both intelligence and courage come from? Before the Lin family's deacons could get angry, they saw the majestic sword energy in front of them and changed the topic instantly. Godrealm's geniuses. The deacons retreated slightly, trembling with fear. The black-shirted man stepped into the Lin family's residence with his sword, followed by 2 black-shirted elders. He sneered and said, Lin family, is this all? Who's the best fighter here? Come out. Just based on this trashy family, they want this young master to personally inform them. What kind of repulsive, stinky fish and rotten shrimp are they? The Lin family's geniuses were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. The deacons retreated, their faces ashen. According to the rules of the God realm, they couldn't interfere in the battle between the younger generation. Unless the other party's older generation broke the rules first, the younger generation's matters had to be handled by the younger generation. The weak had to be beaten. This was the rule between the various forces in the God realm. The black-shirted man swept his gaze. No one stands out. What cowards. His sharp gaze, which was as sharp as the flash of a blade, immediately locked onto the 2 handsome figures. Lin Fei, Lin Aoxue. These two were the top geniuses of the Lin family's bloodline grade in this generation. These two are barely acceptable. The black-robed man raised his saber and slashed out horizontally. Saber light swept out like a fish dragon, shattering the Lin family's headquarters into pieces. Not good. Lin Fei and Lin Aoshue were shocked. The saber's sharpness soared into the sky, sweeping everything before it. It forced the two of them to use all their strength to activate their laws to resist. TSK. Boom. 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 In less than 2 rounds, the two powerful figures of the Lin family were defeated by the saber radiance. They flew backward and fell to the ground, covered in blood. The black-robed man laughed savagely. Ha 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 ha, it can't be, it can't be. Is there really no one in the Lin clan who can take a blow from this young master? Many members of the Lin family gritted their teeth, but they didn't dare to attack. Suddenly, the black-robed man's gaze swept across the sky and stared at a beautiful figure in the sky. He smiled evilly and said, "So the strongest person in the Lin family is a woman." Lin Xueqing, who was hesitating in the sky, was targeted. Her beautiful eyes trembled, and she said in a trembling voice, "You. Don't come over." The genius of the divine realm, the expert who walked out of the realm that she looked up to but couldn't reach, now saw her as an opponent. The black-robed man's feet stepped forward, and like a flash of divine light, he slashed toward the sky with his saber. With a twist of her slender waist, Lin Xueqing flew like a willow leaf. Lightning flashed in her hands, and her expression was slightly hesitant. When the saber radiance blasted toward her, her jade-like hand blasted out a thunderstorm that covered the sky. Purple lightning danced like dragons and snakes. The saber radiance flashed, and the two of them fought together. The Lin family and others released a wisp of divine power to protect the headquarters. "Elder, what should we do? Damn it, this is too much. Don't ask me. This is a matter of the younger generation. It's not a problem to beat him with numbers. If you're not convinced, you can go and beat him up." "Oh my God, my stomach suddenly hurts. Today is not a good day to fight. Get lost." The Lin family and other deacons stared at the battle intently. In terms of realm, Lin Xueqing and the black-robed genius should be of the same level. Both of them were in the early stage of Tier 8, and their combat power was far superior. Even if she couldn't beat him, it would take him at least a few hundred rounds to take her down. Bang! Lin Xueqing was blasted to the ground. Her long dress was stained with blood, and she was beautiful but sad. Everyone was dumbfounded. Why was Lin Xueqing defeated in less than a few rounds? The once powerful Lin family is just like this. Weak, too weak. So weak that you're like a whimpering wild dog. Faced with the other party's mockery, Lin Xueqing was so angry that her delicate body trembled. When blood flowed from the corner of her lips, her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. "Brother Xingchen, when will you return?" When her beautiful eyes were filled with tears, Lin Xueqing was in a daze. Under the divine radiance of the starlight, a silver robe came into view. "Brother Xingchen? No, it's the person she hated the most." The silver-robed youth raised his eyebrows, and his eyes were deep as he said indifferently, "Cowering before the battle. Just knowing that the other party is from the divine realm made half of you cower. You're good at bullying the weak. When you meet someone who might be stronger than you tuck your tail between your legs." Yi Qingwu flew over and glanced at him with a faint smile. "Are you trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress?" Lin Chen shook his head regretfully. "No, I'm just thinking that it's a pity that such a beautiful tongue doesn't lick lava." Lin Xueqing, Yi Qingwu, you've been a demon for a long time. The black-robed man descended from the sky and took out an item from his chest. Just as he was about to throw down the invitation letter of the 5 Continents Spiritual Assembly, the saber energy around him suddenly exploded. The black-robed man instantly felt his hair stand on end. Someone was close to him, but he didn't notice. The black-robed man turned around cautiously and found a silver-robed person standing in front of him. "I didn't notice him coming close. Is he too strong?" "No, his cultivation is too weak. I didn't even feel it." While the black-robed man was shocked, the tip of their noses was only 2 fingers apart. Their eyes met, and the power of the laws faintly overflowed. Yi Qingwu leaned against the tree charmingly and whistled frivolously. At this distance, it's basically a fight. Either your head is bruised and bleeding, or your head is broken and bleeding. The black-robed man frowned. You're from the Lin family? Lin Chen laughed mockingly. I'm the one who's going to beat you up. Huh? You? A second-level divine realm trash? Speed is weight. Do you want to feel the godly speed of the King of Speed? The moment the dark green armor appeared, Lin Chen slapped out with his palm containing thunder and fire. The black-robed man's pupils constricted. He barely saw the other party's actions. But he couldn't react or defend at all. Kai tilde. Boom tilde. The divine wind blew wildly, cutting through the universe. The location of the two exploded, and a gust of divine wind flickered with faint thunder and fire, destroying the ground and creating a crack that was 100 feet wide and 1,000 feet deep. When the smoke dissipated, Li Yunmu's eyes lit up. At this moment, the Lin family was completely silent. They looked at the black-robed man with his head in the ground and his feet in the air, twitching all over. Countless Lin family geniuses widened their eyes, their eyelids twitching wildly, and their mouths slightly agape. This fellow had actually smashed a peerless genius of the divine realm into the ground like a statue. The other party didn't even have time to react. Was this really something a second-level divine realm cultivator could do? Yi Qingwu pretended to be serious and commented, on the surface, he's a second-level divine realm cultivator, but in fact, I usually call him a human monster. Chapter 2029. Smoke and dust scattered, and the ground in front of the Lin family's main hall cracked. The scene was especially magical. A moment ago, the godly realm prodigy was still arrogant and domineering. The next moment, his head was facing the ground and his feet were facing the sky. Many of the Lin family's prodigies were touched, and many of the Lin family members were shocked. For so many years, every time a random person from the godly realm came, they would be bullied to death. Young prodigies of the same generation, they just couldn't compare to the godly realm. It was the same for the older generation. It was too sullen to watch. Their own juniors were bullied, and they could only watch helplessly. All these years, the Lin family was like a stray dog by the roadside. As long as one came from the godly realm, anyone could kick them. Therefore, even though the Lin family had Lin Xueqing, whose talent and combat strength were not inferior to the godly realm's prodigies, she was still defeated in a few rounds. Because she was used to being bullied. She was bullied to the point that she didn't dare to raise her head. This moment. For the entire Lin family. It was 2F** King Awesome. Lin Xueqing, who was sitting on the ground, curled up her delicate snow-white legs and stared at this scene in a daze. That was the godly realm's prodigy. How many divine arts and great achievements could only reach the peak in their lifetime? How many people in the godly realm dreamed of being the supreme existence? An opponent that even she couldn't win against actually couldn't withstand one move from Lin Chen? The most monstrous thing was that he was actually only at the second level of the godly realm. Host has received a Godhead treasure chest. Opened to receive, Azura's nemesis Godhead fragment, 3/6. With one blow, the black-robed youth fell down, and dozens of attribute light balls dropped. The black energy attribute treasure chest was in Lin Chen's hands. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. This black-robed youth had some unique characteristics that belonged to the Azura tribe. Could it be that some people from the godly realm were related to the Azura tribe? Lin Chen clicked his tongue in wonder. People from the godly realm are really good at fighting. Everyone from the Lin family. Although these words didn't sound human, why did it feel so good? This man was damn handsome. At this moment, Lin Chen was so pleasing to the eyes of the Lin family. Bang! The saber light was like the birth of an evil dragon. The young man in black held the divine saber that looked like a blood moon. The saber twisted the earth vein and leaped into the air. His face was ferocious, and his facial features were distorted. A few of his teeth had been knocked out, and blood was seeping out of the corner of his mouth. There was a clear handprint on his face. Lin Chen said seriously, "This big mouth seal is really suitable for you. Originally, you only had 1/1000th of my handsomeness. Now, you have 1/10,000th of it. Not bad. Just as the two old men behind the black-robed young man were about to move, the saber-chi whistled, and a baleful saber intent that resembled 3 heads and 6 arms soared into the sky. Boom tilde. Saber-chi engulfed the sky, covering the stars and the moon. Saber Dao laws of nature were like a coiling dragon soaring into the sky, while metal Dao laws of nature were like a ball of eternal radiance. Under the dazzling starlight, it was as if they could cut through all things and were indestructible. An 8th stage divine realm expert from the divine realm with a Dao integration stage divine body, the laws of metal, the laws of slicing, and the laws of saber. Furthermore, he had already stepped into the realm of perfection in the 3 great laws. His aura suddenly rose to mid-stage level 8 and is approaching late-stage level 8. Lin Chen stepped out and smiled. Let me experience the moves of the divine realm. Middle stage level 8 of the divine realm actually dares to fight with me, a perfected level 2 of the divine realm. You are really bold. I don't know who gave you the courage. Everyone in the Lin family? Why couldn't he, Lin Chen, speak a single sentence in a normal human language? The purple-robed elder of the Lin family suddenly shouted coldly, retreat. This is a saber move that is infinitely close to a red-grade cultivation technique. He personally made a move. With a flick of his sleeve, a mighty force that was as vast as the Milky Way supported the laws and stuck close to the void of the Lin family's main hall. The black-robed young man roared crazily, it's useless no matter how fast you are with this saber move. Lin Chen said, yes, yes, yes. Accumulate more power. There are more and more attribute lights. The blood moon saber suddenly slashed down violently. Clang. The saber fell like a full moon, and the saber aura turned into dragons. Azure dragons that were the fusion of the laws of slicing and saber intent wandered in the clouds and fell fiercely. At the same time, the overwhelming golden saber aura converged into a square like silk threads, covering all of Lin Chen's escape route. It was indeed a move with no way out. However, Lin Chen didn't need to dodge at all. Buzz. In a flash, divine wind swept over. When he stepped on the divine wind and spread his divine wings, Lin Chen stepped into the air. He was wearing dark green battle armor and had a pair of wings on his shoulders. He looked like a god descending to the mortal world. Host used the King of Speed Extreme Wind God 6-piece set. All attributes increased speed, 800 times. Lin Chen turned around in the air. Thunder and fire surged on his leg armor, and he kicked out. Flame flash. The wind assisted the lightning, and the fire borrowed the power of the lightning. It was even stronger. Kai. Boom tilde. Thunder and fire roared, and the pitch-black infinite heavenly lightning turned into a galaxy that crossed the sky. It burned with red divine flames and ruthlessly shattered the saber aura dragons that filled the sky. At that moment, other than the elders of the Lin family, no one else could see Lin Chen's actions clearly. They sensed a flash of thunder and fire, and the saber aura dragons in the sky exploded into fragment. What? Everyone was shocked. He had actually mastered 2 laws at the 2nd stage of the divine realm. Moreover, he had destroyed the black-robed young man's peerless saber move in an instant. That was a saber move that was infinitely close to a red-grade saber technique used by a prodigy in the divine realm. It could almost sweep away all those at the 8th stage of the divine realm. Lin Chen struck out with his palm in the air. A strong wind swept over, and lightning flashed. Smack. Bang. The black-robed prodigy was once again sent flying by Lin Chen. He bled from all 7 orifices and fell to the ground on the spot. Lin Chen landed on the ground and stomped on his divine saber, looking at him calmly. The black-robed young man didn't even have the strength to stand up. He said viciously, outsider, tell me your name. Lin Chen smiled casually, my name will resound throughout the divine realm in a short period of time. It's not up to you to question me. If you hadn't brought these 2 old farts here today, you wouldn't have the right to go back alive. Lightning flashed, and smoke rose from the stone platform. 4 figures appeared. They were the 2 mysterious elders who had accompanied the black-robed young man. The other 2 were Lin Wanxuan and Lin Mingxiao. Seeing the other party move, they immediately stood beside Lin Chen. Lin Chen lifted his leg and stomped on the other party's divine saber. Then, Lin Chen lifted his leg and kicked the black-robed young man to where the 2 elders were. The two elders in black took a deep look at Lin Chen and threw the invitation to the five-state spiritual assembly to Lin Mingxiao. The latter sneered and caught it. One of the elders took the black-robed young man, while the other smiled insincerely. What a young man at the second level of the divine realm. We'll remember you. Lin Chen shrugged. Don't worry, you'll remember me even if you don't want to. The leading elder in black had a sharp look in his eyes and asked, You're from the Lin family? Lin Chen smiled indifferently and said, No, I'm just passing by today. What happens to the Lin family has nothing to do with me. Beating up people from the divine realm is just my personal hobby. The two elders' mouths twitched. What a personal hobby. Arrogant to the extreme. Kid, you're messing with the Hung family's genius. It's not that simple. The two elders left with the black-robed young man, leaving behind a threatening warning. In the Lin family's main hall, when they heard Lin Chen's reply, the expressions of the Lin family elders changed slightly. In the end, it turned into a complicated sigh. They had personally pushed such a monstrous genius out of the door. No, it should be said that they had kicked the real Lin Xingchen out of the family. Chapter 2030. So strong. The hundreds of young talents of the Lin family gasped in amazement, their mouths trembling. Both sides were fighting in two completely different dimensions. No wonder he did not care when Lin Xueqing attacked earlier, because their abilities were not on the same level at all. With a thought, Lin Chen's divine wind reverberated. The wind god suit was removed, and the divine wind disappeared. Lin Chen tossed a dark blue destiny plant pouch, the corners of his mouth raised, and he said with a playful smile, Geniuses of the divine realm have good things. He took this supreme-grade destiny plant pouch from the battle. As the king of speed, this little bit of hand speed was easy. The elders looked at this scene with complicated expressions. The elders of the Lin family were not fools. When Lin Chen and Lin Xueqing fought, they had seen Lin Chen's abilities. But that strength was far from enough. The Lin family did not need one or two monstrous geniuses to make a comeback. The Lin family had lost too much in the battle back then. If they admitted that he was Lin Xingchen and returned to the Lin family, they might offend Lin Xingchen. After all, behind Lin Xingchen was a divine fortune-teller who had lived for God knows how many years, a supreme existence who understood the cause and effect of the four-dimensional universe. Moreover, they did not know whether Lin Chen would stop at the divine king level. Even if he was stronger than others, the Lin family did not intend to admit that he was Lin Xingchen. But they still regretted it in the end. Everyone present had clearly witnessed his abilities. In the battle with the geniuses of the divine realm's Hung family, he had achieved an overwhelming victory. If the battle had been close and he had won by a narrow margin, they might not have regretted it so much. But the overwhelming battle was enough to prove that his abilities were still unfathomable. Such a foundation, even in the divine realm, would be a true genius. Seeing that he was about to leave, Lin Xueqing subconsciously got up and wanted to chase after him, but Yi Qingwu blocked her. Yi Qingwu said indifferently, Stay away from him. He is Lin Chen, not the Lin Xingchen you are chasing after. Lin Xueqing's delicate body stiffened, and her misty eyes regained their dim luster. Host has received 60,000 divine-level cultivation technique soul essences, 120,000 divine-level rune energy, 59 million divine-level blood essence, 120,000 divine-level spiritual energy, 290,000 divine-level metal energy, Heavenly Tao Attribute Picking System version 9, 0 decomposition function. It can decompose all objects with divinity. Anything without an owner can be decomposed, including law artifacts. The host has dissected the target's providence plant pouch and dissected all ownerless divine weapons. The host has obtained 110,000 high-level set essences. The moment he took away the attribute light balls, Lin Chen bid farewell to Lin Mingxiao and Lin Wanxuan before leaving the Lin family with the little fairy. When Lin Chen left, the geniuses of the Lin family sighed with regret. Why do I feel that he is the real Lin Xingchen? Hang him up and beat him up. Hang him up and beat him up in all directions. Speed suppression, power suppression, realm suppression. You call this AF** king suppression? A second-tier divine realm expert suppressing an 8th-tier divine realm expert? Is there something wrong with your eyes or your brain? My Lin family actually has such a fierce man. Just thinking about it makes my pants wet. Don't get wet. He said that he will draw a clear line with us. Mother ***, this group of stupid elders. They don't even know how to suck up to someone powerful. Why did they push such a fierce man out of the Lin family's door? They can't do such a thing without 100 years of brain damage. They've lived for so many years for nothing. The geniuses of the Lin family secretly communicated with each other and started to trash talk. They all looked at the elders of the Lin family in disdain or looked at Lin Chen's back with pity. However, no one dared to talk to them or stop them. It's okay. When Xingchen returns in the future, our Lin family will still be able to make a comeback. Xingchen has the support of that person behind him. The elders of the Lin family could only comfort themselves like this. When they thought of that fortune-teller's methods, they were intimidated. Lin Chen and Yi Qingwu disappeared from everyone's sight. Lin Mingxiao and Lin Wanchuan looked at each other. Based on what Miss Qingwu said, it seems like Xingchen is going to stir up something big. Haha, a little guy who can force 10,000 deities to surround him when is only a sage king. He has the courage to destroy 10,000 deities with a single spear when he became a deity. It's not surprising what he does. It's time to inform Big Brother. I have a feeling that when he leaves this time, there will be an unprecedented storm that will sweep across the 5 continents. Second brother. Lin Wanchuan turned to look at Lin Mingxiao. She seemed to recall something and said seriously, "Do you still remember the history of our Lin family's ancestors? Why is our ancestor completely different from the ancient records in the Realm Sea and the domain of the gods?" Lin Mingxiao narrowed his eyes. "Are you talking about the one who tried to assassinate Hao Futian in the domain of the gods, Heavenly Emperor Lin? In the blue sea of the Star Continent, Lin Chen and Yi Qingwu rode on a dragon and sat on the back of the divine dragon. Although Lin Chen's divine dragon only had 12,000 points of desolate power, it had inherited the bloodline of the ancient primordial dragon and could perform space-time diversion in the 5 continents. Its speed was extremely fast and was not inferior to Lin Chen's extreme speed when he used his movement technique. The 5 continents' divine assembly would be held in the divine continent. Lin Chen was participating as an elder of the Alchemist Guild of the Star Continent and was fully qualified to enter the assembly. Host has decomposed 7 ownerless medial-grade divine artifacts. Received 110,000 high-grade set essences. The decomposing function of the new version allowed Lin Chen to maximize the set essence's attributes. He no longer needed to destroy divine artifacts to obtain incomplete attribute. Lin Chen, who was sitting cross-legged, looked internally at the lightning precept in the Tai space. It was like a seed in the lightning sea. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts surged, and pitch-black lightning flashed with electric arcs. My fire precept is still a distance away from the God attainment realm. Instead of cultivating the fire precept, why don't I cultivate the lightning precept first and push it to the God attainment realm? With the combination of the two, my combat strength will rise to another level. In the battle with the genius of the Heng family, Lin Chen had used the 6 pieces of the Wind God set for the first time. He was very satisfied. With his current combat strength, with just his divine power cultivation and the precept realm, he would be able to fight most experts at the 8th tier of the divine realm in a one-on-one battle. But above the 9th tier of the divine realm, he would still need to rely on the power of the Godhead and the set. Lin Chen opened his palms and his divine power turned into 2 balls of pure energy. One was fire and one was lightning. They were mixed with the divine wilderness energy that was condensed from his powerful divine soul. This was the power of divine wilderness. It was a special energy that could only be cultivated by the 8 desolation and 6 compatible seal that he cultivated. It was specially used for refining medicine. Only when all 8 types of power of divine wilderness were complete would Lin Chen be able to maximize the effect of this alchemy seal. A divine-grade odd crystal that can only be found by chance raised me from the late stage of the 2nd tier to the perfect stage of the 2nd tier. It seems that breaking through to the 3rd tier of the divine realm is not easy. With a flip of his palm, 3 divine soul seal scrolls appeared. The 5 states divine assembly was a tough one. Lin Chen had to seize the time to cultivate his alchemy. Lin Chen sighed. Rice has to be eaten one bite at a time. The road has to be walked one step at a time. People have to cultivate as hard as I do. System. Fuse my cultivation memories. System. It is recommended that the host melt his face first. Chapter 2031. Seeing Lin Chen take out 3 scrolls, Yi Qingwu came over and asked curiously, "Pill recipes?" Lin Chen said with a smile, "The 5 States Divine Convention is a grand banquet for the alchemists of the 5 continents, so I have to prepare some pill recipes." The little minx took one of the scrolls and used her divine sense to read it. Her beautiful face was filled with disdain as she read through it. She threw it away. "Why are you learning these low-level things? Mid-level pill recipes, is that all you're capable of? You should at least learn a high-level divine-level pill recipe, right?" Lin Chen's mouth twitched. "Madam, do you think high-level divine-level pill recipes are everywhere? Where am I supposed to find them in such a hurry?" The little minx waved her hand, and 4 spatial jade scrolls appeared. Each jade scroll contained an enormous amount of divine sense energy, and Lin Chen couldn't help but open his mouth slightly. The little demoness puffed out her chest proudly and displayed her peerless charm to the fullest. She said proudly, "Why don't you think about where this grandaunt has been while you were away from the god realm?" Lin Chen. Holy crap. The 4 scrolls were passed to Lin Chen, and Lin Chen could clearly sense that the contents sealed in the scrolls were far beyond the mid-level divine-level pill recipes. The path of alchemy was more terrifying the higher one went. Refining a high-level divine-level pill was as difficult as creating a mid-level divine-level being. Lin Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. "Are you sure I can learn such a terrifying amount of information in a few days?" The little minx shrugged. "It's not like you haven't been a human for a day or 2. Learn as much as you can." Shaking his head and laughing, Lin Chen frowned as he thought of something after accepting the 4 scrolls. Lin Chen suddenly said, "By the way, little minx, what conditions and strength do I need to have to overturn the reincarnation cycle of life in the 3-dimensional universe?" Lin Chen was now an existence that could control the laws of nature, and almost no one in the 3-dimensional universe could stop him. Then, was it possible to save Yarrow? Yi Qingwu looked at his serious expression and said, "The reincarnation cycle of life is directly related to the heavenly Tao of the 3-dimensional universe. If you want to reverse reincarnation, you need to have the same height as the heavenly Tao. In other words, you need to cultivate the laws to the point beyond the laws, which is the heavenly shell manifestation of the laws. The laws that enter this realm are equivalent to the heavenly Tao. Only by reaching this realm can you interfere with the reincarnation of life in the 3-dimensional universe. Creation is much harder than destruction. And controlling the laws of the heavenly attainment realm is called this realm. Divine Master." Lin Chen fell into deep thought. Controlling the laws of the heaven attainment realm was equivalent to the Divine Master realm. Didn't that mean that Lin Xingchen was closer to the Divine Master realm than he was? As if seeing through Lin Chen's thoughts, Yi Qingwu smiled, "You don't need to think too much. The Divine Master realm is an existence that can split heaven and earth in the divine realm. To step into this realm, the divine body must be able to withstand several dimensions of Divine King. The laws of the heavenly attainment realm are far from the heavenly attainment realm. It is almost the difference and dimension of the entire Divine King realm. Even Lin Xingchen is not that fast." Then, the minx said playfully, "Then, Mr. Lin, how does it feel to compete with the number 1 fortune teller and number 1 genius of the divine realm?" Mr. Lin sighed. The pressure is huge. The road ahead of him was long and arduous. If only my realm was like my looks, it would be great to start at the peak. It would be a lie to say that there was no pressure. If the other side only had the number 1 talent of the divine realm, then it would be fine. But the other side had the number 1 fortune teller of the divine realm assisting them. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this was the most abnormal combination in the history of the divine realm. Then, Lin Chen began to choose the pill recipes. The minx suddenly became excited. Her eyes lit up. "How is it? Have you decided which one to choose?" Lin Chen saw that her expression was not right and said with a strange expression, I recommend this pill recipe." Yi Qingwu chose a jade green pill recipe. Lin Chen looked at it and the corner of his mouth twitched. Triple annihilation pill, a high-grade divine pill. Lin Chen could not help but ask, "What is this?" Yi Qingwu was very excited and clenched her small fist. "This is a pill recipe that Sister Qianqi and I created ourselves. The pills outside are all for soft-footed shrimps. This is a pill that real men should take." Lin Chen was stunned. "You created it yourself? This minx could not be treating him as a lab rat, right?" Yi Qingwu smiled and said, "This pill has boundless power. It can be taken below the 6th level of the divine realm. If it is successfully refined, it can break through 3 small realms in one go. From the initial stage to the peak stage, it can be done in one go." Lin Chen's mouth opened slightly. Break through 3 realms in one go? This pill could be so abnormal. Didn't that mean that if Lin Chen took it, he could fly from the peak stage of the 2nd level to the late stage of the 3rd level? Wait, refining it successfully? Lin Chen noticed the key point and his eyelids twitched. What if the refining fails? Hey. Yi Qingwu blinked. If the refining fails, your cultivation will drop a little bit and drop by 3 small realms. Lin Chen almost cursed. Drop by 3 realms? You call this a little bit? After looking at the pill recipe for a while, Lin Chen said, "What is the probability?" Yi Qingwu said seriously, "The probability is very high, 30%. Lin Chen. Isn't 30% playing with your life?" Yi Qingwu grabbed Lin Chen's palm with her soft, jade-like hand and said in a serious tone, "Young man, do you desire power?" "No, I crave power." Then it's settled. 10 days later, East Divine Continent. Clouds gathered in all directions of the Divine Continent. Today was the day of the 5 Continents Divine Conference. Countless ancient giants and first-rate families came. The Alchemist Guild of the Star Continent, the 13 Alchemy Pavilions of the Divine Continent, the Pill God Alliance of the Heaven Continent, and so on. The representatives of the 5 continents' alchemy forces were all here. The young generation of alchemy geniuses, prodigies, and geniuses were all gathered here. The Yi family, the strongest alchemy family in the deity plane, was also the final judge of this event. The top 3 would be qualified to receive guidance from the Yi family's alchemy grandmaster. They might even reach a new realm in alchemy. However, the deity plane seemed to have other plans for this alchemy feast. They had arranged for the feast to be held on Pantheon Island. Pantheon Island was rarely open to the public. It was a place where all the geniuses of the 5 continents had recorded their divine achievement. The 5 continents divine conference was arranged here. Many forces guessed that the deity plane would make a big move for this 5 continents divine conference. On Pantheon Island, the forces of the Star Continent stepped onto the island. Today, the forces that could enter Pantheon Island were extraordinary. Even among the ancient giants, they were the cream of the crop. On Pantheon Island, a few geniuses of the Star Continent gathered in a pavilion. The most eye-catching one was wearing a snow-white dress. Qin Shuangjue gently stroked her hair in the wind. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked into the distance. On the east side of Pantheon Island, Wu Changtian led the people of the martial god estate to the Pantheon Island. Shun Lingshuang, whose tall and exquisite figure attracted the attention of countless people, had a bored expression on her face. Wu Changtian felt helpless. She sat on the roof of the pavilion and rested her chin on her hands, staring into the distance. Shun Lingshuang mumbled, "Master, why aren't you here yet?" Qin Shuangjue sighed, "Lin Chen, don't do anything rash." The 5 continents divine conference had begun. Chapter 2032. Buzz tilde. On the west side of Pantheon Island, ripples appeared in the space as a divine light shot into the sky. A divine stele with the words Divine Art Achievements emitted a faint blue light that illuminated the sky. Many geniuses were envious of it. Inside the blossoming blue divine light, there was a pile of ancient talismans, displaying the great achievements of its owner. Divine Continent, Liu Wei Yang, Divine Art Achievements. Her achievements include defeating the Zerg army alone and killing the 10 Zerg gods with a cultivation of Stage 6 Divine Realm. Her dress was as white as snow, and she was like a fairy that descended from the sky. She entered Pantheon Island while being the center of attention. This is the 130th genius with a divine art achievement today, right? What a peak lineup. In the past, there were so many of those elusive fellows, but today, there are actually so many of them. TSK, I'll be able to achieve a divine art achievement sooner or later and become one of the best in the divine world. The geniuses from various sects in the 5 continents were envious and jealous of the geniuses who had reached Pantheon Island. Then, another wave of saber light shot into the sky, and the divine steely phenomenon appeared again. Heaven Continent, Sujanue, divine art achievements. His achievements include reaching stage 4 of the divine realm and comprehending the laws of saber. His a natural saber genius. He's slain more than 1,000 dragons and is the Heaven Continent's dragon slayer. A handsome young man in white appeared and slowly stepped onto Pantheon Island. His face was filled with the arrogance of a saber god. The divine stele on Pantheon Island would automatically trigger a phenomenon when it sensed that someone with a great achievement had stepped onto Pantheon Island. However, not all geniuses would deliberately achieve a divine art achievement. Some of the more powerful forces had descendants who were indifferent to fame and wealth and had never participated in such competitions. For example, the Heaven Continent's first Heaven Divine Nation and the martial god mansion of the Divine Continent. The divine stele on Pantheon Island was connected to the fates of the 5 continents and the divine consciousness of the 5 continents. When some of the younger generation achieved something that defied common sense, it would automatically be engraved into the minds of the true gods, and then be concretized on the divine stele. The strange phenomena in the myriad deities' islands continued to appear and did not stop. Some geniuses appeared in groups, or by themselves. On the 7th day, more than 1,000 geniuses with great achievements gathered on the island of all gods. Half of them were geniuses who specialized in alchemy. The scale of the banquet was huge. Everyone from the martial god mansion was silently waiting for the start of the gods' assembly. The martial god mansion had also sent out participating alchemists in order to figure out the details of the gods' assembly. Suddenly, Wu Changtian, who was sitting quietly at the top of the tower, slowly opened his eyes. There seemed to be a flame burning in his eyes as he said in a stern voice, "The people of the god realm are here." Almost as soon as he finished speaking, boundless golden light poured down from the sky, as if a golden path was extending down from the sky. Countless true gods raised their heads and looked at the golden divine path with envious gazes. 10 rays of golden light slowly descended from the divine Tao into the island of gods. Wu Changtian stood up. "Look after Lingshuang, I'll be back soon." With a single step, Wu Changtian vanished from sight. At the same time, many God King level powerhouses did the same thing. Inside the Pantheon Island of God's divine palace, divine light descended, and divine wind blew. More than 20 figures stepped into the divine palace. Every one of them was surrounded by the power of laws and heavenly might. Time and space were faintly distorted, as if they could shatter heaven and earth at any time. An unprecedented pressure was faintly pressing down. It was far beyond the 8th or 9th level of the God realm. They were all God Kings. Those gathered here were all God King level powerhouses from the 5 continents. Meanwhile, the 10 people at the head of the palace were even more terrifying. They sat in the endless divine light throne, enshrouded in eternal divine splendor. Their eyes seemed to be able to see through 10,000 li of mountains and rivers, as well as the 3,000 great Tao. Wu Changtian narrowed his eyes. Looks like the information this time is true. He could sense the exquisite figure shrouded in brilliant divine light. Although he couldn't see her true face, her divine soul pressure was like billions of stars standing in the hall. Clearly, this woman was an alchemy powerhouse from the Yi family of the God realm. However, for some reason, she didn't reveal her face, nor did she reveal her aura. The leading white-robed God King smiled elegantly. God Kings of the 5 continents, this divine assembly of the 5 continents will follow the old rules. Strength will speak. Do you have any objections? The 20 God Kings frowned slightly. Even though this God King had an elegant demeanor and his words were filled with an otherworldly elegance, the arrogance and indifference in the depths of his eyes made the God Kings very uncomfortable. Those from the God realm seemed to be born to be superior. No objections. In the divine assembly, strength will speak. The God Kings expressed their opinions, but Wu Changtian didn't say anything. All right. The white-robed God King looked at a young God King with fiery eyebrows and red hair. The latter nodded slightly and used a wisp of law to send a voice transmission. Then, a young and tender voice reverberated across the Pantheon Island. The Divine Assembly of the Five Continents gathers the heroes of the five continents to display our family's ultimate alchemy skills. The top 10 in this Divine Assembly will have the right to enter the God Realm. The top 3 will have one chance to be the final judge of the Yi family of the God Realm. The moment this was said, the crowd erupted. Their forces could enter the God Realm. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The rewards were completely different from the previous Divine Assemblies of the five continents. In this Divine Assembly, if one person won, the entire family would benefit. Moreover, they would have the chance to be taught by the alchemy powerhouse of the Yi family of the God Realm. This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If one encountered a bottleneck in alchemy, it was even harder to overcome it than a bottleneck in cultivation. Once one stopped at a certain level and was unable to overcome it, one would regret it for the rest of one's life. A top-notch alchemy powerhouse could benefit from the guidance of an individual alchemist for the rest of one's life. Excellent steeds were common, but Bola was rare. To have the opportunity to be enlightened was the dream of countless young alchemy geniuses. I don't need to say more about the qualifications to participate in the Divine Assembly. There will be 3 alchemy venues. This Divine Assembly of the five continents will only be held in one round. All alchemy geniuses, please prepare yourselves. Prepare your own herbs, recipes, and furnaces. The rankings will be based on the quality, time, grade, and other comprehensive factors. As soon as he finished speaking, the prodigies immediately jumped down and stepped into the 3 venues on Pantheon Island. The representatives of the 5 continents' sects and families immediately entered the venue. The 3 venues were in the shape of platforms on both sides. Each platform had a unique spatial barrier, allowing the alchemy geniuses to show off their skills. Everyone was vying for supremacy. The Divine Assembly of the 5 continents was the center of attention. Just as the prodigies of the 5 continents were about to enter the venue, the various forces had all arrived. Whoosh! Rumble! A golden ray of light suddenly rose from the sky. The divine monument lit up again. The divine light was dazzling, and the golden afterglow scattered across the sky. Oh! There are other geniuses with remarkable achievements here? Who dares to enter the venue after the God Realm emissary? Don't you know who's in charge? He's not stupid. I'm afraid he's stupid. It doesn't matter if he's stupid. What's important is the taste. He came on time. How arrogant. Normally, such people would be beaten to death the moment they enter the venue. The various forces' representatives were either curious, displeased, or sneering. The golden light dispersed, and the divine talismans appeared. Xingju, Lin Chen. Achievement of remarkable achievements, breaking through the encirclement of 10,000 gods with the cultivation of a grand sage. The golden light scattered across the 3 venues. Countless powerful cultivators were dumbfounded. The various forces' representatives were also dumbfounded. They almost thought that they had seen wrongly when they saw the record on the divine monument. Fighting 10,000 gods with the cultivation of a grand sage? How could there be such a fierce man in the world? However, in the next moment, the divine light continued to shine, and the golden divine talismans appeared repeatedly. Achievement of remarkable achievements, refining a divine pill in a day. The day of becoming a god, molding the divine soul, forging the divine body, and controlling the laws of fire. Killing 10,000 gods with one spear strike alone. The divine talismans appeared one after another. The expressions of the gods changed again and again, and their hearts trembled. They went from shock to horror, and from horror to shock. Each of these achievements was more ridiculous than the last. What kind of person was this, to be able to achieve such a heaven-defying feat? Chapter 2033. Lin Chen. Lin Chen, why is the god of plague here? Is he not afraid of the divine realm's punishment? I have never seen such an arrogant person in my life. Everyone was shocked when the divine talismans appeared. especially the geniuses of the 5 continents who had experienced the realm sea. When they saw Lin Chen's name, their mouths trembled. After all, he was a ruthless person who dared to challenge all the geniuses of the 5 continents. Inside the divine palace, the 10 god kings from the divine realm were surprised. Especially the figure shrouded in the endless divine light. His body trembled slightly. The god kings looked at each other. Lin Chen? Is he the guy who ruined the mission of the 5 continents' geniuses? Yes. The divine monument's records are not wrong. This person must be Lin Chen from the realm sea more than a year ago. Should we take him down? No. The elegant white-robed god king smiled faintly. It's easy to kill him. But this person is very important to our plan. Since he intends to participate, if we can let him join the divine realm, the effect will be much better than praising other geniuses. Then, the god kings of the divine realm looked at each other. Let him stay for now. If he doesn't listen, kill him. On the island of the gods, under the golden light of the divine monument, 2 figures slowly walked up the stairs of the central hall. It was Lin Chen and Yi Qingwu. Lin Chen was not surprised by the gazes of countless experts. He walked into the central hall with the qualifications of the Alchemist Guild. Seeing Yi Qingwu also enter, Lin Chen asked curiously, "Are you also participating?" Yi Qingwu lifted her hair and smiled charmingly. "Don't underestimate me. I am your biggest competitor this time." When the 2 of them entered at the same time, some of the geniuses of the 5 continents retreated like mice seeing a cat. It was like a son meeting his father. What surprised everyone was that the emissary of the divine realm did not say anything. Could it be that they silently approved of this person's actions? Outside the hall, in the Alchemist Guild of the Star Continent camp, the 3rd elder, who had helped Lin Chen in the past, stroked his beard and smiled. How can a true dragon be a fish in a pond? Once it encounters a storm, it will transform into a dragon. Back then, he was still a saint king. Now, he actually dares to come to the home ground of the 5 continents. He's really not simple. The great elder of the Alchemist Guild, a senior with a youthful appearance, smiled playfully. Looks like this alchemy competition of ours is going to be interesting. With this kid taking action, our Alchemist Guild's chances of victory are still quite good. The 2nd elder glanced at him. Are you that confident in him? A year and a half ago, this little guy was at most a divine alchemist. Even if he had the achievement of refining a divine pill in a day, the people who came to refine the medicine this time are all tough characters. 3rd elder smiled and said, "Look at this lad's calm and composed appearance. One look and you can tell that he has a card up his sleeve." Looking at his cultivation, he had long since stepped into the divine soul realm. Back then, he was able to refine a divine pill when he was in the primordial soul realm. Now that he has stepped into the divine soul realm, he is definitely not someone ordinary geniuses can compare to. Most importantly, 3rd elder's eyes flashed with a resolute will. He's the student of that legendary figure. I firmly believe that he will give the 5 continents the most perfect answer. The great elder smiled with gratification. Whether he enters the divine realm or not, we are not interested. But the representatives of our Alchemist Guild must take one of the top 3 positions. We haven't had an alchemist at the peak of the Alchemist Guild for a long time. In the 2nd venue, in the direction of the martial god mansion. Master, beat them all to the ground. Take back 1st place. When Shen Lingshuang saw that her master had arrived, she stood on the balcony and waved her fists to cheer him on. Her face was flushed with excitement. Master. The representatives of the major forces were all stunned. That was the granddaughter of the martial god king of the martial god mansion. Any random person from the martial god mansion would be a legendary master teacher. Lin Chen was actually qualified to be her master. He was really a living monster. In the Divine Nation camp, the Tiani Divine Nation occupied the 1st place. Today, Zhao Jiuxiao and Prince Tiani had personally come to observe this competition. Similarly, the Divine Nation had also sent representatives to infiltrate the competition. They wanted to know what the Divine Realm would do this time. When Prince Tiani saw Lin Chen enter, he narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Chen for a moment. Zhao Jiuxiao smiled and said, "How is it? Your father's foresight is not bad, right? Entrust Anran to him. Our Tiani divine nation has guarded the territory for that legend for many years. We will definitely get a real answer. Prince Tiani nodded slightly. His evaluation of Lin Chen was unprecedentedly high. Poultry will wear shackles, but wild beasts will not. In the Divine Continent's Divine Wind Tower, Su Mujio and Ntsulong were also in the team. When the two of them stared at Lin Chen, their expressions were especially interesting. Lin Chen's cultivation was actually only one step away from the third level of the divine realm. Su Mujio could not help but exclaim, "What kind of heaven-defying cultivation speed is this?" And Ntsulong sighed in amazement. As expected of the king of speed, and the man with the fastest cultivation speed. The Divine Wind Tower's master, a handsome purple-robed youth, asked curiously, "Oh, you know him? We have a bit of cooperation. It was all thanks to this brother Lin Chen that we were able to rescue those two children during the Realm Sea mission last time." Hearing the two of them talking about their acquaintance with Lin Chen, the Divine Wind Tower's master became more and more interested. He looked at Ntsulong. "Then the question is, are you more unrestrained or is he more unrestrained?" Ntsulong pondered for a moment with a serious expression. "I would like to call him the most unrestrained." In the first venue, Qin Shuangjue happened to be in the same venue as Lin Chen. Including Lin Chen, there were 5 representatives from the Alchemist Association of Star Continent. Qin Shuangjue flew over. Things had changed with the passage of time. When she saw Lin Chen again, she could not help but stare blankly for a moment. After he returned from the Realm Sea, he no longer had the appearance of a teenager. How did he become a young man? From the time he entered the Realm Sea, just what exactly happened to his body? Qin Shuangjue sized up Lin Chen seriously for a moment. "Lin Chen, you are here to refine pills this time, right?" Lin Chen smiled and said, "Of course, I'm only refining pills, not stirring up trouble." "Look at me, such an honest person, have I ever lied to you?" Qin Shuangjue glared at him. She approached him and said in a low voice, "No matter what you think, there are still emissaries from the God domain coming today. You must not act recklessly. If something happens again, it will not be the same as last time." Lin Chen said seriously, "Okay, I will not stir up trouble. You should know the rules of refining pills." "Huh? What rules?" Qin Shuangjue facepalmed. How could someone who did not even know the rules participate? Just as Qin Shuangjue and Lin Chen were explaining the general rules, Yi Qingwu pulled Lin Chen's sleeve and whispered excitedly, Lin Chen, I sensed Aunt Hongmeng's aura. She is in the shrine of the God Island. I can't be wrong. The final judge this time, the Yi clan sent her." Hearing Yi Qingwu's voice, Lin Chen's heart shook. He turned to look in the direction of the shrine, his gaze deep. Lin Chen whispered, "She's not coming with good intentions." Yi Qingwu glanced at him, "You're the one who's coming." Seeing Yi Qingwu and Lin Chen pulling and pulling, Qin Shuangjue became impatient and scolded, "Listen to the rules before flirting." Lin Chen coughed lightly, "Young Lady Qin, please continue." Yi Qingwu's eyebrows curved as she looked at Qin Shuangjue with a smile that was not a smile. Oh ho, from the current situation and the rules, Yi Hongmeng's movements were restricted. She was also under house arrest in the Yi clan. If Lin Chen wanted to talk to her face to face, he had to get into the top 3. As long as he could talk to Yi Hongmeng, Lin Chen would know what the god-level diviner had predicted when he came to the Lin clan that year, causing the Lin clan to decline, and why there was another Lin Xingchen. Chapter 2034. By the time Qin Shuangjue and Lin Chen finished explaining the rules, all the alchemists had already entered the venue. The time limit this time was 3 months. The final ranking would be determined by the quality of the divine pills, the time consumed, the quality, and other factors. Moreover, Lin Chen was using this to test the attitude of the celestial realm. Since he entered the venue, the celestial realm's emissaries had yet to express their stance. In other words, they were still considering their own decisions. This was exactly what Lin Chen wanted. Qin Shuangjue pulled Lin Chen closer to her. The two of them were very close to each other to avoid being eavesdropped. Qin Shuangjue said seriously, "How confident are you? The rules of the alchemy this time are not comparable to the rules of the previous selection meeting. The beauty's breath was as warm as jade and seeped into one's heart. Lin Chen smiled playfully. I don't know how confident I am. It depends on the operation. Qin Shuangjue was speechless. This guy was indeed here to cause trouble. He had not revealed his true intentions yet. Qin Shuangjue said helplessly, if you continue to cause trouble here, my Qin family can't help you. After the discussion, everyone went to their respective positions. A total of 600 top alchemy prodigies of the current generation were gathered here. They were all heroes and dark horses from the 5 continents. Each of them was a 1 in a million genius. Some of them were not people with great achievements, but they were even prodigies with great achievement. Boom tilde. With a roar, the alchemy furnace appeared. Yi Qingwu smiled slyly. Go ahead. I'll set the foundation for you. With a light tap of her jade-like finger, dreamy glass-like starlight flowed into the sky. Heavenly treasures full of divinity poured into the alchemy furnace like fish dragons. Seeing her smooth technique, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. She has changed a lot during this time in the celestial realm. In the sacred boundary, this little fairy did not even know how to refine pills. During this time in the celestial realm, she had grown far beyond most of the divine-level alchemist. The other alchemy prodigies also began to move. Majestic and vast divine-level herbs like stars floated in the sky, enshrouded in colorful divine light. Looking from afar, it was as if a magnificent scene had descended, magnificent and magnificent. Lin Chen smiled. It seems that I can't fall behind. With a push of his palm, 3 divine beast cores floated in the air. Hundreds of divine-grade medicinal herbs emitted strong divinity and flowing light, shining brilliantly. What Lin Chen wanted to refine was the peerless triple annihilation pill that he had been researching for a long time. It was a high-grade divine-level pill. Although he had been researching it for some time, this was the first time he had actually refined it. Compared to a year and a half ago, Lin Chen's mental realm had undergone an earth-shattering change. At that time, he was still in the primordial spirit realm. Now, he was already in the divine soul realm. In addition to the strengthening effects of the Tai Heaven Fu mantra and his innate talent, Lin Chen's spirit was more than 10 times stronger than others of the same level. At the very least, Lin Chen possessed the basic requirements to refine a high-grade divine-grade medicinal pill. Seeing Lin Chen's formation, Qin Shuangjue's heart trembled. She muttered to herself, in a year and a half, could his alchemy skills have improved by leaps and bounds to such an extent? Alchemy was Qin Shuangjue's proudest field. Not only had Lin Chen surpassed her cultivation level in such a short time, could he have surpassed her in alchemy as well? Boom, boom, boom. Rays of dazzling divine light shot into the sky, and medicinal fragrance filled the air. In a short while, prodigies had already begun to refine the core of the divine-grade medicinal herbs. Gasps of surprise could be heard from the seats on both sides of the 3 major venues. What an efficient technique. I'm in awe. Is this the alchemy skills of a big shot? It's also an orange-grade alchemy handprint. How could it evolve into such a miraculous effect in their hands? They've reached the pinnacle of perfection. Everyone is at the godly soul realm, and they're all part of the younger generation. They're all using the same orange-grade alchemy handprint. This is truly a battle of skills, talent, and experience. It's too amazing. To be able to see more than 600 alchemy grandmasters refining pills at the same time, it's like witnessing the birth of the future alchemy giants of the 5 continents. First, there was a burst of cheers from the Divine Continent's camp. The alchemy handprints used by everyone were all either orange-grade alchemy handprints or orange-grade alchemy handprints. The red-grade alchemy handprints, which were 1 level higher, were also legends in the entire 4th dimension. It was extremely rare to see a real one. If the rarity of red-grade skills was 10, then the rarity of red-grade alchemy handprints was 200. Therefore, in this alchemy competition, it was a competition to see how far the alchemy skills of the various geniuses could extend. The alchemy handprints were actually the smallest gap. The geniuses of our divine continent are still the best. Their speed of refining medicinal herbs has left the geniuses of other continents in the dust. Not everything is better as fast as possible. The geniuses of our heaven continent are obviously more stable. Stable my ass, you guys are just *t. You guys have been defeated in the previous competitions, what are you so proud of? Hey! Ha! When the forces of the two camps were about to break out into a fight, they suddenly realized that the surroundings had quietened down. More and more powerhouses from the sects and forces of the other three continents were focusing their attention on the first venue. Their expressions gradually became outrageous, and they were dumbfounded. When the powerhouses of the two continents looked in the direction of the crowd's attention, they instantly quieted down. In the first venue, where alchemy furnaces appeared frequently, there was a particularly conspicuous platform in the middle of the venue. A young man in a silver robe stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His figure was tall and straight, and his eyes were shining brightly with lightning and fire. He continuously activated the heavenly power of the rules and integrated it into his soul strength. The alchemy furnace was formed purely by the power of his soul strength. His soul strength danced like a jade dragon and transformed into two seals, which heavily suppressed the medicinal herbs floating in the air. What kind of joke is this? Could it be that my eyes are playing tricks on me? The corners of the mouths of the powerhouses from the two continents trembled as they stared at the figure in disbelief. He used his soul strength as the furnace, his eyes as the seal, one fire and one lightning. He actually used his eyes to perform alchemy. F*ck. Even if it's outrageous, there should be a way, right? He actually used his eyes to replace the seals of the alchemy handprints. How did he do it? Lin Chen from the Star Continent. What a monster. Many powerhouses turned to look at the Alchemist Guild, and the three elders looked at each other and laughed. Master, charge. Shun Lingshuang wanted to rush out of the audience seats as she shouted. The divine guards were so frightened that they hurriedly held her back. Looking at her appearance, it was as if she couldn't wait to go on stage. Lin Chen's scene fell into the eyes of the godly kings in the Godly Islands temple. He's a talent that can be molded. Keep him and let him serve the godly realm. Using his eyes to perform alchemy is actually increasing the efficiency. He's a genius. When the envoys from the godly realm praised, only the light enveloped in Shun she could be seen. The beautiful figure whose face couldn't be seen revealed a gratified smile. His alchemy talent is actually not inferior to mine. He has been wandering in the barren three-dimensional universe for so long. With such a powerful state of mind and foundation, he can still become a top-notch alchemist. So, this is my star, the beautiful woman hidden in Shun. She's light lifted her veil. It was the Yi family's Yi Hongmeng. Her phoenix-like eyes were filled with tears. For a mother who had lost her son, what could make her happier than seeing her son surpass her talent in the field she was most proficient in? I firmly believe that the person that the prophecy refers to will definitely be you. Chapter 2035. Even though he was refining pills right now, Lin Chen's doppelganger was still refining the pill recipe inside the Providence plant pouch. High-grade divine pills were not ordinary items. If he could successfully refine them, they would be extremely tempting even to those at the 9th level of the divine realm. In order to ensure the highest success rate, Lin Chen had to give it his all. Wu Changtian, who was sitting in the martial god Mana's seats, looked at Lin Chen with admiration and admiration. No wonder Lingshuang admires this kid so much that she doesn't even want to use the Wu family's surname. Haha, there are talents in every generation, and each of them will be in the limelight for hundreds of years. Wu Changtian shook his head and laughed. In the first venue, Lin Chen's eyes changed a few times. The herbs that had turned into flowing light and entered the divine soul furnace quickly entered the next refining stage. Cultivate the primordial spirit jade grass, burn meridians and refine marrow with divine flames, 5 blood dragon marrow, obtain it with lightning and guide it with the divine soul. His left eye was lightning, and his right eye was fire. Divine flames burned, and lightning flashed. The speed of refining medicinal herbs was simply flabbergasting. Lightning and fire intertwined and changed in his eyes. His temperament when refining herbs was extraordinary, as if he was a peerless expert who stood at the peak with his hands behind his back. Dugu Chobai. He had seen people concocting pills with endless avatars. They had seen people refining pills until their spirit chi was exhausted. They had seen people refining pills with earth-shattering phenomena. However, the only person who could refine pills in such a natural and unrestrained manner was probably only Lin Chen himself. It didn't look like something a human could do. The monarch of Tianyi Divine Nation, Zhao Zhouxiao, who was sitting in the back row, clicked his tongue in wonder. First, he burned incense to save my divine nation's prime minister. Then, he stunned everyone with his eyes. This kid's actions are completely out of the ordinary. Lin Chen's smooth refining speed didn't seem like he was trying to attract attention, as some people said. His refining pills with his eyes was indeed unique, and only he, Lin Chen, was capable of it. He didn't miss a single thing that had nothing to do with humans. The three elders of the Alchemist Association beamed with joy. It looked like their guild was going to produce a shocking divine-level alchemist great-grandmaster. Furthermore, with Lin Chen's talent, if he could receive guidance from the legendary alchemist from the Yi family, his future would be the pinnacle of alchemy in Qing continent. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Pill mist rose in all directions, and medicinal fragrance filled the air. Soon, some of the alchemy prodigies began to extract the essence energy of the divine-level herbs. The energy began to seep out. Layers of multicolored pill cloud vortexes began to rise in the sky, extremely gorgeous. Due to the isolation of the spatial enchantment, the pill cloud's might was vast and mighty, but it was unable to affect other alchemists. Looking from afar, it was as if hundreds of birds were flying in the sky, competing for the limelight. The prodigies of the 5 continents exclaimed in surprise. So beautiful. It smells so good. Good water. So cool. The birth of a divine-level pill wasn't enough to shock them. However, the phenomenon of hundreds of divine pills being refined was like a group of peerless beauties in the world taking off their clothes and dancing in front of them. How could they not love it? The ones who were surprised were the younger generation, while the older generation's antiques were filled with solemnity. In fact, some of the older antiques who had been resting with their eyes closed for a long time also began to open their eyes. Currently, those who had shown signs were basically refining medial-grade divine pills, as they had begun the pill condensation process. As for those few alchemists who didn't show signs of pill clouds, it meant that they were refining something of a higher level. High-grade divine pills. The difference between a medial-grade divine pill and a high-grade divine pill was like the difference between a 6th-stage divine realm cultivator and an 8th-stage divine realm cultivator. On one side, one only controlled multiple laws, while on the other side, multiple laws were integrated into one's divine body. Every punch and kick carried the power of laws, sweeping through all directions. They were on completely different levels. In other words, those who chose to challenge the refinement of the high-grade divine pill would be the top 10 contenders this time. Looking at the 3 venues, only 17 people didn't show signs of phenomenon. Moreover, these 17 people might not be able to succeed in the end. Therefore, those who refined medial-grade divine pills still had a chance. Suddenly, the Alchemist Association's 3 elders abruptly stood up. Their gazes stared fixedly at Lin Chen's position. Pill clouds have not formed, far from the pill condensation step. The 3 elders exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with shock. Lin Chen, this child, is refining a high-grade divine pill. But, Lin Chen's realm was 2nd-stage divine realm. Could it be that he didn't know what this kind of cultivation level choosing to refine a high-grade divine pill meant? In fact, he really didn't know. The 3rd elder forcefully calmed himself down and said, let's see, maybe he's refining a more special medial-grade divine pill, another month's time. Bang, bang, bang. Strange phenomena appeared one after another, and dense and gorgeous pill clouds were formed all at once. Buzz tilde. Lin Chen's position also erupted with a beam of divine light that shot into the sky, presenting a tricolored cloud light that lingered in the sky. It's time, gather. Lin Chen's gaze focused, and his divine spirit danced like a divine dragon, gathering all the divine pills. Dozens of divine liquids with pure energy gathered and condensed, and just as they were about to form an embryonic pill, Chi tilde. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Chen's divine pill's energy suddenly exploded. The gorgeous divine pill's energy spread out like a beautiful firework. It exploded. Everyone stood up, their faces filled with shock. If the pill exploded at this time, the severity of the problem would not be small. Some of the other alchemists had already started to condense embryonic pills. Half of the 5 states' divine assemblies' time limit had passed. If they wanted to refine pills again, they could only refine low-grade or medial-grade divine pills at most. In the 5 states camp, the Star Continent's elites shook their heads. It's over, Lin Chen pooped his pants. Boom tilde. Divine flames protected his body, and lightning swept across the remaining energy. Lin Chen was stunned and stood rooted to the ground. It exploded. Even Lin Chen didn't expect that the divine pill's energy would suddenly fluctuate so violently just now. Is there a problem with the pill formula? No, my phantom clone has checked every step many times. Even if it's not 100%, there's at least an 80% chance that it won't fail. Lin Chen stood rooted to the ground, thinking hard. Where did it go wrong? There's something wrong with your brain. The one who spoke was Qin Shuangjue. She maintained the energy in her furnace and deliberately sent a voice transmission to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, don't tell me you don't know the basic conditions for refining a Shanggrade divine pill? Lin Chen was stunned. Basic conditions? Qin Shuangjue's lips twitched. This guy, should she call him a genius or a weirdo? At first, she thought that Lin Chen had a way to deal with it, or that he was refining other medial-grade divine pills. She didn't expect that he really didn't know. The 3 elders of the Alchemist Association looked at each other and exclaimed in unison. As expected, Qin Shuangjue immediately sent a voice transmission. To refine a Shanggrade divine pill, after the pill condensation step, one must have the divine power of laws at the 7th level of the divine realm. Otherwise, without the suppression of the divine power of laws, the energy of the pill condensation will explode because it's too strong. At the 6th level of the divine realm, one could control many kinds of laws. At the 7th level of the divine realm, one's laws and divine power would be merged into one. Using laws would no longer require a large amount of divine power. Although Lin Chen's laws were strong, he hadn't reached the realm of merging laws and divine power. In other words, his realm wasn't that strong. This was completely a shortcoming of cultivation. No matter how strong Lin Chen's alchemy skills were, it was useless. Qin Shuangjue couldn't help but scold, speaking of which, you actually don't know this kind of common sense? Isn't it written on the pill formula? What kind of pill formula did you learn? The corner of Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Little demon, spirit. Yi Qingwu also seemed to have thought of something, and her charming dimples were dyed with an awkward red glow for the first time. Little demon secretly sent a voice transmission. Cough cough, don't be angry. I seem to have forgotten to add a note when I wrote the pill formula back then. When I started learning alchemy, I was already at the 7th level of the divine realm. You can't blame me. After all, what kind of bad intentions can a girl like me have? Lin Chen, Qin Shuangjue, good fellow, there are actually 2 people who don't have common sense. Yi Qingwu stuck out her tongue. Sorry, I was wrong. I'll dare next time. Time was of the essence. Lin Chen was in a situation that he couldn't overcome. Chapter 2036. In the VIP seats on the observation deck, the Lin clan and the others were seated at jade chairs and golden tables. Even though the Lin family had declined, they were still qualified to participate in the 5 continents divine assembly. In the Lin family's camp, Lin Xueqing, who was wearing a luxurious dress, curled her lips and said sourly, "TSK, that's all there is to it." Some of the Lin family's prodigies glanced at Lin Xueqing. Even though Lin Chen had failed, he had saved her before. What kind of attitude was this? Lin Wanchuan couldn't help but worry. What are Qingwu and Xingchen doing? Don't tell me they don't even know this and let him refine the high-grade divine pill? Lin Mingxiao sternly said, it does seem like something Qingwu would do. She's very smart in many aspects, but sometimes she's so rash that it's unbelievable. Who knows, maybe the Xingchen pill formula was created by Qingwu herself. In the first venue, Lin Chen resisted the urge to pull out his gun. The most important thing now was how to salvage the situation. Without a high-grade divine pill, it was impossible to enter the top 3. There are less than 45 days left. My cultivation level is my shortcoming. Should I try other pill formulas? No, there's no time. A high-grade pill formula is 10 times more complicated than a mid-grade one. No, there's not enough time. Even if I can use the wind god set to increase my speed, I can't overcome the gap in cultivation level. Lin Chen fell into deep thought. Although Qingwu had said she would try to enter the top 3, Lin Chen wanted to meet his birth mother personally. No matter what, she was still looking for the Lin family when she was still under house arrest. She deserved to meet him personally. It seems like there's only one way left. Lin Chen's expression gradually returned to normal. Lin Chen's eyes shone with absolute confidence and boldness. The moment he took out the pill recipe, Lin Chen tossed it into the air. Zhao Jiuxiao narrowed his eyes. It seems that only by doing something beyond the standard can he be revived. But it's too difficult. Zhao Jiuxiao looked at the first prince. The first prince, on the other hand, was gentle and elegant as he smiled. There is no trace of despair in his eyes. His fighting spirit has risen to an unprecedented high. What is he trying to do? Now that things have come to this, it's useless to do anything. High-grade divine pellets are not something he can refine at his current level. A wise man submits to circumstances. As a person, the most important thing is to recognize your own boundaries. The antiques of the 5 continents all sighed in unison. Even the 3 great elders of the Alchemist Association who were extremely confident in Lin Chen had grave expressions. It was too difficult for Lin Chen to break the current situation. No matter which path he chose, it was a dead end. Who said that? Who would have thought that Shen Lingshuang, who seemed to have read their messages, would personally step forward? Her tall and slender figure and beautiful temperament were particularly eye-catching. She placed her hands on her small waist and snorted coldly. Master's limit has never existed. Boom tilde. Bang. The space shook, and with a loud bang, a large number of divine spirit talismans wrapped in golden light appeared in the sky. Every inch of golden light floated, showing the names of hundreds of herbs, the combinations of herbs, the energy required to refine the pellets, and so on. Tens of millions of talismans recorded the key points of the pellet formula, which flashed with golden light, appeared in the sky, almost filling the space where Lin Chen was standing. Hiss. Oh my god. Crazy. He must be crazy. Does this Lin Chen want to go all out? Many alchemy geniuses were dumbfounded, and they gasped slightly. At this moment, the talismans in the sky were the contents of the entire pellet formula. The contents of the entire volume of high-grade divine pellet formulas were perfectly displayed in front of everyone. How vast was the capacity of the pellet formula of a high-grade divine pellet? To put it bluntly, just reading it alone would require one to be at least at the divine soul realm. Some young alchemists hadn't even seen the contents of the pellet formula of a high-grade divine pellet because they didn't have the conditions and foundation to read it. Now, the contents of the entire pellet formula were displayed in front of everyone. How could they not be shocked? Not to mention refining, just looking at the contents of the pellet formula and the refinement of some herbs was enough to make an ordinary alchemist dizzy. But, why did Lin Chen unseal the contents of the pellet formula? Wang, wang, wang. Ripples appeared in space, and white light flashed across the sky, illuminating the world. The 6 phantom doppelgangers seemed to have come from a distant time and space, descending beside Lin Chen, standing around him like stars supporting the moon. Lin Chen removed the phantom doppelgangers that were guarding the realm sea and returned to his main body. His divine soul faced the sky, and wisps of divine soul power slowly spread out like a 1,000-armed Buddha. Divine light filled the air, and a large number of herbs quickly appeared. Then, all of Lin Chen's doppelgangers began to enter the pill refining state, and Lin Chen's main body's gaze was as sharp as a sword. As his gaze changed, the golden words at the bottom quickly changed. Lin Chen's gaze shifted continuously, and a large number of golden words changed like lightning. A large number of alchemists looked at each other in confusion, closely watching the situation in front of them. What was this? Even the powerful alchemy grandmasters couldn't understand what Lin Chen was doing. Using doppelgangers was originally an alchemist's own method. Lin Chen's doppelgangers could be used in pill refining, which really stunned everyone, but each doppelganger was refining pills, and they weren't connected. It didn't look like he was refining pills at all. Time gradually passed, Kai tilde, Wang tilde. Intense black smoke emitted from the spatial platform, and the herbs refined by the phantom doppelgangers were all wasted. What's going on? He unsealed the pellet formula. But it can't solve any problems. It doesn't look like his refining pills. Everyone looked at each other. Tiani God Nation, Alchemist Guild, Battle God Mansion, Lin Family, Divine Realm Emissary, etc. None of them understood what Lin Chen was doing, but the sharp-eyed old antiques of the Divine Continent suddenly focused their attention. They realized that every time Lin Chen's doppelgangers failed to refine herbs, the contents of his pellet formula would start to change drastically. Suddenly, a grey-robed old man stood up abruptly and stared at Lin Chen as though he had seen a ghost. It's Grandmaster Hue of the Divine Continent's alchemy world. Could he have noticed Lin Chen's tricks? As the alchemists of the Divine Continent exclaimed, a few other prominent alchemists also stood up. Their expressions were filled with shock. Finally, more and more alchemists noticed Lin Chen's intentions. Hey. Oh my god, is this young man for real? He actually modified and reorganized the pellet formula at the Five Continents Sacred Assembly. The alchemy grandmasters were shocked. Modifying the contents and reorganizing the pellet formula, the volume of the high-grade divine pill formula was so vast that it made one's scalp tingle. Reorganizing the pellet formula was no less than creating a new one. A high-grade pill recipe would require at least an alchemy grandmaster to try countless times. It would require thousands of years of accumulation and trial and error before it could be created. Lin Chen actually wanted to reorganize the pellet formula on the spot. Recreate the divine pill. A grandmaster alchemist's thousands of years of accumulation and a sea of knowledge was the result of brewing. Did he want to complete it in such a short time? How crazy was that? No. The alchemy grandmasters' mouths trembled. If his goal was to get into the top 3, the alchemy grandmasters felt their scalps tingle, and a wave of horror rushed to their brains. Not only did he want to reorganize the pellet formula on the spot, he also wanted to refine it in this final period of time. Qin Shuangjue, who was about to enter the core condensation stage, noticed Lin Chen's intentions, and her pupils shrank. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, "This man, to what extent is he going to show off?" Chapter 2037. At this moment, there was no one in the Lin clan who wasn't shocked. Hey. Lin Mingxiao's expression was fanatical. Why is my eldest nephew so monstrous? He's as strong as a monster even without the godly blood. Lin Wanchuan cried tears of joy as she looked in the direction of the temple. No matter what his ranking is today, sister-in-law will definitely be proud of him. In the Divine Continent camp, the martial god mansion experts who had maintained their composure earlier were now gaping as though they had seen a ghost. Mrs. Master was simply going to *CK the heavens, reorganizing a superior grade godly pill recipe on the spot. To think he could think of such a thing, something that others did not even dare to think of, he had just started to show off. Wu Changtian could not help but shake his head in amazement. His moves are really random, and his actions have no limits. Seeing his daughter's glowing eyes staring at Lin Chen, the future leader of the martial god mansion could not help but sigh. He understood more and more why Ling Shuang admired him so much. The eyes of the 3 elders of the Alchemist Guild shone brightly. If this kid can really reorganize a pill recipe, just this achievement alone will make him comparable to some of the old monsters here, let alone refining. He's so daring that he can cover the clouds. This kid's actions are completely random. Zhao Zhouxiao of the Tiani Divine Nation was amazed. His subordinates were all praising Lin Chen's monstrous talent. The Divine Continent Camp's Divine Wind Sect Master suddenly said, "He's indeed more random than Chu Lang." Reorganizing a pill recipe meant that he had to deduce a refining method suitable for himself from tens of thousands of combinations. This feeling made one's scalp tingle, even with the consciousness of one's soul. Not to mention, it had happened in such a short time. Lin Chen's gaze flickered in the blink of an eye. The ancient talisman that flickered with golden rays of light emanated a 3 kilometers long divine radiance as it ceaselessly rearranged itself or added new combinations into it. Consumed 5,741 points of godly rune energy. Consumed 5,992 points of godly rune energy. Replenishing the energy consumed by the doppelgangers, Lin Chen's 6 doppelgangers were in charge of trying out a large number of combinations of herbs, while Lin Chen was in charge of rewriting all the steps that required the power of laws to form the pill. A tense and oppressive atmosphere enveloped the entire place. It was as if everyone had been brought into the atmosphere of rewriting pill recipes. It almost made people forget the passage of time. It was as if they were witnessing a new turning point in the history of alchemy. He stepped into a domain that no one had imagined. After an unknown amount of time, a strong pill fragrance suddenly lingered in the air, and a long purple rainbow soared into the 9 heavens. Someone had formed a pill. Only then did everyone wake up from their daze. The first to succeed was the genius alchemist from the divine continent, Xu Jiuzhao. He slapped the pill furnace with both hands. At this moment, he was the center of attention, as if he was welcoming the highlight of his life. His pale face was filled with excitement and fanaticism, as if he was welcoming his greatest masterpiece. The purple clouds above the pill furnace rose and filled the air. The elixir transformed into a petite and exquisite baby girl. She was delicate, with a chubby round face. She looked around timidly. Middle-grade divine Dan, divinity transformation. Even in the 4-dimensional universe, there would be a certain amount of divinity spirit bodies. The intensity of the divinity was like a new 4-dimensional life form. Xu Jiuzhao, who had a resolute expression, had not even taken 2 breaths of time before several streaks of divinity clouds stirred up the clouds. Divinity clouds filled the sky, and divinity power converged into a vortex. Someone had formed a pill again. Only then did everyone come back to their senses. They had been staring at Lin Chen for a month and had not paid attention to the situation around them. The process of him rewriting the pill recipe was indeed hard to take their eyes off. They had even forgotten the passage of time. When the old antiques woke up from their daze, they gasped in amazement. It's been a month since they started dating. It seems like it was only yesterday. The speed at which he rewrote the pill recipe is too smooth. Each of his clones has the same strength as the main body. Their coordination is smooth and seamless. The effect is far greater than 1+1. The representatives of the 100 families of the 5 continents and the various major powers were looking at Lin Chen with burning gazes. Lin Chen alone is equivalent to an unparalleled team of alchemists. TSK, TSK, TSK. If my fiery charming palace can get this man, it will be equivalent to having a team of alchemists in the future. We have to be on good terms with Lin Chen no matter what. We have to rope him in at all cost. This guy is very likely to be recruited into the divine realm in the future. He is a rich son-in-law, really a rich son-in-law. No, he is king rich son-in-law. Once he becomes a dragon, he will become an influential figure. If we want to rope him in, we can only do it in the near future. Regardless of whether they were male or female, old or young, as long as they were in charge of the major powers, they stared at Lin Chen like a drunkard who had found a 10,000-year-old wine or a beauty who had been thirsty for 1,000 years. Anyone would be able to see the limitless potential in him. More and more prodigies formed their pills. There was less than half a month left before the end of the 5 continents divine gathering. Some succeeded, and some failed. Some enjoyed glory, and some suffered setbacks and left in failure. But there was no doubt that everyone was suppressed by a certain area in the first venue. Buzz. Ripples appeared in the space, and Qin Shuangjue and the others also started to form their pills. The quality of her divine pill seemed to be far better than other middle-grade divine pills. If it was in the past, she would definitely be proud of herself. But now, when she formed her pill, her eyes were filled with loneliness. As expected, I still can't catch up with you. The gap between you and me is a gap of different dimensions. The cold and helpless beauty sighed softly and quietly looked at the most dazzling figure in the first venue. Time passed. Then, with Yi Qingwu as the leader, the prodigies in the 5 continents finally started to form their pills. Rumble. Heaven and earth roared. In the second venue, the first middle-grade divine pill was born. The divine nature of the pill was so strong that it turned into an ice snake and looked down on everyone. Below the ice snake was an enchanting woman from the divine continent. She was so charming that she could overturn the world. She was Tang Yumai of the divine continent, and she was also a rare prodigy in alchemy. She attracted the attention of many old antiques. Buzz! The intense pill glow turned into a tricolored pill ring and let out a scornful scream. It was like the cry of a phoenix, and it shocked the ice snake in the sky. It was full of fear. The tricolored ice phoenix in the first venue was flapping its wings. It was made by Yi Qingwu. Tang Yumei's pretty face was solemn. The Yi family from the divine realm are also here to participate in the 5 continents divine assembly. Then, time passed, and more middle-grade divine pills were born. The strange phenomenon was endless, and it was really a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. It was amazing. Every high-grade divine pill was extremely tempting and valuable to a true god expert. The higher the grade of the divine pellet, the higher its value would increase by 10 times or even dozens of times. Finally, in the last 5 days of the 5 continents divine assembly, the successful alchemists had all produced their pills. The losers had already left the venue. Suddenly, a golden pillar of light bloomed behind the venue, illuminating the sky. The sky was filled with golden afterglow, and everyone was dumbfounded. Because this was not a sign of a pill being produced. It was the phenomenon of a divine art being born. The ancient scriptures engraved on the divine monolith fluttered in the air once again, displaying another divine achievement. Star Continent, Lin Chen, a divine art user, has achieved a divine art. Using 40 days, he has successfully reconstructed the recipe of a middle-grade divine pill. At this moment, the experts from the 5 continents sucked in a cold breath. The titans of the alchemy world, as well as the reclusive grandmasters, were all shocked. It was done. Lin Chen had actually managed to accomplish such a magnificent feat that had never been done before. Chapter 2038. Wang tilde. All the contents of the elixir recipe suddenly shone with boundless golden light and returned to the elixir recipe scroll, falling into Lin Chen's palm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All of Lin Chen's doppelgangers surrounded Lin Chen, and a mountain of substandard god jades quickly appeared nearby. Millions of god jades burned crazily, replenishing Lin Chen's divine soul energy. The doppelgangers' divine souls could be replenished with runes, but Lin Chen's main body couldn't. He had to use normal methods to recover. It was all thanks to his phantom doppelganger that he was able to reassemble the pill recipe. It perfectly possessed his powerful divine soul, and under their perfect coordination, he was able to reassemble large amounts of medicinal ingredients at the highest speed day and night. Ordinary alchemists simply couldn't support it. After obtaining the mental cultivation technique and talent, the doppelgangers' divine souls were also 10 times stronger than those of the same level. And the efficiency of these 6 divine souls combined was terrifying. The efficiency was completely multiplied. Tianyi God Nation, Alchemist Guild, Martial God Mansion, Lin family, and countless experts were stunned. The pill recipe that divine-level alchemy grandmasters needed to accumulate over 1,000 years to brew was completely reorganized in a short 40 days. Others needed thousands of years of accumulation, but he completed it in just 40 days. The divine jade burned with a light that was as vast as a rainbow. It circled around his body like a flying dragon, setting off the last figure in the first venue. The young man's silver robe fluttered, and his back was as straight as a spear. His handsome face was firm, and his deep eyes were like stars in the night sky. He displayed an absolute aura that made people's hearts palpitate. The doppelgangers opened their Providence plant pouches, and a sea of herbs floated in the sky like stars in the night sky. Each herb glowed with a unique divine light, like a star or a candle flame. The moment Lin Chen put away the pill recipe, a divine wind appeared in his palm. I have an ultimate technique. I'm willing to borrow the divine wind for 3 inches to refine it. Wang tilde. A gust of divine wind swept across the sky, and a dark green divine light appeared in the first venue. The wind was like a song, and it roared on the island of gods. The divine wind shocked the heavens, and it chilled the entire world. Lin Chen's jade-like azure divine wings spread out from his back. They were as thin as a cicada's wings and were shining with divine light. The dark green greaves stepped out, surrounded by an immortal divine wind. The dark green armor extended, and the gift of the divine wind was enhanced. At this moment, everyone was in a daze. All the other alchemy prodigies of his generation had become his contrast. The magnificent divine light of all kinds of divine skills and achievements was only fit to be his embellishment. Yi Qingwu's charming and enchanting figure slowly moved back. She leaned against the pillar outside the venue and smiled sweetly. Next, it's time for the feast of the King of Speed. Let all living beings be intoxicated by your supreme skill, Lin Chen. Divine wind swirled. Lin Chen's hands formed a seal and he took a step forward. Tens of thousands of divine-level heavenly materials danced in the wind. TSK. Boom tilde. At that moment, countless people witnessed a miraculous scene. Lin Chen's figure disappeared amidst the spinning space-time. There was only a wisp of divine wind whistling in the sky of the first venue. Host used the extreme 6-piece set of Wind God. All attributes increased by 300 times, 400 times, 500 times, 700 times, 900 times. The divine wind became more and more violent. In the end, one could only vaguely feel a divine light traveling through space and distorting spacetime. Those tens of thousands of divine-level herbs split open at a terrifying speed. The essence of the herbs quickly flowed out and condensed into a ball. They were either divided into batches or kept in a single piece. Finally, they all gathered together in different combinations. The old antiques of the alchemy world were completely shocked. It was too fast. It was so fast that it didn't seem like alchemy at all. It was more like looking at the memory of alchemy left behind by the divine soul. It seemed crazy and fast, but in fact, every step was steady and multiple steps overlapped. The phantom doppelganger was responsible for refining the divine jade and transferring it to the main body, while Lin Chen went all out to refine the brand new triple annihilation peerless pill. No, it should be a brand new pill. After Lin Chen's reorganization and modification, the new pill formula's success rate increased to 50%. With the help of the law of fire, it could even be higher. It was as if a flawless painting of a miracle was presented in front of everyone. When the painting of a miracle slowly unfolded, everyone fell silent. Even the envoys of the celestial realm were no exception. They had never seen such a scene before. This wasn't alchemy skills. This was the art of alchemy. It was Lin Chen who had raised it to this level. Boom tilde. Red clouds soared into the sky. The 3 colors of divine light illuminated the 9 heavens. Many balls of energy began to merge and form the pill. When everyone came back to their senses this time, several hours had already passed. They had already begun the step of forming the pill. Many alchemists subconsciously tensed their heartstrings. The people of the guild even had their hearts in their throats. It's here, forming the pill again. If Lin Chen didn't completely overcome this problem, it would be difficult for him to overcome this difficulty no matter how fast he was. Buzz. Blue, orange, and green, the pill cloud suddenly soared into the sky with 3 rays of divine light revolving around it. All of the energy condensed into a ball and formed the embryonic pill. It had become an embryonic pill. After Lin Chen modified the pill formula, he reorganized the pill formula into the most suitable combination for him. He didn't even need the power of laws and divine power to completely overcome this cultivation bottleneck. Time passed. Lin Chen's figure floated in the air. His hands formed hand seals. Lightning flashed in his left hand, and divine flames flashed in his right. The speed of forming the pill became faster and faster. The divine power vortex erupted at a speed visible to the naked eye as it continuously absorbed energy. Lin Chen even burned more divine jades and transferred the energy of the divine jades into the vortex. On the last day of the 5 States Divine Conference, whoosh, boom, 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 flowers fell from the sky. The 3-colored divine light completely transformed into a spiritual body. A 3-colored divine pill was born. At this moment, everyone in the 5 States Divine Conference stood up, reorganizing the high-grade divine pill formula within the time limit of the Divine Conference, refining the high-grade divine pill within 5 days. Then, what made everyone even more dumbfounded was that the divinity of the 3-colored divine pill that Lin Chen refined gradually transformed into a human form. The divine pill's divinity turned into a cute girl. Her face was soft and tender, and her appearance was exactly the same as Shen Lingshuang before she grew up. Ah! Shen Lingshuang cried out, her eyes twinkling like little stars. It's my old appearance. Master still loves me. Master is the most handsome. The moment the divinity took form, the petite Shen Lingshuang walked in the air. When she saw the spiritual bodies of the other pills, she went up and slapped them. Slap. With one slap, she sent the spiritual body of the ice snake flying. With another slap, she sent the spiritual body of the sword tiger flying. The high-grade divine pills that were born in the three major venues were all in a state of panic. Then, the young Shen Lingshuang and Yi Qingwu's tricolor ice phoenix hit it off. Everyone was dumbfounded. Obviously, the divinity of this divine pill was obviously stronger than the other high-grade divine pills. The moment it was born, it blended in with the other divine pills. The great elder of the Alchemist Guild said enthusiastically, "The alchemy world of the 5 states is going to be shaken." Everyone was well aware of what this meant. The alchemy world of the 5 states of the divine realm was going to welcome an unprecedented new star. His brilliance would be passed down through the ages, and no one in the world would not know of him. Star Continent, Lin Chen. Chapter 2039. Within the temple, Yi Hongmeng's eyes were wet as she looked at the young man basking in the cheers and glory of the crowd. This was her, Yi Hongmeng's son. His talent in alchemy was in no way inferior to her own back then. Looking at Lin Chen and Yi Qingwu in the first venue, Yi Hongmeng's eyes were filled with tears of hope. This scene was so familiar. Back then, Yi Hongmeng had met the person she loved here. He had taken first place in the God's Assembly and stolen her heart. Time had passed, and she and her son had once again stepped onto this stage. The once glorious Lin family and Yi family had not brought him any help. He had come to the God Realm on his own and arrived on the stage of the God Realm's 5 continent. Within the 3 venues, those alchemy geniuses who were once monstrous geniuses, who ran amok for a generation, were now dim and lackluster in front of the tricolored divine pill. The alchemy representatives and judges from the God Realm and the 5 continents entered the venue. The 5 continents divine assembly had entered its final evaluation stage. In terms of quality and divinity, everyone was on par. However, Lin Chen's divine pill was on a completely different level from everyone else's. After a round of evaluation, the judges looked at each other. Although the results were obvious, they were the first to ask questions to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, what are the effects of your divine pill? Although your divine pill's divinity is obvious and it takes the shortest time to refine, the effects of your divine pill are very important in the 5 continents divine assembly. When Lin Chen removed the extreme wind god set, he almost lost his balance. He felt dizzy and his divine power was almost depleted. Fortunately, his divine body was strong and his blood essence was strong, so he could still stand. Lin Chen smiled and said, "The effects are very simple. After modification, anyone below the 8th level of the God Realm can use it. If the user can perfectly refine the divine pill, they can raise their cultivation by 2 to 3 levels. Even if the refinement fails, the side effect is only a drop of 2 levels, and the success rate is 50%. Hiss. The judges and experts present all sucked in a breath of cold air. What AF * king monster? Anyone below the 8th level of the God Realm could use it. What did that mean? It meant that if someone at the peak of the 7th level of the God Realm consumed this pill, they could reach the 8th level of the God Realm and reach the God-body integration stage. This was heaven-defying. Furthermore, it was 2 against 3, a 50% success rate. Not to mention 50%, even if there was only a 10% success rate, countless people would take the risk. A 50% success rate was enough to make people go crazy. The little girl could not help but clap. He was too outstanding. The 3 annihilation pill could only be consumed by those below the 6th level of the God Realm, and could raise their cultivation by 2 or 3 levels, and the success rate was only 30%. Once the pill failed God. The God annihilation of the God Realm was in the God annihilation of the God Realm. Without a doubt, after Lin Chen's reconstruction, its value had increased by several fold. Just by looking at the value brought by its effects, This was definitely a divine pill comparable to a supreme-grade divine pill, a judge said with a trembling voice. Then, what's the name of this pill? Lin Chen was unperturbed. He smiled calmly and said, after my divine pill was reconstructed based on the original pill formula, its effects have changed greatly. It doesn't have a name yet. With a wave of his hand, the divine pill that had transformed into Shen Lingshuang looked a little hesitant. But it still turned into a stream of light and turned back into a divine pill, landing in Lin Chen's palm as if it had a mind of its own. With the divine pill in his hand, Lin Chen said with a smile, since I'm using it to reverse the universe today, I'll call it the 3 reversal pill. The judges looked at each other, then looked in the direction of the temple, as if seeking the final judge's opinion. At this time, an ethereal voice reverberated. This 3 reversal pill contains a universe inside. The actual success rate is more than 50%. If you refine it with the help of the law of fire, the success rate can increase even more. Hearing this voice, Lin Chen felt as if his blood vessels had started to throb. The judges were shocked. This pill actually contained such a secret. This kid was indeed a monster. Lin Chen clasped his fists and smiled. Indeed. Following which, the final judge's voice began to judge the results of the judges' selections. She gave a judgment that hit the nail on the head for each alchemist's refining results. With a little guidance for each alchemist, the alchemy prodigies present were enlightened. Some even took out jade slips to record her guidance, enlightening them, and because of her guidance, there were 2 more third contestants in this God's assembly. The 2 reclusive geniuses from the Divine Continent and the Star Continent were equally matched in terms of the effects of their elixirs, as well as the time they took to refine the elixirs. However, due to the subtle judgment of the judges, they had not been able to perfectly describe the effects of the elixirs and had almost lost their fairness. After all, the attendees of such a large-scale God's assembly were not ordinary people. Only those with extremely high cultivation levels could make such a comprehensive judgment. The alchemists outside the 3 main venues were in awe, as expected of the alchemy prodigy from the Divine Continent's Yi family. Even the old antiques present couldn't reach this level. In the end, the results of the 5 continents assembly were, Lin Chen first, Yi Qingwu second, and the 2 prodigies tied for third. Thunderous cheers erupted from the Martial God Mansion and the Alchemist Guild. Lin Chen! Lin Chen! The Alchemist Guild and Tianyi Divine Nation shouted Lin Chen's name. Not only that, but many experts from the Star Continent also erupted in deafening cheers. Shen Lingshuang puffed out her chest and said proudly, "Did you see that? My master is the best." "Yes, yes, yes." Wu Changtian smiled helplessly. I wasn't even this happy when I taught you the family's secret technique." Shen Lingshuang smiled like a flower and clenched her fists. "I'm going to become someone like my master." The 8 divine guards said in unison, "Not only that, you're going to become our master's person." Wu Changtian, On the other side, while Lin Wanchuan and Lin Mingxiao were overjoyed, the elders of the Lin family were pale. The representative sent by the Lin family did not even enter the top 10. Lin Chen, on the other hand, had taken first place. Not only had he turned the tide, but he had also broken all common sense in the alchemy world. He had reconstructed a high-grade elixir recipe in 40 days. He had refined a high-grade elixir that was comparable to a supreme-grade elixir in 5 days. Coupled with his terrifying battle prowess and bottomless foundation, they had personally pushed such a peerless figure out of their family. Not only had their path narrowed, but they had also torn it down. Buzz tilde. Lightning flashed, and a figure stepped on lightning and landed on the 3 venues, overlooking the entire place. Someone from the 5 continents assembly exclaimed, "It's the Lightning Emperor. I heard that he ascended to the realm of the gods a few years ago. His God-King aura is even sharper than our old man's." While everyone kept quiet out of fear, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. This person, he had a lot of attributes. The white-haired, sharp-browed, eagle-eyed Lightning Emperor scanned the entire place and said indifferently, 3 days later, the final judge will be met according to the rankings. The top 10, tell me the names of your sects and clans. Don't waste my time. The Thunder Emperor's arrogant demeanor was filled with cold disdain. Remember, I have no interest in the psychological growth of trash. You lowly people, this king won't even spare you a glance, much less sympathize with people like you at the bottom. If it weren't for God's domain's grace, granting you a path to work hard, trash like you would only be fit to spend your days in the sores of the God realm. The top 10, remember, don't waste my time. Otherwise, your ranking will be revoked. Report your sects and families within 3 days. The experts of the 5 Continents Assembly had ugly expressions. Lin Chen transmitted his voice to Xiao Yao. He's so arrogant. Yi Qingwu agreed. After all, he's from the realm of the gods. He's not on the same level as us. Lin Chen suddenly understood. So he's from the upper class, and he joined later. Looking at the Lightning Emperor again, Lin Chen's gaze was very friendly. He has so many attribute light balls. It's a pity that he's still alive. Chapter 2040. In the resting room, Lin Chen was sitting cross-legged, recovering. A large number of sound transmissions came from the outside world. Lin Chen, my sect needs a chief alchemist consultant. Are you interested? Brother Lin, this little girl has seen Brother's miracles and admires you greatly. Would you like to have a talk with me tonight? Brother Chen, if you need my Chen family's help in the future, just say the word and we'll do anything for you. Divine Continent, Yun family. Dowry of 100,000 jades. You can choose any beauty. Brother Lin, are you interested? Crooked by BA? Even though the secret chamber of the Divine Island was very quiet, it was inevitable that the big shots above the 8th tier of the Divine Realm would send out sound transmissions. Even though everyone knew that they shouldn't disturb Lin Chen at this time, they were afraid that they would miss a good opportunity to rope him in. Lin Chen rejected the invitations and meetings of all the forces, letting them do as they pleased. Following that, everyone expressed their intentions and Yi Qingwu accepted everyone's intentions on behalf of Lin Chen. Therefore, things became very interesting. But Lin Chen didn't know how interesting it was. Lin Chen only focused on cultivating the divine soul realm. He didn't pay attention to the outside world. His 3 minds were only focused on improving his cultivation. His 4 senses were only focused on the great cause. This time, I got a lot of spiritual light balls. In addition, I'm close to the limit of alchemy, so my thunder law has improved a lot. Maybe I can break through to the realm of perfection soon. Dozens of hours passed. When the seclusion ended, Lin Chen adjusted himself to the best state. He opened his eyes. Black lightning flashed in his eyes. It was deep and vast, as if it contained a monstrous battle intent. I'm not far from the middle stage of the divine soul realm. If I can break through, I'll have few opponents in the divine soul realm with my Tai Fu Tian technique. Looking at the 3-colored divine pill in his palm, Lin Chen didn't take it in the end. Instead, he put it away carefully. Now was not the time to take it. First, it was too wasteful to take it before reaching the 3rd tier of the divine realm. Second, this pill could only be taken once. He had to seize the opportunity. Third, no one could predict what would happen next. To transmit Lin Chen's position and will to the entire 4-dimensional universe, whether he was alive or dead. Would they continue to kneel to the iron law of history, or would they walk towards the end of a new path? Only those who set foot on that path would be able to see if there was an end. Lin Chen opened the door of the secret chamber and walked towards the godly palace on the island of gods. Today was the day to meet the final judge. Divine Hall, Divine Assembly Room. The 10 god kings from the god realm stood high above, looking down at Lin Chen. The new cub, you're here. A white-robed god king smiled gracefully. Lin Chen nodded slightly and didn't say anything. The white-robed divine king didn't blame Lin Chen. Instead, he smiled and said, although I have many things to tell you, I presume that you have been looking forward to the championship reward for a long time. I'll let you receive the reward first and obtain the guidance of the divine realm's strongest alchemist. The white-robed divine king opened up a path in the divine hall for Lin Chen. Lin Chen slowly stepped inside. Heaven and earth spun, and space and time spun. Lin Chen arrived at a waterside pavilion. In the pavilion, there stood a lonely figure. Dazzling divine radiance of 9 different colors circulated around her body. She was like a goddess of the 9 heavens, wearing the stars and wearing the moon. She had an extraordinary grace and was like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Lin Chen stepped into the pavilion. His heart throbbed inexplicably. The familial bond that originated from his bloodline told him the identity of this woman. When she suddenly turned around and removed her veil, her eyes were filled with gentleness and disbelief. "Is it you?" "Xing Chen." Lin Chen's hand trembled. After taking a deep breath, he said, "It's me." After hesitating for a moment, Lin Chen still said those words. "Mother, I'm back." Yi Hongmeng's eyes were filled with hot tears. When she went over to take her son's hands, tears unknowingly streamed down her face. Mother and son met. Yi Hongmeng and Lin Chen talked for a long time in the pavilion. This space was specially used to guide the victorious alchemists of the Gods' Assembly. For a short period of time, there were no experts from the Yi clan monitoring this place. The mother and son talked for a long time. From the 9 provinces to the sacred boundary, from the sacred boundary to the God realm, Lin Chen basically told them everything he had experienced. Yi Hongmeng was shocked by her son's experiences. She was shocked by his courage, and she was also worried about his tempering. Although she could tell that her son was hiding some secrets from her, as his mother, she definitely wouldn't look too deeply into it. The fact that he was able to return to her side was already the greatest gift he could give her. Yi Hongmeng said in surprise, "You've cultivated that Fu Tian Emperor's cultivation technique?" Lin Chen nodded. "That's right. From the lower realms until now, I was influenced by many of his thoughts when I was young. When I understood his thoughts, I was willing to step onto the same path as him." Yi Hongmeng's heart trembled. As someone from the realm of the gods, even though she had been forced to do so since she was young, she understood the weight of these words. Yi Hongmeng rubbed his hair and said in a gratified voice, "Good, good, good. My son has made a name for himself. No matter what path you take, Mother will support you. Whether you take on the name Lin Chen or Lin Xingchen, Mother won't have any objections." A warm feeling flowed through his heart. Lin Chen grinned and said, "I'll just call you Lin Chen. I'm used to it." "Mother." Lin Chen hid the gratitude in his heart and asked about the doubts in his heart. "If I'm the real Lin Xingchen, then what's the deal with the other Lin Xingchen? Also, Aunt Lin Wanchuan said that only a few people in the Lin clan know about the results of that divination master's calculations. What's going on?" Yi Hongmeng's eyes narrowed as she spoke about this matter. Her expression was incomparably serious. Tightly holding her son's hand, Yi Hongmeng took a deep breath and began to talk about the past. "Xingchen, listen carefully. Back then, when you were born, you attracted countless heavenly anomalies and caused the entire divine realm to tremble. That divination master personally came to our Lin clan to make a divination. He predicted that in the near future, our Lin clan would occupy all the heavenly mysteries and that a new star would appear that would illuminate the human race. This star would overshadow everyone else's light." Yi Hongmeng's expression was incomparably serious. At that time, the Lin clan would obtain the Tao and monopolize the heavenly mysteries. A god ancestor would appear. Lin Chen's heart trembled as shock appeared in his eyes. "God? Ancestor?" Yi Hongmeng continued to resolve Lin Chen's doubts. According to the Divine Realm's historical records, the gods of the Divine Realm are ranked according to True God, Divine King, Divine Master, and the highest God Emperor. But in reality, there is an even higher realm above the God Emperor realm, the God Ancestor realm. When the 4-dimensional universe was first formed, the various races were just born. When they multiplied and reached their peak, the Azura race had an Azura ancestor who ruled over the 8 directions. The Dragon clan had the first ancestor dragon born in the world, the origin of all dragons. And the Demon clan's great ancestor, the original demon. At that time, the 3 clans were at odds, and the human race could only struggle to survive. Later on, the human race rose to prominence and gave birth to the first god ancestor, Qin Shi Huang. He was the pioneer of the human race. Chapter 2041. The Qin Emperor unified the human race in the god realm, making the human race the 4th great power. At the end of the 4-dimensional universe, the strongest of the 4 races discovered something, which led to a great battle. According to historical records, That battle caused the destruction of all living things in the world, and the disappearance of the ancestors of the four races. After the disappearance of the four ancestors, the races once again fell into a state of division and struggle for hegemony. The human race gained a new god race, and there was no more god ancestor descending. And in the later history, the human race once again produced a heaven-shaking person. His origin was nothing special. He came from the human race, but he possessed great power that was hard to find in the world. Even the achievements of the Qin emperor paled in comparison to him. He was the Fu Tian emperor. When he became the god emperor, he suppressed all enemies in the world. The people who followed him also swept through all enemies in the world, reaching the level of being invincible in the four-dimensional universe. At one point, they destroyed the three great god races of the human race. They were the ones closest to the secret of the great battle between the four ancestors. At that time, the one closest to the god ancestor realm was the Fu Tian emperor. However, according to Mother's understanding, for some reason, he did not step into that realm, and eventually disappeared. Lin Chen was shocked. These historical secrets that were even more ancient than the ancient times could only be found in the god realm. Yi Hongmeng said seriously, and my Lin family was the moment of enlightenment in the human race's history. That fortune teller predicted that a god ancestor would be born in the Lin family. Once a god ancestor descends, in this era where gods had no ancestors, a god ancestor would decide everything. Later on, it was because of this that the Lin family, Lin Xingchen, obtained the title of number one in the god realm. The Lin family rose because of this prophecy, and fell because of it. Back then, the three great god races decided to erase your existence. The Lin family resisted with all its might, and fought its way out of the god realm. However, the people who chased after us were too powerful, and your father and I were separated in the process of rushing down to the lower realm. At that time, in order to ensure your safety, Xiao Yao removed the aura of a four-dimensional human for you. Furthermore, he used his own god blood to stimulate the god blood in your body, stripping the bloodline from your body. Otherwise, you would have been easily found in the lower realm. Yi Hongmeng stretched out her palm and drew a circle on it with her finger. The Lin family's bloodline is extremely powerful. Only those who are directly related to the god clan can cause a bloodline reaction and separate it. From the looks of it, this information was purposely leaked by that divine-level fortune teller. Her target was your god's blood. Xiao Yao, it's very likely that your father was killed by him, and the god's blood fell into his hands, and that Lin Xingchen you encountered might have been the vessel she created to contain your god's blood. At this point, clear tears streamed down her cheeks, and Yi Hongmeng silently sobbed. Hearing this, Lin Chen's expression was terrifyingly calm. He had basically guessed the other party's intentions. The goal of the number one fortune teller in the god realm was to create a god ancestor. No wonder the Lin family was only banished from the god realm and not destroyed. That fortune teller wanted to monopolize the heavenly design and create a god ancestor of the human clan. Yi Hongmeng said in a low voice as she wiped away her tears. The determination of a mother appeared on her face. Chen your bloodline has been in his body for many years, and it has long been incomparably compatible with him. As long as he is still alive, it's almost impossible to take back your bloodline. The only way is to eliminate him completely. Chen remember, between you and him, only one can live. Between the two of you, one of you must monopolize the heavenly design and become a god ancestor. From the current situation, it's very likely to be him. You must eliminate him before that happens. Once he really steps into the god ancestor realm, Chen run as far away as you can. Leave the god realm and escape to the distant third dimension. Against a god ancestor, no matter if it's a god master or a god emperor, there's no way for you to turn the tables. Yi Hongmeng's advice reminded Lin Chen of a thought. Right now, he was in a race against time with Lin Xingchen. From the Lin family's reaction, it was very likely that Lin Xingchen would return to the Lin family in the future, take over the Lin family, and then return to the god realm. At that time, he would be standing on the side of the three god clans, and he would have all the advantages. Lin Chen hadn't even fought a god king before, let alone a god master or even a god emperor. A god ancestor could surpass a god emperor, and perhaps he could really decide everything with his own strength. Lin Chen took a deep breath. Now, the clouds were parted and the sky was clear. The number one fortune teller in the god realm had set up a trap for the future god ancestor. The karma of the Lin family had been completely resolved. The things Lin Chen wanted to do would not change. However, there was now an invisible giant on the way. Yi Hongmeng took out an exquisite blue gemstone jade ring and solemnly handed it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen was puzzled. "Mother, what is this?" This was not a storage ring, nor was it a destiny plant pouch. It was a unique spatial artifact. Yi Hongmeng smiled. "This is the ring that your father gave me when we were engaged. Everything I carry with me is under the Yi family's supervision, but this is one of my personal belongings. It is connected to my bloodline, so the Yi family can't control it. There are some things I prepared for you inside, and you will definitely be able to use them in the future." Yi Hongmeng hugged Lin Chen. "Forgive me for not being able to be by your side, but there will be a day when we will be reunited." Lin Chen patted her shoulder and said with a smile, "Definitely, your son guarantees it." The mother and son met and chatted for a long time. Unknowingly, Yi Hongmeng was looking forward to seeing her daughter-in-law again. Time had passed, and the God Assembly had set the time limit. When they parted, Yi Hongmeng was extremely reluctant to leave, and she only said, "Be careful." Next, it was Yi Qingwu's turn to enter the secret realm. "Auntie, have you talked to Lin Chen?" Yi Qingwu sat down beside her. Yi Hongmeng wiped away her tears and smiled. "Of course, he is the son I am most proud of. Qingwu, I have something to give you." Yi Hongmeng handed over a pair of jade boxes to Yi Qingwu. She released a wisp of her divine sense, and Yi Qingwu's expression froze. Isn't this your masterpiece?" What was in Yi Qingwu's hands was a dazzling divine pill the size of a longan fruit. The divinity of this divine pill was more than a level higher than Lin Chen's triple reversal. Yi Hongmeng revealed a smile. "Take it. Chen Er's realm is still far from being able to use it. However, you are different. If you can advance a step further, you will be able to refine it, surpassing the half-step Divine King realm and entering the Divine King realm. Even though this is the first time I've met Chen Er, the pride and arrogance in his bones cannot be hidden from me. I'm sure that in the near future, there will be even greater difficulties waiting for him. I hope that you can help him overcome these difficulties together." Yi Qingwu had a rare solemn expression. "Auntie, I will live and die with him. Auntie, please guide me. I still want to learn alchemy." Hearing her request, Yi Hongmeng was stunned. This unruly little demoness actually took the initiative to learn alchemy. Back in the Yi family, it was only because of the Yi family's rules that she reluctantly embarked on the path of alchemy. Even so, she was still able to cultivate to the level of a high-grade divine alchemist. It could be seen how high her talent was. Yi Hongmeng smiled. "Why?" Yi Qingwu smiled. "To help him even more." Chapter 2042. Strolling along the forest path, Lin Chen opened the system. Heavenly Path Attribute Picking System version 9.0 Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, Second Stage Divine Realm Perfection, Divine Essence, 159, 8 billion points. Maximum Strength, 4850 Desolate Power, Flesh Shell Awakening plus 600%, Divine Chi, 81, 2 billion points. Divine Spiritual Power, 1 billion, Divine Soul Realm Peak, Divine Ability Soul Essence, 3 billion, Divine Rune Energy, 7 billion, Divine Heaven Path Points, 98.02 million points. Divine Talent Points, 78, 9 million, High-Grade Set Essence, 400,000 points. Sacred Strengthening Points, 68 billion points. Divine Attributes, Fire 1, 7 billion, Earth 16, 66 million, Wood 19, 8 million, Metal 18, 42 million, Water 29, 25 million, Lightning 1, 5 billion, Wind 17, 61 million, Light 18, 25 million, Darkness 19, 52 million. Set Column, Ultimate Golden War God Set Recharge 40%. Extreme Wind God Set Bracers, Greaves, Armor, Wings of the Wind. Fully Charged, 100% Atlas War God Set Armor Recharge 100%. Talent column, usable in 4 dimensions: extreme God possession, split shadow, God slayer, God defying, ultimate heaven defying. Special attribute treasure, crimson ability fragment, 3/4. Divine spark column, divine elephant divinity, undying divinity, God's guide divinity fragment, 5/6, Azura nemesis divinity fragment, 2/6. System, flesh shell awakening stage 7. Consumed 20 million divine heaven path points. Hosts flesh shell awakening stage 7. Maximum strength, 5542 desolate power. A beam of light shot down from the top of Lin Chen's head. It was a deep purple light filled with God power. When it entered Lin Chen's God body, his power increased tremendously. Lin Chen felt a little pained. He clicked his tongue and said, "The flesh shell awakening stage, the further it goes, the more ridiculous the consumption of attributes is." After Lin Chen's ancient dragon became a divine dragon, his body tempering strength could perfectly stack with the divine dragon possession state. If he used the Golden War God set as a foundation, the increase in strength would far exceed when he used it in his normal state. Facing the upcoming situation, every bit of improvement that Lin Chen could make was a point. As Lin Chen strolled, he stared at the system and calculated. If it's used for battle or refining medicine, the Wind God set's energy consumption rate is still too fast. In order to make the triple reversal pill as quickly as possible during the God's assembly, Lin Chen had used up a lot of set essence. Under normal circumstances, using the Wind God set to refine medicine could be considered a luxury. All of Lin Chen's God equipment sets had to be completed and charged to 100% at the same time. Only then would they no longer consume energy. For example, if Lin Chen kept using the complete Golden Battle God set, he wouldn't be able to charge it to 100%. He would keep pacing back and forth between exhaustion and replenishment. Following that, a strand of Lin Chen's soul seeped into the spatial ring that Yi Hongmeng had given him. Who would have thought that if he didn't take a look, he wouldn't have known, but when he did, he was truly shocked. Within the vast and boundless spatial divine ring, there were thousands of divine pills sealed within. No, just from the number alone, there were probably more than 10,000. Lin Chen was flabbergasted. The effects of the pills in the divine ring were numerous. There were healing pills, body tempering pills, soul healing pills, bone regeneration pills, life detoxification pills, and so on. There were too many. From low-grade to high-grade divine pills, there was everything. Furthermore, even if it was a low-grade divine pill, it was of the highest quality. To put it bluntly, the value of this divine ring surpassed all of Lin Chen's wealth. They were all pills and resources that Yi Hongmeng had prepared for Lin Chen when she was under house arrest in the Yi family. In order to consider whether Lin Chen's cultivation was insufficient, she had specially prepared different grades and types of divine pills. Although she was under house arrest in the Yi family, with Yi Hongmeng's abilities as a god-level alchemist, there would be people begging for her whenever she wanted to refine medicine. As for the ingredients, pill recipes, and other resources, they could be saved from refining medicine. These pills and resources really came at the right time. Lin Chen put away the divine ring. After Xiao Yarrow finished receiving the guidance, the two of them met outside the temple. She casually tossed a few storage rings to Lin Chen, causing Lin Chen to be stunned. There were dozens of divine tools. After inspecting them, Lin Chen was even more shocked. "Where did you get so many good things?" Yi Qingwu smiled slyly. "Of course it's someone else's idea. You don't want it, but I'm doing it for you." Lin Chen was enlightened and gave Yi Qingwu an interesting look. 7 days later, in the temple plaza of the God's Island, there were many divine steles, displaying the achievements of the prodigies. A large number of experts and powers from the 5 continents had gathered here. Today was the glorious day of everyone entering the divine realm. The 9 divine kings of the divine realm had appeared. The white-robed divine king and Xing Qianyu were at the front. Yi Hongmeng seemed to have been taken away early on and did not appear. Xing Qianyu smiled elegantly. Before announcing the names of the powers entering the divine realm, there is an announcement from above. The hearts of everyone in the Tianyi divine kingdom and the alchemist guild trembled. Above. This Xing Qianyue's background was not as simple as being a divine king of the divine realm. He was also inextricably linked to the god race. The above he was talking about, could it be? Xing Qianyu slowly raised his hand and pointed it at Lin Chen. Star Continent Lin Chen, in view of your outstanding achievements, I'll make an exception and give you a spot to enter the god race. Once this announcement was made, the entire crowd was in an uproar. Countless experts from various powers looked at him with envy. They were stunned, shocked, and even gnashed their teeth in jealousy. Especially the Lin family, they were all dumbfounded. Lin Chen had obtained the right to enter the god race just by relying on his own achievement. If the gods of the divine realm were above the 5 continents, then the god race was the master of the divine realm. Even the true gods who entered the divine realm had to bow their head. Xing Qianyu smiled elegantly. Lin Chen, come up and receive your reward. From the moment you step into the divine realm, you will become a member of the god race. You will have immortal achievements and endless glory. Everyone's attention was on Lin Chen. Xing Qianyue's smile became even wider. No one in the mortal world would refuse such an opportunity. Becoming a god race member meant that he would obtain the passage to the highest level of the divine realm. Lin Chen's silver robe fluttered as he stepped forward. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and the weather changed. Everyone was stunned. A figure in golden armor suddenly appeared in front of them. A ray of golden light from the god of war tore through the clouds and slowly shone down. The god of war, shining with golden light, appeared in an instant. He held the divine spear in his hand, and the tip of the spear plowed the ground as he walked forward. His cloak fluttered, and his battle intent soared into the sky. In the next instant, Lin Chen suddenly turned around, held the spear with one hand, and swept it horizontally. Dazzling divine light burst from the tip of the spear, and a beam of golden spear wind swept up with Lin Chen as the center. It turned into a furious tornado and swept across the entire Pantheon Island. The earth-shattering spear wind burst forth with peerless power, crushing the barrier protecting the divine steles and shattering thousands of divine steles. Rumble. The whirlpool-like golden spear wind swept across the entire Pantheon Island. Debris flew everywhere, and the barrier collapsed. Everyone was stunned, and their mouths were slightly agape. Bam, bam, bam. A large number of shattered divine steles inscribed with divine arts fell from the sky and piled up into mountains. Dazzling divine light reflected in everyone's eyes. Everyone saw an unforgettable scene. Under the golden divine light, a cloak fluttered in the wind. Clad in golden armor, he stood on the Pantheon monument and faced the gods. He held the god of war spear in his hand and pointed it toward the Pantheon Island. The wind and clouds stirred, and his battle intent shook the heavens. Today, I, Lin Chen, in the name of Futian, hereby announce, with the divine spear as my intent, and with the gods as my sacrifice. With the will of the oppressed, I hereby declare war on the 3 major tribes of the Pantheon Island, and I will not rest until one of us is dead. Xing Qianyue's smile came to an abrupt end. At this moment, it was time for Lin Chen to declare his stance to the entire 4-dimensional universe. The pupils of the powerful beings of the 5 continents contracted. The 3 major tribes had been in the Pantheon Island since the era of Emperor Qin. They symbolized the reincarnation of history. No matter how many times it happened, they would make a comeback, once again infiltrate the human race, climb over the heads of the human race, and ruthlessly trample all living beings under their feet. The 3 major tribes would never fall. For thousands of eras, no one had dared to challenge the 3 major tribe. No, there had been one before. Futian the Arch, Hao Futian. After hundreds of eras, he had regained his lofty aspirations. He had asked the vast earth who would rise and fall. This time, it was his, Lin Chen's, turn. This will transcended dimensions and space. At this moment, the successor once again embarked on a journey. Chapter 2043. He actually came here to declare war on the god race. Qin Shuangjue's pupils constricted. She had thought of Lin Chen's intentions, but she did not expect him to be so daring. Declaring war on the 3 god races was the same as declaring death. No one in the deity world could go against the 3 god races. Zhao Zhouxiao of Tianyi Divine Nation was dumbfounded. Even the first prince, who could foresee everything, was shocked. He hadn't expected this. He only thought that Lin Chen would not put on the shackles of the deity world, but he did not expect him to smash everyone's shackles. Wu Changtian of Martial God Manor had a solemn expression. Every stone and tree on the deity island was set up by the deity world. Lin Chen's spear had smashed all the divine monuments of the deity world, and the deity world could also sense it. This way, there was no turning back. He was standing on the opposite side of the deity world. The eyelids of the three elders of the Alchemist Guild twitched. Should I say that, as expected of a young man who can startle the deity world, he is truly daring and bold. This little guy is serious. He wants to challenge the three god races. The hearts of the old seniors could not withstand the shock of this shocking secular world. Wu Changtian thought to himself, a newborn tiger. Now is not the time for you to roar in the forest. Seeing his daughter's tense face, Wu Changtian sighed and transmitted his voice to the 8 divine guards. Use the god blood to send a message. Mobilize all the shadow teams in the Martial God Manor. Prepare to save this kid. The 8 divine guards were shocked. The shadow teams were the most secretive force in the Martial God Manor. Only a few core members of the deity world knew about them. Apart from the current deity world master, no one could command them. Furthermore, the shadow teams dealt with the core secrets of the Martial God Manor. They dealt with the most important people. Now, in order to protect a young man, they had to use the shadow teams. As expected of the future son-in-law, the 8 divine guards quietly retreated. While the various clans were still in shock, the 9 god kings slowly stood up. Pointing the war god spear at the 9 god kings, Lin Chen's pure strength surged. Xing Qianyu, who was the leader, had a cold look on his face. His previous gentle and elegant appearance had completely disappeared, replaced by endless disdain and contempt. Xing Qianyu said indifferently, "How can an ant like you be qualified to resist the divine right?" The Thunder Emperor sneered, "I've already said that this kind of trash is not worthy of being a member of the divine realm." Just as Xing Qianyu was about to personally deal with Lin Chen, the Thunder Emperor raised his hand. "It's not up to us to lower ourselves to deal with him." Boom, boom, boom. Divine light burned, and a beam of brilliant divine light descended from the sky. A large number of silhouettes stepped into the plaza of the deity island. The experts of the 5 continents were aghast, and they retreated one after another. Some of them even used their movement techniques to retreat to the edge of the island. These were all experts from the deity realm. They were the experts who used to guard Pantheon Island. The weakest among them was an expert at the 9th stage of the divine realm. Just their numbers alone exceeded 100, and there were even 10 half-step divine kings leading the group. The higher one's cultivation realm was, the more terrifying it was. A person at the 9th level of the divine realm would be a top-notch expert anywhere in the 5 continent. Everyone hurriedly retreated, afraid that they would be implicated. Those who wanted to befriend Lin Chen hurriedly distanced themselves from him. No matter how great Lin Chen's potential was, as long as he declared war on the deity race, he would be a dead man. Forming a relationship with him was akin to courting death. Among the 9 great divine kings of the deity realm, a beautiful woman with blue eyes said calmly, "Although this lad's spear attack has the power of a half-step divine king, it's just SOSO." Just as she finished speaking, buzz, rumble. Golden light filled the sky, and a golden divine talisman bloomed above Lin Chen's head. The brilliant golden light entered his divine body, and the mighty power of God Slayer entered his body, consumed 350,000 divine talent points. Host unlocked the orange-grade high-grade God Slayer talent. 1,502 enemies. Host will enter the God Slayer talent state. Lin Chen had broken through to the early stage of the 3rd stage from the perfected stage of the 2nd stage. His divine body's cultivation level and divine power suddenly skyrocketed. The 2 laws were even more powerful. His body refinement strength increased by 10,000 power of desolation, and the enhancement of the Golden Battle God set increased by another level. In the past, when Lin Chen used God Slayer, he could raise his cultivation level by several stages. This time, he could only raise it by 1 stage. Firstly, Lin Chen's foundation was too strong. Secondly, The orange-grade high-grade talent could no longer be used as a trump card in a battle of this level. However, Lin Chen's trump card was far more than that. The moment the golden divine talisman entered his body, the golden-armored Lin Chen's body surged with a red glow. A terrifying aura erupted from him, and all the deity realm experts who had just arrived on the island were forced to retreat. Boom! 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 The entire Pantheon Island was on the verge of collapse. What? All the deities were shocked. The 9 great divine kings' disdainful expressions finally changed. Consumed 22 million divine talent points. Host has activated the orange grade peak grade talent, godly reversal. Hostile deities, 1502, divine kings, 12. The higher the enemy's divinity, the stronger the talent's enhancement. Attack can penetrate the enemy's defense and inflict true damage to the enemy's remaining strength. Initiating godly reversal state. Lin Chen's cultivation level soared again. His pure strength increased by 100,000 power of desolation, causing the golden battle god set to release unprecedented divine power. The moment his divine power soared, the lightning and fire laws in Lin Chen's body more than doubled. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen's cultivation level broke through mid-stage level 3, late-stage level 3, and perfected level 3. Early-stage level 4, mid-stage level 4, late-stage level 4, perfected level 4. Finally, he broke through the bottleneck of level 5 and soared to early-stage level 5. At this moment, countless experts in the 5 continents of the divine world trembled. Especially the old antiques with powerful divine souls. They felt an absolute pressure. A few old antiques said in a trembling voice, "His divine soul is even stronger than us. Not only that, the pressure brought by his pure strength is something I've never seen before. His cultivation level soared by 9 realms in an instant. He's too monstrous. I've only seen similar methods from those monsters from the divine race." The black-armored man from the Qin family gasped. "Oh my God! How much has this little guy been hiding? His aura is even stronger than those 2 old monsters in the family." Once the 2 talents were used, Lin Chen's pure strength reached an unprecedented height. The desolation power amplified by the golden battle god set exceeded 100 million. Bang! Almost instantly, Lin Chen took a step forward, shattering the earth's crust. The earth veins on the divine island were shaken to the point that spider-web-like cracks appeared. "Something's wrong." The 9 divine kings exclaimed in unison and instinctively took a step back. All the level 9 divine realm experts and half-step divine kings felt their scalps go numb. They waved their hands and summoned their laws to protect their divine bodies. Before the hundreds of divine realm experts could even make a move, Lin Chen's battle god gauntlet surged with boundless radiance as he swung the spear with one hand. The battle god spear's explosive power pierced through space. The world-destroying golden spear wind swept through the 4-dimensional universe and spread out in all directions at a speed several hundred times faster than the speed of sound. The earth veins were torn apart by the spear wind. The giant palaces and divine palaces on the divine island were instantly torn apart, their fragments flying high into the sky. Capture! Bang! 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 The entire island of deities exploded and crumbled. Lin Chen brandished his war god spear, and the wind created by the spear transformed into a giant tornado, tearing apart everything in its path. It caused the divine realm experts' laws to crumble upon contact, and they were sent flying everywhere. The people who were sent flying by the aftershocks were dumbfounded. How terrifying was this spear? It was simply a divine king's spear. Suddenly, the pupils of a few sharp-eyed divine kings shrank. This was especially true for Wu Changtian, who was protecting the martial god manor. He was the first to witness this unbelievable scene. Those 9th-stage god realm experts who were blasted away made cracking noises as cracks appeared on their faces and bodies. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Cracks spread all over their bodies. These 9th-stage divine realm experts, who were considered top-notch even in the martial god mansion, were swept away by the strong wind in the sky. They danced in the wind and disappeared in the air like fragment. At this moment, the golden-armored figure standing on the divine stele stood in front of all the god kings of the divine realm, his eyes shining with an azure divine light. consuming 40 million God-level talent points. The host has unlocked the strongest orange-grade talent, ultimate heaven-defying talent. Ultimate attack, ultimate destruction. Entering the ultimate heaven-defying form, defense break, instant kill. Chapter 2044. Violent winds blew, and the fragments of the god's body turned into dust. Attribute lights filled the sky. This was the first time Lin Chen had killed enemies at the 9th tier of the divine realm, and it was more than 100 of them. Those half-step divine kings who had their laws destroyed but were not injured were still in shock, and their scalps went numb. Too monstrous. Even divine kings didn't have such terrifying destructive power, instantly killing 109th tier divine realm experts. This was a top-notch expert. The island of the gods was torn apart, but because of the support of the gods' power, it did not completely collapse. Until the island of the gods, which symbolized the recognition of the god realm, collapsed, many people were still in shock. Dead, ooh dead. In the sky, except for the half-step divine kings, not a single person at the 9th tier of the divine realm was left. Only then did everyone realize the seriousness of the matter. The experts of the 5 continents suddenly felt a chill from the soles of their feet to the top of their head. When Lin Chen declared war on the god realm, they still thought it was a small matter of youthful vigor. However, this was definitely not something that could be done on a small scale. In the 5 continents and the realm sea, the 9th tier divine realm experts who could move unhindered, and there might not even be one among the ancient giants, were actually shattered like porcelain in front of this child's spear. A true instant kill. It was illogical. It could not be predicted by common sense. The experts whose hearts were trembling no longer wore expressions of shock on their faces. Instead, it was pure shock and fear. No one who saw this scene could remain calm, instantly killing 109th tier divine realm experts with one spear. His strength was still unfathomable. This was a man who challenged the authority of the gods. An unprecedented riot. A rush of blood rushed to Lin Mingxiao's heart. Good fellow, it's just as Qingwu said. This nephew of mine is really ridiculous. His palm instantly clenched the hilt of his saber. A chaotic battle was coming. The blue-eyed beauty's divine power transformed into a huge green snake. She stood on the green snake and looked down at the signs of defeat on the island of the gods. She said in a cold voice, "I've already sent a message to the god realm. This is no small matter." A black-robed god king said with a sharp look on his face, a flood dragon mixed among the fishes and shrimps. "We underestimated him." The green-haired god king with scales on his face glanced at the Thunder Emperor and sneered, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Before the Thunder Emperor could say anything, a golden divine fist covered in pitch-black lightning appeared in his line of sight. The hearts of all the god kings were instantly shaken. So fast. Bang! Lin Chen sent the Thunder Sovereign flying with a single punch. The Thunder Sovereign was sent flying, and the laws of thunder surged wildly. In an instant, 2 different types of thunder god power exploded in the sky. The divine spear swung, and Lin Chen shattered the void with a sweep of his spear. The 8 great deity kings retreated slightly, and the divine radiance burst forth from the tip of the spear. The deity kings were all pushed back by his spear. This king is the king of thunder and lightning. You dare to control thunder and lightning in front of this king? Little brat, you're courting death. The Thunder Emperor's figure stabilized as he floated in the air. Lightning snakes danced around his body, and the lightning turned into a thundercloud vortex that enveloped the entire sky, shattering Lin Chen's Genesis heavenly thunder. The thundercloud vortex above his head spun, and the laws of thunder of the divine realm flashed as divine thunder rumbled. Lin Chen relied on his pure strength to move at an extremely fast speed. He raised his war god spear and smashed it down. The sky was torn apart, and a golden spear wind of thunder and fire came crashing down. Kai tilde. Rip tilde. The laws of thunder that covered the sky suddenly shattered, and the Thunder Emperor was shocked. How can the laws of fire be so strong? The divine saber appeared, and the 2 blood moon-like supreme-grade divine artifacts, Blood Thunder Brilliance, appeared in his hands. The Thunder Emperor had to use all his strength to face Lin Chen head-on. The spear struck out like a dragon. Lin Chen's war god spear changed from a flick to a stab, and from a stab to a sweep. The strength of each strike was extremely terrifying, and they were all over 100 million desolates pure strength, causing the Thunder Emperor's arms to turn numb. The two of them exchanged dozens of blows in an instant, causing the wind and clouds to tremble and the space to crack. Mother***, why is this brat chasing after me and attacking me? The Thunder Emperor scolded angrily. Stop watching the show, hurry up and help. The black-robed God King suddenly held his saber and shattered the lightning that overflowed from the tip of Lin Chen's spear. His eyes flashed. 100 million desolates. 10 million desolates could match a 9th stage divine realm expert, 50 million desolates could match a half-step God King, then 100 million desolates was the true dividing line. Ordinary living beings, if they didn't have a heaven-defying opportunity to change their name, would stop at 100 million desolate. The pure strength of 100 million desolates was enough to match a God King. Attack! Don't give this brat any chance, suppress him. Everyone from the deity domain will arrive soon, and it will be easy to kill him. Be careful, that move of his that can instantly kill 109th stage divine realm experts might appear at any time. The deity domain's God Kings formed a battle line, and the 7 God Kings instantly attacked. The laws rumbled, and the heavens and earth shook. Lin Chen was heavily surrounded. Lin Chen used his spear to fight the Thunder Emperor, and he fought the 8 God Kings without backing down. Previously, the God Kings from the 5 continents wanted to help the deity domain, but after witnessing Lin Chen's combat strength, they immediately retreated. Especially the Lin family. Lin Xueqing was so shocked that her red lips trembled. The battle prowess displayed by Lin Chen was like the difference between heaven and earth when compared to when he was in the Lin family. It was completely on a different level. 1 against 8, and all 8 of them were God Kings from the deity domain. If it was the brother Xingqian she was pursuing, could he really do this? Lin Mingxiao and Lin Wanchuan looked at each other, and without hesitation, they charged into the battle. What are you trying to do? The Lin family's 3 elders immediately stopped the two. Do you know that participating in this battle is equivalent to putting the Lin family on the opposite side of the deity domain? The Lin family can't take such a heavy blow at this stage. The 3 elders shouted angrily. Lin Mingxiao raised his saber and stepped forward. With the saber in hand, his domineering aura surged. If you want to acknowledge the thief as your father, that's your problem. In my eyes, he's my nephew. There's no reason for me, his uncle, to watch from the side when my eldest nephew starts a battle. If the Lin family doesn't even acknowledge this, then there's no point in staying in the Lin family. I'll only give you 3 old things 10 breaths of time. Either I go, or you follow me. Otherwise, have a taste of my saber moves. Lin Mingxiao's domineering aura intimidated the 3 elders. Lin Chen's potential was indeed heaven-defying, but how could they dare to gamble with the Lin family? In less than 2 breaths of time, Lin Mingxiao and Lin Wanchuan charged past the 3 elders' obstruction and charged into the battle. The situation became more and more chaotic. When the 10 half-step God Kings came back to their senses, they blocked Lin Wanchuan and Lin Mingxiao. They were afraid of being submissive when fighting one Lin Chen, so they attacked while blocking the other God Kings. Lin Wanchuan shouted coldly, "Leave them to me." Lin Mingxiao nodded. With the saber in hand, the saber aura surged and broke through the blockade of the 10 half-step God Kings. As the battle became more and more chaotic, only the white-robed God King, Xing Qianyu, did not participate in the battle. Xing Qianyue's eyes were serious as he stared at Lin Chen. The laws of the life transformation realm are so powerful. Is it the Tai Sky technique? Is that Fu Tian Di's student? When Lin Chen used the laws, Xing Qianyu saw some clues. He looked around and saw that the various factions of the 5 continents were gathering to pay attention to this battle. Moreover, the battle of the God Kings had attracted the appearance of some old monsters of the divine continent. They faintly sensed this through their divine souls. This kid's potential is shocking. He's definitely not someone so reckless. What's his intention for declaring war on the divine realm in front of so many people? Xing Qianyu was the leader of the divine realm's envoys. He was experienced and quickly understood Lin Chen's motive. I see. Xing Qianyue's pupils shrank as he thought about it. No wonder this kid would take such a huge risk to declare war on the 3 divine races. He wanted to make his position clear. Since he was Fu Tiandi's student, once the Divine Realm realized that Lin Chen was an existence that could not be recruited, they would definitely eliminate him. He wanted to take this opportunity to declare war on the Divine Realm. What was the Divine Realm most afraid of? It was the people who had inherited Hao Futian's ideology working together. Lin Chen wanted to use this opportunity to declare war and make his position clear. Once this news spread, those who had inherited Hao Futian's ideology outside the Divine Realm would see Lin Chen as a beacon and gather towards her. Once this force united, they would not be weaker than any continent. They even had great potential for growth. There was no better evidence than declaring war on the Divine Realm to prove that Lin Chen was their comrade. He even wanted to sacrifice the God Kings. His target was the Divine Realm's envoys present. We can't let this kid leave this place alive. Xing Qianyue's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He finally realized Lin Chen's threat. His threat to the Divine Realm was no longer represented by Lin Chen alone. It was represented by all the seed. If he left this place alive, this declaration of war would definitely become a spark that could start a prairie fire. When Xing Qianyu realized Lin Chen's huge potential threat, he gritted his teeth and immediately made a very important decision. Xing Qianyu opened his hands. The two powers of laws merged together like two dancing dragons and turned into a divine pillar that shot towards the distant west. It's not safe enough to just ask the God Kings for help. This kid might have a backup plan. Inform the higher-ups of the divine race and ask the God Masters to come out and completely destroy this kid. Chapter 2045. Things have developed to a point of no return. Unfortunately, things have far exceeded our expectations. Sigh, it's no longer something we can interfere with. This kid is so talented in alchemy, but he can't enter the divine territory to train. What a pity, what a pity. However, with his personality, I don't think he'll enter the divine territory obediently. In the Alchemist Association, the three elders shook their heads and sighed. If they were all loners, they might be able to help Lin Chen. However, as the three elders of the association, they had to be responsible for all the alchemists in the association. They could help Lin Chen when he was surrounded by the 10,000 gods last time. However, this time, they were facing a colossus like the divine territory. If they openly expressed their stance, there would be no place for them in the 5 continents. On the Tiani divine nation's side, the crown prince looked at Zhao Zhouxiao. Zhao Zhouxiao said in a low voice, "Let's wait and see. If we express our stance, it's the same as putting all the people of the divine nation on the opposite side of the divine territory. Now is not the time." In the martial god manner, Shen Lingshuang's face was filled with anxiety. Wu Changtian patted his daughter's shoulder and said solemnly, "Father will do his best to protect your master, but this is no small matter. You can't be willful anymore." "But, no buts." Shen Lingshuang clenched her fists and bit her red lips. The advice the hemp-clothed old man gave her in Realm C flashed through her mind. Combat power didn't rely on cultivation, but on experience. Suddenly, Shen Lingshuang's martial god bloodline seemed to have been enlightened. The light in her eyes gradually brightened, and a new scene unfolded. In the sky above the divine island Boom, a majestic saber aura spread out and cut off half of the God King's battle circle. "Who dares to hurt my nephew? Ask my saber first." Lin Mingxiao charged into the battle circle with a saber in hand. His courage and fighting spirit made the God King's expressions change slightly. The uncle and nephew duo fought the 7 God Kings of the battle divine realm without any fear. Lin Chen brandished his war god spear and the 2 great laws of thunder and fire slashed down. The 3 deity kings cautiously received the attack, and as the laws collided, the sky shook. It was not that the divine kings could not take down Lin Chen, but that Lin Chen's instant kill divine ability was too terrifying in their eyes. No one knew when Lin Chen would use it, so they could only be cautious in battle. That was why they were fighting with their hands and feet tied. No one was able to go all out to deal with Lin Chen. The host has activated the Golden Battle God Set's supplementary equipment, Battle God Spear, 2nd form. War God Spear 2nd form, special effect, Assault. When host uses the 2nd form of the War God Spear, all of host's attacks have a strong penetrative power. The war god spear has the same power in the first form, but in the second form, it can unleash even more destructive power. The divine spear burst open, the blade retracted, and the tip of the spear sharpened. Lin Chen held the spear up to his shoulder, condensing his pure strength as he threw the spear. TSK. Rumble. Red divine flames flowed around the tip of the spear, and black lightning coiled around the body of the spear. The spear was like a ferocious dragon coming out of the world, heading straight for the Thunder Emperor. The saber flashed, and the Thunder Emperor retreated. The corner of his mouth twitched. F***CK, can a spear be used for shooting? Lin Chen sneered. My spear is used for shooting. The moment the war god spear was thrown, a divine wind appeared, and the 6 pieces of the wind god set appeared. The King of Speed appeared once again. All attributes increase speed, 900 times, 1000 times, 1100 times. Lin Chen used his full strength right from the start. He rushed toward the war god spear and turned around in the air. He was like a falling star, piercing through the atmosphere. His wind god greaves used flame flash to kick the end of the spear. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sonic boom was like the angry roar of all living beings. Lin Chen threw the spear and kicked it, increasing the speed of the war god spear by several levels. It turned into a golden light that pierced through the sky. The speed was too fast, and the Thunder Emperor had no time to retreat. He was forced to block with his saber. Lin Chen's current cultivation base was like heaven and earth compared to before. With his current cultivation base and realm, when he used the Speed King and fused his terrifying speed with the war god spear, the explosive power was simply unimaginable. Clang tilde. Bam. The laws of lightning exploded, and the saber flashed. The divine light of the laws of the saber blossomed into fragment. The 6 god kings were dumbstruck. The supreme grade divine tool controlled by the Thunder Emperor's cultivation base had been shattered by Lin Chen's war god spear. The Thunder Emperor retreated tens of thousands of feet. His arm was cracked, and divine blood flowed from it. Large amounts of blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. He laughed sinisterly and said, "You are the first true god who has not yet become a divine king, yet you are still able to injure me. I clearly used my divine saber to block your attack, yet you were still injured. What kind of strange method did you use?" Before he could finish his sentence, his face cracked open, divine wings flapped, and Lin Chen stood on divine wind. His face was expressionless as he said, "I can make countless mistakes, but you can only make one." The Thunder Emperor stared at his cracked arm, divine body, and divine soul in disbelief. He said in a trembling voice, How is this possible? How could trash like you have the means to kill me?" When Lin Chen dispelled the ultimate wind god, he instantly switched to the golden war god set. He waved his hand, and the war god spear flew back into his hand. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lin Chen's expression was cold, and his voice was as cold as ice. "Open your mouth and shut your mouth. Bottom your ass. Whether they forgive you or not is their business. I am only responsible for sending you to see them." A gale swept past, and the Thunder Emperor's body slowly withered away. Everything on his body was reduced to dust. Lin Chen, the first god king to slay. Host has triggered the ultimate heaven-defying innate ability, Defense Break, Instant Kill. A massive number of attribute light spheres fell into the void. Attribute lights filled the skies, falling down like raindrops. In the direction where the Thunder Emperor died, 2 attribute light pillars fell. At this moment, as they witnessed the god king of a generation turn to ash, the countless powerhouses of the 5 continents and the divine realm felt a chill rise from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. A cold light pierced their bones, and their scalps tingled. Another instant kill, but this time, this was a god king. Wanting to kill a god king was extremely difficult, but Lin Chen had actually used a single move to injure him, shattering his divine artifact and instantly killing him. He had thoroughly died, without even a wisp of divine soul remaining, and what was most terrifying was that no one could see how he had killed the god king. It wasn't divine power, nor was it a cultivation method, nor was it some secret technique, nor did he use any other laws. An invisible fear, as if possessed by a heart demon, enveloped everyone's heart. It was like a shadow that couldn't be erased. Those powerhouses that had been watching the battle retreated. As they looked at Lin Chen, their eyes were filled with fear and trepidation. Damn, to be able to instantly kill a god king, this guy simply wasn't human. The phantom doppelganger rushed towards the scattered attribute light spheres, operating his heart technique to collect them all. The eyes that surged with azure divine light suddenly turned. All the god kings that were targeted by Lin Chen felt as if they had been targeted by a giant beast, and the corners of their mouths tremble. Witnessing this ridiculous scene from afar, Qin Shuangjue's beautiful eyes rippled, and her red lips trembled. This was probably the only human in the world who hadn't become a god king yet could make a god king tremble in fear with just a gaze. Chapter 2046. The moment Thunder Emperor disappeared, Lin Chen estimated in his mind, the chasing heaven spear technique, each spear is sharper than the last. If used properly, it's not inferior to a half-crimson technique. After accumulating for a long time, Lin Chen placed the final blow at the most suitable time to break through Thunder Emperor's defense. It was a pity that he lost that supreme-grade divine artifact. Divine artifacts used by god kings were not inferior. When the doppelganger touched the attribute light pillar, the two attribute treasure chests entered the doppelganger's body. Obtained Godhead treasure chest. Obtained Divine Awakening Godhead fragment, 6/6. Automatically fused. Congratulations to host, obtained a complete energy Godhead, Divine Awakening Godhead. A pitch-black octagonal divinity perfectly appeared in Lin Chen's mind, exuding an oppressive aura that could suppress eternity. In terms of aura alone, it was more than twice as powerful as the divine elephant divinity. This is the first time the host has managed to kill a god king. The Shard of Divinity has obtained an additional evolution attribute, God's Guide Divinity. When using it, the consumption of heavenly Tao points will be reduced. The host will infuse his own laws into the God's Guide barrier. The strength of the God's Guide Divinity will be determined by the heavenly Tao points consumed by the host. Obtained Divine Grade Odd Crystal, 8 Desolation Divine Lightning. Lightning transformed into laws, exterminating all 8 desolations. Known as the King of 10,000 Lightning. Obtained 90,000 high-grade set essences, 1 million talent points, 1,500,000 lightning energy, 1,300,000 lightning energy, 2 billion essences, not to mention the massive amount of attribute points dropped by the God King. Just the 2 attribute light pillars gave Lin Chen an extremely strong boost. Lin Chen was moved. As expected of a God King, all the items dropped were good. The incomplete Divine Awakening Godhead was slightly inferior to a God King, but the complete and evolved Divine Awakening Godhead was a trump card that could truly threaten a God King. Lin Chen's terrifying battle prowess had even reduced the pressure on Lin Mingxiao's battle. When the other God Kings saw how heaven-defying Lin Chen's killing intent was, they couldn't help but frown. Consumed 13500 God level Heavenly Tao points. Immortal Godhead is continuing to activate. Previously, Lin Chen had fought against 8 of them by himself, and had accumulated quite a few injuries. Even with the Immortal Deity Head, he was not completely immune to the Law attribute. The more God Kings he killed, the clearer his position in the 4-dimensional universe would be. Lin Chen trod on the void while a divine light burst from his body. Holding the Battle God Spear in his hand, he aggressively charged toward the second deity king. Previously, the black-clothed God King's face was cold and indifferent. At this moment, however, it was as if he had seen a ghost. Mother Fasteriska, this kid has his eyes on me. I didn't hit him hard enough just now. Why is he targeting this prince? Boom tilde. In the blink of an eye, a white streak of light streaked across the horizon. Cold air filled the air, freezing the horizon. The slicing laws and ice laws sealed the world. Lin Chen's movements became sluggish, and it looked like he was about to be hit. Holding the spear with both hands, the war god spear glowed red. Lin Chen turned around in the air and used chasing the heavens to stab at the white light. TSK. Bang! Ice flowers blossomed, scarlet radiance overflowed, and snow whirled in the sky. It was as if even space was about to be frozen, and frost rose everywhere. Strangely, the area covered by the cold air was filled with cracks in space. The ice laws and slicing laws had perfectly fused together without a sound, almost as if they were one. A half-step god king who was too close to the battle had been stalling Lin Wanchuan. He didn't have time to retreat and was affected by the battle between the two. Suddenly, cold air surrounded him. The slicing laws attached themselves to the cold air and cut through his nomological defense. Then, a red streak of light flashed before his eyes like a blade and hit his right shoulder. Divine blood gushed out. Gradually, his divine body started to crumble. What? The purple-clothed half-step god king lowered his head to look at himself. A crack was slowly spreading from the top of his head. In less than a few breaths, he turned into a pile of dust. Not even his divine soul was left. Many experts felt their scalps go numb. The remaining half-step god kings were shocked. Even Lin Wanchuan was filled with shock. Just a little bit of the attack was enough to destroy him. Not even a strand of hair was left. This Lin Chen, what kind of strange move did he use? Today, this king's common sense has been refreshed more than once. The god kings of the 5 states were dumbfounded. On the other side, Lin Chen was forced back 10 steps. His steps shattered the void, and his eyes shone with a strong desire to battle. Very strong. He's more than a level stronger than the Thunder Emperor. Lin Chen only knew that the God King realm was divided into 5 levels. This Xing Qianyu was stronger than most of the God Kings Lin Chen had seen before. Xing Qianyu stepped on the air and arrived beside the black-clothed God King. He scolded, "You're scared before the battle. Where's your prestige in the divine realm? Look at yourself." The black-clothed God King saw that he was wearing 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. On the outside was a set of divine armor, on the inside was a soft armor, and on the head was a high-grade dark green dragon helmet. He was completely protected and only his eyes were exposed. The black-clothed God King's mouth twitched. The black-clothed God King cursed, "Damn it. You're dressed like this and you're still lecturing me," Xing Qianyu said seriously, "Cut the crap. Don't let him leave alive. He's now a walking merit. If we take him down, we can return to the divine realm and exchange for many good things." The black-clothed God King's eyes flashed with fanaticism at the mention of divine realm. He stared at Lin Chen's war god spear and grinned. "I want his spear." Xing Qianyu smiled knowingly. "I want to fall into his trap. From his methods, as long as he's not injured, he won't be able to use that strange killing move. Let's fight a battle of attrition and wear him down." The 2 old foxes hit it off immediately. Suddenly, Lin Chen gripped the war god spear tightly. The golden war god set released a dazzling divine radiance that covered the 9 heavens and 10 earths. His pure strength soared again. Boom, boom, boom. Heaven and earth rumbled. The golden divine radiance circled around Lin Chen like a flying dragon. His strength started to approach the limit. Once it exceeded the limit, although Lin Chen could use the immortal godhead to forcefully maintain it for a short period of time, he would not be able to use the power of the 2 great laws. The dark green woman's eyes shone. "Let's go. We can delay this brat, but don't give him a chance." A young god king sneered. "So that's how it is. As long as we don't get injured by his attacks, this brat won't be a threat to us." After the 2 god kings who were delaying Lin Chen understood Lin Chen's trump card, they instantly cooperated. The laws continuously descended and bypassed Lin Mingxiao. Including Xing Qianyu, Lin Chen and Lin Mingxiao each occupied half of the remaining 8 god kings. Not good. Lin Mingxiao's expression changed slightly. If it was 4 against 1, although his nephew could fight, it would be too difficult for him to injure 4 god kings. When the god kings worked together, the effect was far greater than 1 + 1. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon appeared. A dense mass of the law of darkness appeared in front of the 2 god kings. Then, the sky was filled with divine shadows. It was actually hundreds of half-step god kings appearing out of thin air. Law of shadows. Be careful. The real body inside is not small. The 2 god kings were blocked out of thin air. The sudden change shocked everyone. At this critical moment, there was actually someone helping Lin Chen. Wu Chongtian narrowed his eyes. Finally, the shadow team. The laws vibrated as Wu Chongtian transmitted his voice. "Lin Chen, my divine palace shadow team has arrived." They can help you delay time. Take advantage of this time and run. Bang! Unexpectedly, just as Wu Changqian's voice fell, Lin Chen, whose strength had reached the peak, turned into a ray of light. His battle intent soared as he rushed toward Xing Qianyu. Wu Changqian's pupils shrank. Good fellow, his target was not just one god king. In this battle, Lin Chen would bet everything he had. Just killing one god king was not enough. His goal was to get even more. Perhaps it would be all the god kings present.